ATM Hotep. That means welcome and peace. Hope that you come to the channel and be satisfied. This is your brother Wujao Menib Edi Ma'at, and you're tuned into the Sesh channel, YouTube channel. It's another live stream, Kemet and Chill, open discussion slash Q&A, and all of the above. So shout out to anyone who's subscribed, and you're tuning in right now because you were notified that I'm live. So this is, if you've been following or subscribing to the channel, then you're definitely used to me just popping up live out of nowhere. So and I always tell people that. So make sure you subscribe. Not only subscribe, but make sure you hit the bell and click all notifications. I believe that's what it says. And spread the word. All right. So today I'm just going live. Today is Saturday, August 27th. And I'm going live really to just have some engagement, interaction with anyone who's tuned in. And matter of fact, let me put the panel link in the chat early as of right now. That is the panel link right there. So I want to do that first and invite any and everyone to come on the panel. So you're welcome to come on the panel and share your information, ask questions, be part of the discussion, or anything. All right. So, but I'm going live now, and in hopes that anyone who's in the chat right now, who's been following along with the various different conversation relating to Egypt in any form or fashion, I'm hoping that you all can inform me of what's been going on lately, because I haven't been following as close as I would in the past. I would follow these different conversations and try to pull teaching moments out of them, but I haven't had the time that I used to have in listening. And plus, a lot more people are firing up quote unquote podcast or YouTube channels and having these discussions. So it's more people talking, which spreads it out further, and it just takes too much time for me to try to keep up. So I'm relying more on people engaging in these open discussions and bringing up these different issues and different topics, and maybe we can give some commentary on it, and we all can learn from it, learn what to do, what not to do, correct something, or agree with something, or expound on something, or further the knowledge on something. So that's what I hope to accomplish with these Kemet and Chill open discussions and Q&A. So when I go live, it's not all the time that I will have a topic or even a lecture or presentation to present. We did that on Wednesdays, called Divine Words Wednesdays, and we'll still do that. So on Wednesdays, we may fire up a few lectures where we're actually going through a slideshow or whatever the case is and presenting information. More of a kind of like a classroom type of thing where give a lecture and then open up for Q&A for that. Fridays, we used to have Freestyle Fridays where we would go over the language. We did that for like a year straight, nonstop, a year and a half, where we were doing freestyle transliterations and translations without the aid and help of any books and things like that. So people really enjoyed that. So we're going to kick that off again, and I said that before and we didn't. So shame on me, but we're going to kick that off and do that again, because people really were learning and enjoying it. But I do have to say this. A lot of times, a lot of us, even a lot of you all who are familiar with me and or watch this channel or watch any channel that I make a cameo appearance on or whatever the case is in the past, you all should be used to me, my sentiments, my stances on different things, how I treat information, my approach to ancient Egypt, Kemet, and many other things. And if you don't know, if you're new to me or whatever the case is, then time as time goes on, obviously you'll get used to how I am, why I am, and who I am, and these things like that, to the extent that we can online, on YouTube or whatever the case is, unless we meet in person and hang out, which I doubt. So and that's how we all learn each other, So I bring that up because by now anybody who's familiar with me already, you will know this. You know, I you know, I really try my best to push and to really push things forward in a progressive way. I don't like to dwell on old things that that are stagnant, stale water, stale water. I want to see things stream and flow and towards progress. So we build. So, once you lay a solid layer or a foundation down, then you can build the next layer. And then you make sure that's solid. Then you build the next layer. You make sure that's solid. And you keep doing. That's how we grow and expand. And in whatever, whether it's literal building, building a house, you lay the foundation first, you set the studs, you do the plumbing, all that kind of stuff. Before you can build upstairs, you have to build the downstairs. You have to build the first floor before you could build the second floor, etc. Everybody knows that. That's common sense. And so, what I would like to see more of is that we push things forward. But that's not what I see. And I've been a part and witnessed the so-called conscious community for years now. I've been witnessing the behavior, the topics, the discussions, the commentary, the good, the bad, and the ugly of the conscious community for over a decade, online, that is. And then even offline, a lot longer, longer than that. But going strong as far as online on social media, going all the way back from, I guess I go back on Facebook to 2009, 2010. So I'm putting a date on there. So I started my Facebook journey, from 2009, 2010, and been on Facebook ever since. On YouTube, before there were all these different YouTube channels and live streams, there used to be what's called Google Hangouts, and we used to be share Google Hangouts. We had Google Messenger, and then be long message lists where everybody and anybody would be on these lists. I still have my list. If I were to open up, I don't open it up because then I'll get all these different notifications for people who still use it, and that got annoying. So I turn it off. But I'm still on many message threads on from going back to Google Hangout days. People fussing and debating and stuff. Chatting. In the chat stream. So from there to Google Hangout, and then Google got rid of Google Hangout, and then everybody got up on OBS streaming software and was going live. So people started to go live, but even then there was only a few people. Now, fast forwarding up to right now, you have a lot of people that are buying, the equipment price went down, buying equipment, webcam, podcast mics, a mixer, Rodecaster Pro, mics and mixer, and some streaming software, and then they're going live, calling it a podcast and things. So a lot of people got podcasts. So a lot of things have spread out, and it's a lot of discussions happening. Now, I'm saying this to go back to me witnessing the growth, my entry into the online part of the so-called conscious community, and watching everything transpire for over 10 years. I'm not satisfied. I don't see the growth in the rate that we should be growing. It's far from it. There's some growth, obviously. I'm not going to speak in 100% absolutes and say, okay, there's absolutely no growth. because obviously people are learning, but at the rate and speed and efficiency that we should be learning, that's not happening. It's far from it, because I've witnessed the same topics constantly being brought up as if it's like a seasonal thing. The same topics keep coming up by the same people. It's usually the same circle of people too. Now, because when I say that, people will be like, well, Joe, you know that there's new people constantly coming into the fold, and they have to learn too. And I agree with that, and that's obvious. That's not even something to be crazy enough to disagree with. Obviously, if somebody new comes into, they need to be exposed to information, whether it's old or not. They should get the information. But that being the case, this is where the efficiency comes in. We, like, for example, we, in knowing that, um, like, I'm gonna give you an example of a teacher that has a classroom of 30 students. If the 30 students start their school year September 1st, and the teacher is teaching those 30 students the lessons in a progressive nature, progressive method. So on day one, this is taught, day two, and so on. So it's always progressing, right? It's moving forward. Then a student, a brand new student, registers to the school and gets put into the class that has already started. It's already 2 months into their lessons. When that new student comes into the classroom, the teacher does not stop the 30 students from learning and continue to move forward for the one student. The teacher does not stop the 30 students and say, hey, students, we got to start over because we got a new student. We're going to start over from lesson number one. That's not how it works. The new student has to catch up, and the teacher and the faculty provides a means in which the student can do that, knowing that new students are going to come in. So, in other words, the way that things would be better structured is as if the information and commentary that we're giving throughout these months and years and things, we should have been documenting it and organizing it in such a way that anybody coming new into the fold can start wherever they need to start and then catch up. And so that's how proper pedagogical and andragogical methods are executed. You don't stop the progress of people just for, one person, another person, whatever the case is. You take that in and you create a system that accommodates for that. And so this is why, all the way back from maybe 2015, 2016, 17, I was pushing for an institution, a virtual institution of learning, to do just that, to start documenting some key moments of information that has been covered and researched and dove into, argued, back and forth. Document that so people coming in to the fold can therefore catch up by reading on it on their own time. In the meantime, everybody keeps moving forward. So that was one and part of the reason for the concept of Sable University. Okay, and this is why I push Sable University now, and we're going to do more with it. So I'm saying that because what I started to say is that I'm more relying on you all in the chat who take time to hang and engage the conversation when I'm live. I'm relying more on you all to bring up topics and to fill me in on all of the different discussions that transpire on these various different channels, because I can't keep up with it as widespread as it is, and as often as people go live. I understand. YouTube definitely monetized things. People want to go live, build content, and people are are battling for views and battling for subscriptions, for subscribers, and for views and for likes and things like that. There's a competition element involved in all this as well. You know, and people are monetizing various different things, making different streams of income and stuff, and that's all fine and dandy. But the consequence of it is that we're making little to no progress. We're really doing bad. And by we, I mean whatever you want to call this thing, this social engagement that we have called conscious community. I call the circus community, and people um, feel a way about me calling it a circus community, but yet they agree with me when when I describe it without using the word circus community. Everything else is an agreement, but when I say circus community, all of a sudden people have a problem with that because they associate circus with clowns, and they feel that oh, you calling me a clown or whatever, and then the whole ego thing and stuff, people get bruised with that. But this so-called conscious community, and then people say so-called, like a lot of people use the word so-called in front of conscious community. Like I see it on Facebook all the time, so-called, so hyphen called, and then conscious community. I'm like, you're saying the same thing I'm saying, so-called conscious community, because it's not really that. I just call it what I see it is, as it is. It's circus. It's a big circus, but um, because within it, you know, the we, this collective that we call in, the conscious community, we're way behind when it comes to information on pretty much everything. We're not producing this. This is not a manufacturing or a manufacturing plant of information and expanding knowledge. And I would even argue as to say that what we are manufacturing, and I'm using we in air quotes, y'all, because I do not see myself as part of that, you know, and whatnot, in terms of and in one that advocates that kind of stuff. But I would argue and say that the so-called conscious community is a manufacturing body of pseudoism and what people call pseudos and stuff, because that's what's prevalent. There's a lot of misinformation and um, what we umbrellally call pseudoisms that come up out of the so-called conscious community. They're given the platform, they're given the voice, they're given the mic, they're given the stage, they're given the opportunity to influence a lot of people. And then so a person like myself, when I hear these things, it's like putting people to work, because I will see and hear things that'll be just completely wrong, ill researched, ill studied, people talking loud but not saying anything. People don't know what they're talking about but have so much to say. They don't study this, that, and third. I see all of these things and it becomes overwhelming, because that kind of stuff will put you to work. Because if I were to sit down and address everything that I hear that's wrong or misinformation, whatever, it would take too much time. I can't do it. And then on the flip side, because it's not always a negative thing, on the flip side, when I hear things that are on point and that are good mixed in there, then that takes time too, because I would like to jump on board and address those things as well. I want to be able to support correct information. I want to be able to support people who actually do research, who actually do pull out and bring about some accuracy and things like that. But all of that is mixed in with the overwhelming foolishness, the misinformation, the foolishness, and how people deal with each other and engage each other. So it's not a good thing, or whatever. So this leads me into the title of what I titled this show. Just going live, is that agreement is not sexy. I think that's what I called it. Yeah, agreement is not sexy enough. Excuse me. Agreement is not sexy enough. So what do I mean by that? You all could probably just figure it out on your own, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Um, and I want you all to notice this because I'm just sharing my experience and my observations, and I have a lot of time put in and under and behind my observations now. So I'm not some new jack that just came, woke up yesterday, and then started watching these YouTube videos, or just I just came on to Facebook. You can look at my Facebook account and see how old my account is. You could look at the websites I advocate or that I have something to do with. Look at the dates that these domain names were created and stuff like that. You'll see these older dates and whatnot. For those who uh, may not be familiar with me, but in my observations, what I see is that when people agree, it is labeled as boring and it's less attractive, I term it's not sexy enough, because when people agree, it's not valued. It's only when the disagreement happens, where the fussing and fighting and challenging and the battles and the oppositions and the adversarialism and stuff like that, when that comes into play, that's when it becomes sexy and attractive. People gravitate towards that, and that gets the love and the shine and the stage and the limelight and things like that. That gets the events and the celebration. That is celebrated. Agreements are not celebrated in this so-called conscious community. Disagreements are. They're the ones that pushed and things like that. And so it's not sexy enough. So agreements again is not sexy enough. It's not pulling. It's not pulling. It's not attractive. The disagreements and things are. Now that's a consequence of how things are and unfold. But the results of that is we're not making progress. We're not making nearly as much progress with this information as we should. We're talking about the same old stuff. Like, for example, there's a debate. Now, I don't even know if the debate, y'all could fill me in. And by the way, shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm gonna shout out everybody in a hot second. Let me just get this little rant off my chest real quick. I know y'all listen to me like, what is Wujahu talking about? But let me just finish up real quick. My little rant, and this is my introductory, rant to kind of open it up. Now I put the link in the chat so y'all can jump on at any point. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Agreement is not sexy. It's not attractive. The disagreements and the fussing, the fighting, the arguing, all that stuff is highly valued in the so-called conscious community. All of that stuff is attractive. All that stuff gets the attention. That gets the likes. That gets the views. Somebody battling, and then you got clickbait titles people put in their YouTube channels, on their YouTube videos, and that's gonna, pique the interest. And I know that's a result of the way things unfold. But what I was saying is, we're not progressing nearly enough as we should. Nowhere near. The air quote we're not producing any work. We're really not. We're really not producing work. All we're producing is video content that's borderline embarrassing on the world stage. And I say borderline embarrassing because there's some people that I rub elbows with, right? Professional people that I rub elbows with, that even if something good is said or shared on a video, I'm reluctant to share that or tell them about it because of the behavior of people on these videos. The cursing, the calling people out of each other's names, the personal attacks, the innuendos, and then the over talking of people, the convoluting and conflation of arguments and stuff like that. It's just a big mess. even if there's a nice nugget in there that's valuable. But I can't condone. I can't share that or endorse that with some of the people that I've rubbed elbows with that would maybe be interested in a certain subject. Can't do that. Like I'm gonna give you a real for instance. It has nothing to do with Kemet in this case, but like for example, when the pandemic first hit and all the talks was about the coronavirus and SARS-CoV-2 and so on and so forth. There was a lot of information that was said on a few live streams and videos that was really good. And a few of my family members are in the medical field, doctors and nurses. And there was a point where I wanted to ask actually my sister, for those who know, my sister's a doctor, and there's a point where I wanted to see if she could be invited to share her firsthand experience with SARS-CoV-2 victims, their battle with COVID-19 and stuff, and what she goes through with. She was a frontline person, and I'm like, man. And obviously, if I invite her, then she's gonna share it, and she's gonna want to show her colleagues and stuff like that. If she's gonna come on and give some information or whatever the case is, or answer questions on some of these live streams. But I couldn't do it. Matter of fact, I did. I told her about it, and she checked out some of the videos. She's like, nope. She said, I can't do it. She said, I can't do it. She said, she was talking to me, if you want to, have a video and whatever, then that's fine. But she was looking at some of these videos, and it's like, no, she can't do it. She can't do it. It's like it's embarrassing at a certain point, and then they're just not gonna do it. Now, and that was just a little side example of what I'm talking about, even on the information part of it, you know. And see, if we only surround ourselves by ourselves, then all of this is gonna seem normal. All of this is gonna seem normal. But it's not until you get into other circles and rub elbows with other circles of people do you start to develop a compare and contrast in your mind with what you see. And so people that are only used to the so-called conscious community, then that's all everything that transpires is going to look normal. When people fuss, fight, and curse each other out, that's normal to you. And I understand it. But then when you go into other circles where progress is being made, I'm talking about people are studying, people are investing and studying and producing work. Let me give you an example. And I promise y'all, I'm gonna show you this example, and I'm gonna shift gears and I'm gonna pay attention to the chat. But let me just share this. Let me see if I can share it. Try to share my screen real quick. Where is it? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna share my screen, and I'm using this as exhibit number 1. You know what? I need to open it up. This is gonna be exhibit number 1. For me making my point here in terms of progress and people putting in work. So, okay, here it is. Here it is. Let's see if I get this shared quickly as possible. Where is it? Where is it? Okay. All right, so I'm going to share this. Can I make it bigger? Okay, now this is just an example. So I'm going to share this on the screen. I'm going to remove the chat off this so y'all can see. All right, I want you all to see this here. Now, I don't know if you all can see. I'm just gonna read the title. The title of this is called "Deconstructing the Iconography of Seth" by Ian Robert Taylor. All right. Now, Seth, Seth, is what we are more familiar by Sutuk or Sutek or Set, the ancient Egyptian deity, brother of Wasir or Osiris, and uncle to Heru or Horus. All right, this the one who killed Osiris. All right. Now, Now, I don't know if you all can see this, but this is a doctorate thesis. Okay, it says a thesis submitted to the University of Birmingham for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. Okay, September 2016. What I want y'all to understand is that this thesis is 647 pages long. 647 pages. And it's only about Satuk. The iconography of Satuk at that. That's all that this thing is about. And it's 647 pages. These are the kinds of things that we are supposed to be producing. I don't know who Ian Robert Taylor is, never met the person or what have you. But I'm just going to flash through so y'all can just see some of the pages. All right, outside of the text. Look, okay, here's a table of contents. I'm going too fast. Here's a table of contents, right? Now, obviously, I'm not going to read this whole thing to you all, but I'm just going to scroll through. So we got chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc., and so on. And you're going to see how this book, this thesis is organized, right? So I'm just going to scroll through. Y'all can rewind this video and take a screenshot if you want to. Now, if you want this thesis, contact me. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put this up on Sabre University to make it available to everybody. So if you're interested in Satuk, you're interested in iconography, what is the animal, what is the scholarship on the animal? What does the animal represent? Is it an aardvark? Is it a horse? Is it this, that, and the third, whatever? And all the symbolisms and iconography around it. This thesis treats on all of that stuff. Okay, now whether it's 100% accurate or not, we can dive into that. But this is a resource. So I'm gonna keep on scrolling, right? Look at that. It's going through the different forms, obviously the iconography and everything. So let me go all the way down. So as I go through the book, I'm just gonna scroll kind of quickly. So look, it's illustrated. It has a lot of text. You have a lot of illustrations there. I'm just going through. I'm just going down. You have charts and graphs, statistical information given about spells mentioning Satuk or involved with Satuk or Set and so on and so forth. Resources, citations, primary source links and attributions. Everything is in here. So I'm just going to keep going. Look, diagrams of where certain things are found within burial chambers and things of that. This is the kind of work that this person is putting into this. And look, I'm only on page 26. I'm only on page 26. All right, I'm gonna keep on going down. Look at this from the pyramid text. Now I recognize anybody who's familiar, you could see this and know right away that this is the pyramid text. So he's explaining certain set hieroglyphs and where they're found in the pyramid text, on which walls and things like that. For whatever reason. I mean, obviously you have to read this, so I'm just going through this quickly just to demonstrate to you all. So what I'm doing here is showing you the kind of work that other people are putting into this stuff. And again, I'm only on page 30 now, so let me keep on going down. I'm scroll on down. Look at that. Charts, tables, tree diagrams, the dynastic lineage as proposed by Antis, for whatever that is. Let's keep going down. Maps is in here. Another map. Look at this. The set hieroglyph, where it's found in Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt, and then unknown provenances. This is a whole table of it. Let's keep going. And I'm only on page 48, so I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to go through this whole book, take time, but I will scroll fast, but then it disappears from the screen. But look at this. This is a survey done for these glyphs and where they're found. Another map. Anyway, then actual text and showing, like squaring off, showing where you see the glyph. Here, here. You see the glyph here on this coffin. You see the glyph here on this coffin. The glyph here on this coffin. So this is primary information, primary sources that the person is using to make whatever point that they're making in their write up. And I'm only on page 66. So let me go way down here in the middle. Look at this. So he talks about the ears, the different ways that the scribes drew and carved the symbol of this particular animal, whatever the case is. All of that's in here. The tail, the hind part of the body, all of this good stuff. And I'm only in the middle. What page am I on right now? I'm on page 269. So you have set in terms of the word set means to poke or to stab. In terms of a projectile, you got arrows and things, and I think he's making some kind of mention of that with the tail. The Suk took animal being a tail of an arrow and things like that. So obviously we would have to read it to know exactly what he's saying, but let's just keep going. Look at this, more charts and tables. So anyway, I'm gonna stop sharing now. Let me stop sharing. All right. The whole point of me showing that just now was just to give you a demonstration of the seriousness and the rigor that people put into this kind of work. That's a 647 page thesis done. Now, how long do you think it took that person to do that? Quite a bit. If I were to show you prominent Egyptologists and the rate of their publications, not their publications by themselves, but the rate that they publish works, they take years to publish the work. Like, for example, Egyptologists or a go-to person that people use, Alexander Pionkov. You look at his work. He published something in 1935. Then his next work is not until 1937. Then 1939. Then 1944. Then 1957. These people are not rushing to put material out and books out just to be able to say I published something, self-published something. You know? So anyway, my point with all of that just now is that we are far, far behind. We are far, far behind in producing work. We're dealing with crumbs. And the messed up part of this is that we're citing these people. These people are putting in the real work, and then we're just fussing with each other online, battling with sources. Instead of sword fighting, we're source fighting. People are source fighting online. So I'm gonna pull up Pionkov because I agree with that, and then somebody else pull up somebody else to disagree, whatever. That's all we're doing. We're not producing actual work. And y'all and everybody knows that. Like, I don't even have to sit here and say it. But what I'm saying is definitely not popular, and it's not gonna be liked, and I don't expect it to, because you never, even with our own selves as an individual, nobody likes to be corrected. Nobody likes to be told something that they're not doing that they should be doing. We all understand that, even as kids, as children. We don't like to be told to do chores, or we supposed to do something we didn't do, and then somebody points it out. We don't like that. Nobody likes that. So this is not a popular thing. This is not for likes or anything like that. But we have to get busy. And I don't see that. So again, I came live to reiterate really that agreement is not sexy enough. It's just not. I listen to so people will inbox me and ask me questions, throughout the week or whatever, and then people will ask me about conversations that are being had on YouTube channels as if I watch them, or as if I'm familiar, and I'm not. Most of the time, I'm not until somebody points it out. So I always ask people for timestamps. I'm like, okay, well, give me the link and include a timestamp, and I'll check it out and whatnot. So that's what people, I prefer people to do. And sometimes when they do it, and I'll click and I'll listen for a bit, and I'll give my 2 cents on it. And so I clicked recently on a link on, I believe it was Garfield's show. It was recently, as a matter of fact, yesterday, day before yesterday. And I'm listening to the from the point I clicked, I'm listening, and I'm like, man, I'm listening to two people really saying the same thing, like they agree, but they're going on as if they're in disagreement. And I think this was yesterday. Well, I clicked on it yesterday. I don't know when the video took place, but I clicked on it yesterday, um, last night, really, in the evening. And I clicked on it, and I'm listening to two people agree, but not really agree. And that just made me think, like, man, agreement is so unsexy that when people agree, they still gotta disagree. They still gotta disagree. I'm like, what's going on? So, I blame the climate. See, we've created an adversarial environment. And again, I'm using that air quote we, because I don't condone that. I don't advocate that at all. I'm totally against it, and I've been against it, and I've been very consistent in my stance against the goofy and the foolishness and things like that. I've been very, very consistent. Talk about integrity in that. That's it for me. But the climate that has been produced, the environment that's been produced is one of adversary, of opposition. You know, you hear these terms all the time in the so-called conscious community. The Floyd Mayweather of whatever, whatever. Get in the ring to do this and the third. Dagger this, dagger that. It's like it's always a battle type of climate. And the consequence of that is that we're not making progress. Because if that's what is attractive, and obviously it is, because look, I can go live and give a thorough lesson on any aspect of the language. And it's something that people would need to know in lieu of something else, right? But because that's not attractive, it's not gonna bring a lot of viewers. It's not gonna get exposed to a lot of people. Somebody arguing uh the and endonymic name or exonymic name. And that's what I was listening to when I clicked the link somebody gave me. It was people arguing over whether the Yoruba word was an indigenous or an endonymically named or exonymically named, meaning was it named by the people themselves or was it given to them by people other than. And then, but I'm listening to the conversation. I'm like, the two brothers were saying the same thing, but then then they were kind of not saying the same thing. I'm like, wow, you know. Um, but see, that will get a lot of viewers. That will attract people and things. So we got to do better. Anyway, that was my long opening rant about that, and the reason why I titled this "Agreements Are Not Sexy Enough." Because me, let me tell you, I am a solutionist. I am a conflict resolutionist, and I'm a solutionist. And anybody that knows me will have to would attest to this. Even online, if I'm on a panel If I'm on a panel with other people and the two people and two or more people around me are arguing, I don't know if you've ever heard or seen me do this. I will point out what the two people are saying the same. I've done that many times where I'm like, hey, you two are saying the same thing, right? No, well, Joe, we not, man. I'm like, yes, you are. I was like, give me a second. I'm going to show you. I'm going to prove it. And then I do it. I'm like, you don't realize that you're saying the same thing, but you are saying the same thing. It's just that you're not used to the terminology. But like person one is using this word, you're using a different word, but you're talking about the same thing though, right? No, we're not. No, no, no. People start arguing because agreement is not sexy. And people say, I spoil the fun. Why? Because agreement is not sexy. I point out what we synchronize on, what we can agree on. Let's start with what we agree on, then build from there and see where the point of contention arise or where we start to have that fork in the road. But we got to start where we agree. You can't start at a disagreement. Anybody who's been doing this long enough knows that's not the way that's not effective. You can't start where you disagree. You start where you agree, and then you walk your way to the fork in the road. That's a proper analysis. That's how you can see, okay, wait a minute. So you and I are straight up until this point. Why is that? Now you can start to troubleshoot, to solve things. And here's another thing. People don't see questions as problems. Now, I don't know if it's because I have computer programming background and math background where we call we're given problems to solve, and so my love for math has probably cultivated me or programmed me to see things as a problem that needs to be solved. Problem needs to be solved. Question, answer, and answer equals solution. Question equals problem. Okay, those are synonymous. A question is a problem, just like an answer is a solution in math and in other areas of life, right? So a lot of people don't see research questions as something that needs to be solved. Instead, in this so-called conscious community, people try to create these questions to fight and to argue and not really solve. Like, people get lost in the argument itself and everything that comes with it, the adversarialism, and they lose sight of actually solving the problem, answering the research question. So that's also going on. And again, agreement is not sexy enough, because the reason why that is because the disagreement gets elevated. The disagreement gets championed. It becomes a celebrity. If we were to anthropomorphize the behavior of the conscious community, it would become a god that is worshipped. And the god's name would be it would be the god disagreement, but it would have a bunch of epithets. Disagreement would be the name, and then it would be adversarialist, oppositionist, egoist, bad characterism. We would be naming all these different things. That would be that God right there, and it would be worshipped. It would be elevated, because that's what's sexy. Agreements and progress is not sexy. That spoils the fun. That spoils the money too. Because when two people agree, there's nothing to argue. There's no need to have an event. There's no need to have a debate event and charge $20 for pay-per-view to watch on YouTube or whatever, if people agree. I get it. But here's the thing. There's consequences to that. If we showcase and we highlight and we emphasize all the disagreements, then we're going to fall short on the progress, though. Because even in the debate, when have you, listen, I'm going to ask the chat this. When have you seen a debate transpire And then later on, after time goes by, whether it's months or even a year, that the topic is revisited in terms of building upon it while acknowledging what was said before. Never, never. References to previous debates to an ongoing thing much later is not done in the so called conscious community. They don't do that. The interest is not in solving the issues. The interest is in putting on a show, attracting people, and entertaining an audience. And if you by chance learn something, then hey, that is gravy on the rice. That's icing on the cake. But that's not the main ingredient and the main purpose of these so called things, behaviors. And that's what I'm pointing out. And I know what I'm saying and what I'm pointing out is not going to be liked or anything like that. I'm not saying this stuff for liking. Y'all should know me by now. I could care less about that. Now, so with that being said, let me get to this chat because you all are saying some very interesting things, and I probably need some help to address some of the things that people were saying. But keep in mind, I have posted the link and pinned it to the top. So if you do have something to share and say, you're invited on the panel. Don't be scared. You can come up onto the panel at any time. So I'm gonna go down the list as far back as I can go. I'm gonna start with this. I think this is the first statement here of shout out to everybody, and I'm gonna get to everybody's names and stuff like that. So I think it's the first comment from Michael Eason. The intro video shows so many people having your books, but why do people try to ignore you as one of the most knowledgeable brothers for Egyptian language and culture? Okay, well, see, I don't know that people are trying to ignore me or whatever. So I don't that's not my observation. I do see that see, I'm not promoted. I'm not pushed and promoted. I do know that. And I know why, because of how I'm talking right now. See, I spoil the fun because I'm all about progress and application. You know, dealing with things that are applicable. That's the goal. Like we learn and research these things to see what we can use, what is applicable, and we put it together with other things, so on and so forth. And so, I don't enable the bad character, the bad behavior, and all and some other things. That's just not me. So I understand why I'm not the go-to person or pushed or promoted. Now I do see that, but in terms of people ignoring me for my knowledge of the Egyptian language, that I'm not sure about that. I don't really see that because people know how I get down with the language. Like people know that. So, if that's being ignored, I'm not aware of it. I'm not aware of that. So you have to kind of point out some things to me in terms of ignoring that. And in the intro video, yeah, in the intro video that I have on here, you see a lot of people that have purchased my beginner's textbook. And for people who are new to this channel and maybe newly becoming acquainted with me, let me just tell you that that I've been teaching Sesh, Medew, Netcher, and Rodney Kemet for over 10 years. All right. I did a textbook in 2015, which is 7 years ago, for the purpose of doing online classes and things like that. So I've been at this for over a decade as far as teaching. Now that's teaching. Now in terms of me studying and learning and stuff like that, it stretches farther back than that. But I've been teaching for over 10 years. And I've been teaching the writing system, which is Sesh, Medew, Netcher, and the language and its grammar, which is morphology and syntax. And the language is called Rodney Kemet. So if you ever hear me say Rodney Kemet or Sesh, Medew, Netcher, I'm talking about both. the writing system, Sesh, Medew, Netcher, and then writing Kemet being the language. So I've been teaching that, and I can teach it forwards and backwards, left and right, up and down, in terms of the grammar and everything like that. People know that. I've demonstrated that enough on this channel, on other people's channel. Everybody, when I pop on people's channel, I would go to Dagger Squad channel. I would go to Pseudo Killer's channel, the Amara Squad channel, when the Amara Squad channel was on and popping, and everybody knows and bear witness to as far as me dealing with the language. And I remember at one point, the brother Reggie, and I wish I could find this video. The brother Reggie, I remember we were live, right? And I don't remember which channel we were on, but it was me. It was a brother Jonathan. It was a brother. I know it was a brother Unk. I believe it was Dr. Ma'at or the sister Naya. The brother Netter Neb was on there. And I'm not sure who else was on the panel, right? But Reggie comes on the panel and he challenges us, because I don't know what we were talking about something, and we were dealing with Egypt, of course, or whatever. And Reggie comes on the panel, and then Reggie tries to challenge us. And he pulls up a random picture. And I guess he tried to challenge us to see who knows the language, who can really get down and read. This was like years ago though. And we went down the line and everything. And everybody, took a stab at reading something on the papyrus. And I remember that day that because I kind of felt that's what I felt Reggie was doing. I don't know if that was his intention, but that's what I felt Reggie was doing, was challenge us. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna go last. I'm gonna let everybody else, do their thing or whatever, and I'm gonna go last. And long story short, when it came to me, other people were just like reading different words that they may recognize around the around it. But when it came to me, I said, all right, look, we're gonna start from column number 1 and we're gonna read this through. And I just started reading to the point where he had to stop me. Stop me from reading it. And what see, what y'all, you're a Medew Netcher scholar. And this and that. Okay, so you prove yourself, whatever. And all this other kind of stuff. So I'm only saying that to address this, that people know what time it is when it comes to me with the language. So I don't see people that ignore me or whatever the case is, because I stay ready. Like right now, anybody got questions about the language, I'm always open for it. And I can explain stuff even without visual aids to the best of my ability. And then given time, I could pull out visual aids and so on and so forth. So that's not a thing. So I'm not sure. And so anyway, Michael Easton, hopefully that addresses. Hold up, we got another person in the chat. Asar. Peace. I'm not sure which Asar this is. But as soon as I hear the voice, I'll be able to know.
How you doing, Java?
Oh, go ahead.
It's just a regular Asar. It's not a Asar in Montero. It's just a regular Asar.
All right, peace.
Oh, sorry,
peace
it's a regular Asar. It's just I would never claim to be the smartest guy.
He said I'm the regular Asar. Nah, Asar is Asar, but go ahead. But how you doing? Just the mic is yours, because I'm just I don't know if there's a delay between you hearing me and vice versa. If it is, I think you may have to turn your YouTube side off. But yeah, the mic is yours.
Oh no! No! I paused my YouTube. Now my YouTube paused when I got on here. I think it's my phone. Yeah, 'cause I'm on my phone right now. My phone sometimes does this. So pretty much, I was just agreeing with everything you were saying for the most part. Because pretty much when it comes to the circus community, man, like you were saying, the only time like topics get brought up and things of that nature, I posted it in the chat. But the only time topics get brought up again is just to restart another fight or another debate, like it's a rematch or something. Like it's never done. It's never done to see is there new information? It's backpedaling the old information just to start another fight. And it's like, that, I mean that's why others in your channel, I pretty much don't watch anything anymore. You know, I mean, and also like you were saying earlier, like you were saying earlier, it's only until you get into different spheres outside of the sphere you're normally in is when you see how other things are viewed, and you can get a whole new perspective on things. And that's the way I am with the circus community now, where I used to watch the circus community like it was regular TV at one point, and then and now that I got a new perspective, it's like, okay, where's the substance at? Okay, I know Asari Imhotep's gonna give me substance. I know Sanjay's gonna give me substance. I know Jawu's gonna give me substance. So let me just subscribe to them when I want some substance, and then just keep on my own research. But other than that, I'm just agreeing with everything you said, man. Pretty much for the most part.
Yeah, well, you said a mouthful because now it's interesting that you mentioned three people, myself, the brother Asar Imhotep, and the brother Sanjeti. See, us three, I've come to know those brothers, right? But when I first met them, I met them online just like everybody else. And the reason why I met them, obviously our paths cross each other. And maybe we're gonna do a show. We're gonna do a show where we're gonna discuss, our build together and like our ideas and stances and things like that. So you all look out for that. We're gonna do a show. Myself, Asar Motep, and the brother Sanjeti. I don't know what we're gonna call it, but we're gonna do a show in the very near future. But anyway, um, myself, Asar Motep, and Sanjeti, we you mentioned our names, and so if you notice that we kind of like if people are familiar with us three, we're kind of similar. And then there's other people who are similar to each other. And so you could start kind of grouping people together based on the like character, behavior, and methods, right? So me, Asar, and Sanjeti, we kind of are grouped together naturally, and even in other people's mind. I have had other people tell me this, and I see it as well. And so we have kind of like a camaraderie on how we do things and stuff like that, and how we see things and our stances as well. And so what happens tends to happen on the topic of Kemet a lot. It'll usually be us three against dot dot dot. I don't know if you all noticed that. It'll usually be Asar, Wujao, and Sanjeti against, X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You know? I don't know if y'all noticed that. It's so prominent and prevalent that people try to pick one of us and corner one of us and get one of us to go against the other two. Like people will have a conversation with me and be like, "So Wujao, do you really agree with Asar Imhotep that the Egyptian language is Bantu?" I'm like, man, come on, man. Don't try to do that. We just ask you a question. Like, do you really agree that this and that and the third? Or do you really agree with Sanjeti performing the ritual of the Ankh in Ma'at and with the Temple of Anu and Baba Heru and all that? See, I see how people be trying to come at me with that little slick stuff and everything, and I don't give it time of day. Like I tell people straight out, I usually try to shoot it straight with everybody. I keep it professional, I keep it respectful, but if I can, I'm gonna shoot it straight to you. Cause if I see something, I'm gonna like let you know, like listen. You're not gonna come to me and put a battery in my back. I have no battery compartments in my back, so no battery's gonna fit. A 9 volt, a double A, triple A, none of those batteries gonna fit in my back. All right, so that's that. You can miss me with that. If you have a question about something that Sanjeti said or that Asar said, it's preferred that you go to them. But if I'm familiar, then maybe I can help you out too. All right, so let's go. And you see, and I totally changed the whole conversation when I say stuff like that. And but that's not sexy. That's not sexy enough. See, they want me to argue. They want me to go against something, or whatever, or I don't know. But it's not sexy. Even when I do that, that's not sexy. Like, oh, well, y'all see, you're in a cult. You're never gonna disagree with Osar Motep. You're never gonna disagree with Sanjeti and whatnot. But like, man, you understand behind the scenes, we do disagree. Like when we talk to each other, see, we talk to each other on the phone. We correspond with each other. We compare notes. That's the kind of relationship we have. We compare notes, and we don't always agree. But when we see disagreement, we see it as an opportunity, though. We see it as an opportunity to learn and find the answer. So if Asar believes one thing, or he through his research he comes to one conclusion that differs from mine, that is a good thing. That's a good opportunity, I should say. That's an opportunity now for us to compare. Like, okay, you came to your conclusion because of X, Y, and Z. I came to mine because of A, B, and C. So let's compare A, B, and C to X, Y, and Z, and bam, bam, bam. Let's see what time it really is. That's how you do that. But that's not how these fussing matches happen online. So yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to say all of that. But I hope y'all recognize that though. Do y'all recognize that it's Asar, Sanjeti, and Wujao? Like we're teamed up. Now we materialized that team up by calling ourselves the Shimsu Heru research team. And we did a publication on our notes dealing with the contribution of the etymology of the place named Kemet. And then people revisit that. Like when we did it, hardly nobody had anything to say. Now it came full circle, and people wanted to open their mouth so bad about it, they ain't even read what we said first. You got people doing live streams about something we said without even reading the book. They're like 3 videos in trying to talk about what we believe. At the same time, say now I'm gonna order their book. I'm like, man, come on, I can't take you serious. Like, and that's the nature of how some of this stuff is done. It's got to stop. Um. Anyway, so let me go on down the line. Got son of Emiket in the building, so feel free to. I'm trying to catch up on the chat, so I would prefer people come on the panel. But I am trying to go down the chat, and I'm way behind. I already know. If I lighten to this, peace to you. The circus audience are people who get caught up in the spectacle debates. Yep, that they have to pay for. Yep, when the information is free and they could look up the topics information for themselves better. Um, that is the way that things have been going. You know, that's true. The ringleaders, he says, the ringleaders are the people who completely know this and are creating the spectacle, making the debate and the information surrounding the debate a big deal, getting people hooked. That is also true. That is also true. Everything is everything. Peace to you. I think Wajao is a perfectionist. Listen, I try to be. I'm just a person like I'm not sure about perfectionist because I got a certain philosophy about perfection, but I like excellence. I just want to see win. I just want to see us all win. I want to see progress. I want to see us all win. And I don't know how many of you all play chess. If you don't play chess, learn how to play chess, and don't just learn how the pieces move. Actually play chess. I used to play chess every day, and I'm not exaggerating. I used to play chess every day for maybe, I would say, almost a year straight. I played chess every day, and I learned how to play chess. I mean, I always knew how the pieces move. I know, the knight, which is the horse, I knew it moved in an L shape. I knew the queen could move any direction. I knew the bishops move diagonal. You know those things because you could read it. But when you play it, you develop strategies. You get to learn more of the intricate aspects and details of the game, and the philosophy behind the game as well. And so I encourage everyone to learn how to play chess and play it. Don't just learn, but play it. And long story short, the point I want to make with chess is once you learn how to play chess and you play opponents, and you may even graduate to playing speed chess to get even sharper, to think fast, right? To think fast and effectively and thinking ahead, playing by playing speed chess. But what's even more important than all of that is to play yourself. There's a big lesson in that. Play yourself in chess. Like first learn how to play chess and get some wins under your belt with some real opponents, but play yourself afterwards. Play yourself in chess. And one of the big lessons in doing that is that you're going to have a whole paradigm shift, because no longer will you be playing to beat an opponent, because now you have no opponent. You're playing yourself. One person, which is you, you're playing both sides of the board. So you're playing both perspectives. That forces you to be semi empathetic, an empath, because you have to put yourself in the shoes of both sides of the board. You play the black side and you play the white side, or whatever color your pieces are. And when you do that, it removes the opposition, the adversarialism. Now you can focus your energy on the real issue, which is the squares of the board itself. And those squares are representing coordinates. And if people who play chess, you know what I'm talking about. You have the letters and things and numbers that correspond to each of those squares. But those squares is what you're playing for now. And so now, instead of beating an opponent being your goal, now you simply want to make the best move for both sides. So when you play black, you're going to make the best move given the circumstance. And then you shift the board around. Now you're playing white. Now it's the white turn. Now for white, you're going to play the best move based on the circumstances. But here's the challenge. Because chess is about thinking moves ahead, right? Because you're playing both sides, you're already going to know all the things ahead because you're you. And so at the end of a game of playing yourself, what you would have accomplished is the best move, period, for those situations that led up to it. And I'm saying that because if people take that as their philosophy and how they attack information, then we would be a whole lot better, because we wouldn't see each other as opponents and adversaries. We would see the issue as the opponent. So if I have a question, is Christianity stolen from Egypt? The question is the opponent, not Jabari or Garfield being the opponents. I hope y'all get what I'm saying. It's the issue that's the problem that needs to be solved. And so the focus goes off of being adversarial to one another, and now you're going to tackle the actual issue in lieu of trying to solve it, to coming up with the best move. And I'm telling you, if you look at it that way, your whole approach is different. That's what I mean by paradigm shift. Your whole approach. If I sit down at a chessboard and I'm playing an opponent, my approach to that will be different if I sit down at a chessboard and I'm playing myself. The whole approach is different. And that's what we need to see in the so-called conscious community if we want progress. Now listen, if the majority of people don't care about progress and all they want to be is entertained when they get home from work, or on their phone, they click on YouTube instead of watching TV, then hey, whatever floats your boat. But understand there's a consequence to that. We're still going to be the laughing stock on the world stage when it comes to the various different scholarly disciplines. We're laughed at. We're laughed at because we don't produce work like that. We don't produce enough work like that. I just showed y'all a 650 page thesis done in 2016, just on the iconography of Set alone. I hope y'all understand that. All right, so I'm gonna continue down this chat here. I'm way behind. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and skip to where I am with the present thing, unless y'all y'all can repeat, because I that's what happens, and I apologize for that, y'all. I talk so much, and you all type something in the chat, and it will get backed up. But let me say this. Okay, peace to Miss Tiffany, peace to Boom, Donnie Williams in the house, Osar, everything is everything, Philightentis, Majade, El Boabab, Ramza, peace, and Yame Ubuntu, long time no see. Listen, and don't be afraid to hit the link. And that's crazy too, because here's the thing too. When people send me links and I ask for timestamps and they want me to check out something, they want my thoughts on what other people say. And I don't mind that. And I don't mind that because it saves me from having to watch 6 hour videos and 4 hour videos, right? That I don't have time to do that anymore, so much as I used to. And so I welcome that, and that's fine. But what's crazy is I will click the links and I will watch the clip of videos, and I'm seeing a lot of people on the panel. But then here I am right now. I be posting the panel link early. And I say, look, come on the panel. I'm like, come on the panel. Nobody comes on the panel. Nobody comes on the panel. And here's why. Read the title. Agreement is not sexy enough. Cause listen, I'm gonna tell y'all, anybody that comes on this panel, before you leave, we're gonna agree. And see, that's not sexy. People don't want to leave and be in agreement. They're like, man, well, Jao got that magic stuff going on. I don't know where he got some spell. He gonna try to do some magic mumbo jumbo on me and make me agree with him. So I'm not going over there. I'm not I'm not gonna get on the panel. that's that's what happens. I'm telling you, that's what people would be thinking. You know. But Miss Tiffany, she says people definitely not gonna always agree. Otherwise, we have echo chambers and, dare I say, cults. Now, so let me point this out. I hope Miss Tiffany's still there. Disagreements are a very good thing. Okay, so if anything that I said gives anybody impression that we shouldn't disagree, erase that from your mind, because disagreements are very healthy. And so if I gave that impression, then let me word it better. Let me clarify. Disagreements are healthy. What I'm talking about earlier is that people are leveraging the disagreement, and they're not looking at the disagreement as an opportunity to make progress, because people get caught up in the disagreement itself, and the disagreement has to remain a disagreement in order for all the surrounding trimmings to take place as well. So you got debates, you got a monetary aspect of it, you got debating, you got the popularity aspect, you got the ego aspect, you got the looks aspect, you got the subscribers, and all this other kind of things. All that stuff comes with the disagreement. So the disagreement has to be maintained. That's what I'm saying. But disagreeing in and of itself is always healthy, because it provides the opportunity and the challenges for us to prevail. And it creates the problem that needs to be solved. So when disagreements arise, we should take advantage of it for progress and leverage it that way. That's how that works. And if people, so not everybody is going to agree, but that's not a prerequisite though either. Like we shouldn't, like for example, we shouldn't feel uncomfortable when there is a lot of agreement, just to hold up the status quo of that statement that we're not always going to agree. So we have to understand that as well. Okay, I want to make that clear, that it's true and it's very natural for disagreements to arise. Okay, but we should have a system in place that knows how to handle disagreements in such a way that we could benefit from it and not perish at the disagreement like we're doing. All right. And then we should feel comfortable agreeing and not feel that it's a cult or not feel that it's an echo chamber. Because echo chambers, believe it or not, gets a lot of things done. Imagine running a business and you have, okay, I see American Dream. I'm gonna let you in one quick second. Um, Imagine running a business. Okay, imagine running Apple. Let's just pick one. Apple, everybody know Apple, the company Apple, Steve Jobs, Apple, right? Imagine running Apple and you have board of directors and you have, the top people in the room and everything like that. Imagine if none of them ever agree with each other. You wouldn't get anything done. No progress would be made, right? So echo chambers has a place. The agreement has a place. It's just how do you come to that agreement is what I'm speaking to. There's methods anyway. So I just wanted to point that out. But American Dream, peace to you. Hopefully you can
Peace,
hear me.
Wajawu.
Peace, peace, peace.
All right. Blessings, man. It's been a while.
Yep, it's been a while.
Yes, sir. I do have a kind of like a clarifying question. I was listening to your. This is open mic, correct?
Yes, open mic, Q&A, all the above. Yep.
Yeah. Religion or not to religion. The videos you posted. You stated that the definition of religion was um something that binds things together, whatever binds things together. And I was just simply just for clarifying purposes, I was wondering if it was more appropriate to say religion is what binds people together, specifically people, and what allows people to see themselves as one people, like whatever makes people see themselves as one is what would be a religion. Would you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I could roll with that. I could roll with that. I don't have a problem with that. Because religion in its active function, like in reality, is a human tool. It's performed and done by humans, and we just don't describe how animals have their social contracts. But they do as well, but we never discuss or talk about that. But for the most part, it would be humans.
Indeed. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one of the points you were trying to make is that it's possible to have a religion without having a concept of God.
Yes.
And also, would you say that those other types of religions without the concept of God, like finding oneness of people outside of under the concept of God, would you say that those types of religions are just as powerful or valuable? Um, because some people tend to think that when we see oneness under God, that oneness tends to last much longer and is more powerful than any other oneness or anything else that can bind people together, for example, like ethnicity or race or anything like that. Do you think that a oneness under God is stronger than any other type of religion or oneness that people can fall under?
Now, believe it or not, you said a mouthful. So give me a second to unpack what you said, and I like what you said. All right, so religion. Um, okay, so think of religion as a bonding instrument, as a bonding apparatus, right? As you said earlier, and we only talk about humans and things like that. So the influence that keeps people united as one, um, an external something that would kind of force or influence the people to stay one would be something that would play upon the ignorance and or fears of the group in question. And so certain gods feel that responsibility. So the belief, and now we're getting into beliefs, the belief in certain gods will serve as that influence that will help keep people one or united. So it's the fear of that God. So that's why certain belief systems, the fear of God is very prominent. In Islam, they fear Allah. I forget the word for fear, but they fear Allah, or they fear the wrath of God, or they fear something, some aspect of what their God can do to them, and so on and so forth. So that comes into play, and that helps to keep the bond secure. So in that aspect, I agree. But to have a religion without God, when I answered your question before, I'm speaking of the Abrahamic deities, because most people, groups of people that become groups that have this tacit element of a membership, of belonging to a group of other people, they have gods, whether they call them gods or not. So when we say God in these kind of conversations, we're mainly coming from the Abrahamic systems in what we're saying, because gods to other people may not fall in the same conceptualizations, but they have them, and they might even call them gods, but they serve the same purpose. And so just last thing is the word religion. Remember in my previous discussion, I associated the word religion with the word oath, because an oath is a verbal contract, is to bind words to something. So you're giving words as glue that you're making a commitment to something, right? So you swear an oath. And most people swear their oaths to a deity, or under a deity, or they invoke a deity to seal their oath, their religion, for the same purpose, because out of the fear, or have whatever role that deity plays in their belief system. So yeah,
Um,
I just want to say that.
yeah, I appreciate what you're saying. The only thing that comes to mind is, I think that when it comes to religion, I think that it's a matter of either fear or faith. And I think that a lot of it is also faith. And I think that the two things are a little bit are different. And I think I don't necessarily know if I would say that faith entails fear. I think faith is kind of the opposite of it. And I think that the idea of God and is not just relegated to the realm of fear. I think that there is that faith side as well, which which is more than just belief. I think faith is stronger than belief. I think where belief has doubt, I think faith means there is no doubt. And I think that's a positive, the positive side of the concept of God that kind of gives it its power, I think also.
Well, let
Um,
me okay, let me say something to that. Um, in terms of priority, or like the order of events, um, in order for you to have faith in something, something else has to occur prior. Because faith, the concept of faith, is expressed in the Latin fides, which it means to trust, right? It's trusting in something because it's sound, it's firm. And in order for you to make a determination that something is trustworthy or firm, something has to have transpired. Now, if you hold something to be trustworthy or firm without something transpiring, then they call that blind faith. They put the adjective blind in front of faith, because you have no substance that made you come to that trusting state in the first place. So with the deities of the Abrahamic systems, you have the original sin. You have certain things that are in place that lead people up to having faith in the deity, or holding firm on it. And these are really just belief systems. They're a set of beliefs. They're not based in things that people know. So we're combining. So and this is why what I was explaining in the previous conversation on the videos, that religion and belief systems become synonymous because people are overlaying and overshadowing all of that. Where religion is simply the bonding, whereas the belief system is used to control that bonding. And religion is leveraged by and controls masses of people in this way. Christianity, I could pull out, specific examples if you like, but these belief systems are used to kind of steer the religious bonds of people and control masses of people. That's what happens. So we could call it
Um,
faith, but prior to that faith coming about, it doesn't speak to whether it's true or not.
right.
So
I
the
think
faith
I
in
think
God.
kind of yeah, I think sometimes religion gets a bad rap, in that, people talk about the negative aspect of it, like you just mentioned, religion being used to control people. But I think on another aspect, people also use religion to control themselves. And I think that's kind of the original and ultimate purpose of religion is control of oneself. And when you think about that, and you add in the concepts of faith as well, I think there's a lot of value behind it. And I think there may be something to be said, that there may be more value to that than the worldly religions of, let's say, nationalism, because people see themselves as one under their whatever nation they're under, or race, or anything like that. I think there's something more to the idea of a oneness under God, when you look at it from a more positive aspect of religion, I guess. I think people are
Well,
prone to look at religion from a negative light.
well, um, in my previous discussion, now I definitely did not want anybody to walk away thinking religion is a bad thing or a negative thing, or even the fact that religion controls people is a negative thing. Because here's the thing: anytime you get, anytime you are engaged in your fellow human beings outside of yourself, and you form a membership of people, and you create this tacit identity as a we, as opposed to them or those over there, we and us. You got the first person plural as opposed to the third person plurals. There's something that's going to have to bind those people together, and it's going to have to be something that binds those people and control those people. So religion is never should be never seen as a negative thing. It's the fact that people use that tool. It's almost like a tool, like fire. Fire in and of itself is not a negative thing, but people can use fire to set your house on fire, or they could use it for cooking food, or staying warm in the wintertime. So religion is kind of like that. It's been used and leveraged to manipulate people, but it's also a necessity among any group of people. Every single group of people that's a community of people, more than one or whatever, has a religion. Whether they give it a name or whatever case is irrelevant. But they have a religion. Something is binding those people to make them a people, and that's what religion is. So every group of people has a religion. So when people talk all this religious stuff, I'm saying that's not the right approach. There's nothing wrong with religion. The problem comes in the belief systems, the systems of beliefs, what people believe in. Because belief, by definition, and understanding, when people believe something, um, that means that they don't know it, and that's where it gets funky. And so that's what my previous discussion wanted to. My point was to point that out, separate religion from belief. So we're kind of deconstructing all of that. That's what my talk was about. So we could start that
So
conversation.
so what type of religion would you promote that you would say does not take belief into consideration?
Um, well, just religion in general. That's what it is. So that's just what religion is. Now, if you're asking me belief system, because like Christianity is a belief system, we call it a religion, and I understand we call it a religion. And when people say it's a religion, I understand what they're saying. But in
So
light of what I'm, go
just
ahead,
to
go
be
ahead.
clear on my question is, if we're saying people, religion is a natural thing and everyone has religion,
Yeah.
does that mean that everyone has a belief system?
No, not everybody has a belief system, but every
So
individual have beliefs.
so
But
what
but
religion is not centered around a belief system? What type of a religion would you say is not centered around a belief system?
um, a religion that is based around science, knowing, because the word science or to science is to know things, and so knowledge is the opposite of ignorance or belief. So you either believe or you know, and science and the operations of science as an endeavor is a set of tools that allows us to know when we know. So any religion that that emphasizes knowledge and the seeking of that knowledge that we call, we can call that science, would be the opposite of belief. So that would be my answer to you. So science based religions are much more appropriate and better than belief based religions.
Right, because I'm trying to imagine, because I can understand how people see themselves as one people under a belief type system or a belief type religion, but I'm trying to imagine what that would look like where they would see themselves as one people, because that's what a religion is, where and why some type of science would show them to be one people. um like, I'm trying to figure out how that would work, how science and religion goes together in that sense, in terms of a religion being people seeing themselves as one.
All right, at a take any business. Every business that's not a sole proprietorship or LLC, an individual LLC, but any kind of corporation where you have multiple people, that's a religion, and so it's not based around beliefs. So again, we have to understand what religion actually is, and the role that beliefs come in or out of it. So if you look at a business like Apple, I was saying, the company Apple, it has many moving parts. It has many head of departments, many departments, and so on and so forth. And all those people are united under the company name Apple, and they operate. And there's something that is gluing them together. That's the religion. It's not based around beliefs. It's not based around a belief system or anything
Well, I
like that.
don't.
So it exists, and it's very possible, and it happens every day, all day.
Right. I guess the binding together that I'm thinking about is where people say those are my people. Like when black people, for example, say black people are my people, or like, I don't necessarily see that, because I've worked with corporations before. I still do now, and I don't consider the people I work with as my people. It's
And you
just
know
a
that's
different.
a different question though. But go ahead.
But I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't necessarily call that a religion if a religion means what binds people together and what makes them see each other as one people. We think that people go deep with their jobs, where they see their coworkers as their people. I just
Okay, I
don't
got you.
see that, I think.
No, 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 I got you. So you're now. I just want to point out you're talking about something different now, because when you're saying people seeing other people as themselves, now we're on a different level, and it depend. There's multiple levels to it, and we're at a certain level. So we're talking biologically, in a sense where people could say, okay, that those are my people because I have a biological connection, an affinity with those people, so I'm gonna call them my people. So if we want to introduce the biological components of it, or even the ethnicity components to it, then we have to have a different conversation, because that's what you're invoking when you say that you see the difference between, you don't see your coworkers as one of you, but on the level of the religion itself. Remember, I gave Apple as the example. Let's say I work at Apple and I'm a head of the department of a department there. On the level of the religion of Apple, because I am a part of this team. I am one. We're all part of Apple and we make it work. So on that level that bonds us together to be Apple, the company Apple, and to function, then those are my people on that level. But are they my people ethnically? No. Are they my people biologically? No. So we're talking two different layers and levels here, or three actually. So it just
Sure, and
depends.
yeah, absolutely, and I would agree that it's a different level. I would just say that it's a lower level than ethnicity or race, and even way lower than on a faith or or a God based oneness that people have. I think if we are going to talk about levels, I think a God conscious level of oneness would be above all of the other religions or levels that exist, including ethnicity, race, or your job. I just think that a oneness based on the idea of God would be, in my estimation, at at the among the highest of those levels.
Well, I wouldn't be quick to agree with that, because people who believe in the same God still kill each other and do each other in and backbite and treat each other definitely terribly, if not, involving something fatal or whatever. And you don't do that to people who you see as yourself. And so, like, for example, there are two people that will be perfectly fine having a religion on the level of a business, and be able to conduct and promote and thrive as business partners, but yet people who see themselves as the same kind of people, whether it's the social racial construct or ethnic or whatever, that will do harm to one another. And so I wouldn't be so quick to say stuff like, to say that in terms of God is more powerful than the other, whatever. We're just talking about different levels. I wouldn't put one as more powerful than the other, because in reality we see strong bonds between people who are totally unrelated, totally different cultural backgrounds and whatnot, and they have strong bonds by way of a business camaraderie, and they do
Well,
business very well, and they make money and they make a living and they do X, Y, and Z. We see that all the time, every day.
we may not want to say one is more powerful than the other, but if we are going to say there are levels, then we can say one is on a higher level than the other. You know,
One is more. I would say one is more encompassing, because because on a business you're not going to deal with like we wouldn't use the word business in a conversation with population, but we would say population when we're talking about what you're talking about. So in that sense, I would say bigger or greater, but not in terms of importance or the outcome, because I actually see on a smaller level more success than on the bigger levels. Because look at the so-called black, like everybody that self-identifies as black in the United States of America. Look at how we collectively deal with each other, and I could just end my case right there.
sure, absolutely. Now, just to be clear, when you say one is more encompassing, you mean one just includes more people? Is that what you
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, because the social construct of the racial categories are way bigger than businesses.
Right, and then the idea of God can be even bigger than racial. You don't have to really belong
Yeah,
to a race to.
Yeah,
Right. So, which is,
exactly, exactly.
and that is, and I think that's precisely what I meant when I said it's on a higher level, simply because, it's possible to encompass more people and have more people see themselves as one. And I think that's what I meant when I said it's on a higher level, because, you can include
But
more people.
here's a challenge, right? When we say stuff like that, like we're one. Where is the actuality of it? Like where does that actually play out in reality? Because in the example I just gave, you have the black race. That's a social construct here in the United States, and people self-identify as belonging to that race, right? But and black see themselves as one. We're all one. But when it's played out in the on the stage of life and reality, what's really going on? Because a lot of these things are in my opinion romanticized and whatnot. Because you have a lot of people who ascribe to Christianity that do not behave as if they're one, although they all ascribe to Christianity. They have the same God, they have the same Savior in Jesus Christ, and the whole nine, but yet they don't act like that. And I know the tenet within Christianity is treat your neighbor as one to be treated. All the tenets in there, but even that is not actually manifesting in the adherence to Christianity if you look at it as a whole.
Um, yeah, I think the fact that,
Remember
like
slavery,
being,
the transatlantic slave trade was actually kicked off. Wasn't that a bunch of Christians doing that too?
yes, but whether what they claimed their motives were, to, that it was a form of baptism, that slavery was a form of baptism. So,
A
but
form
that's
of back what?
another. Yeah,
All right, yeah,
yeah,
we
that's what
all
they
right.
said. It was,
Let's talk about that another time because I'm gonna write that
correct.
down.
They called it,
We're gonna have to
they
come
called it
back to that.
baptism by fire. Baptism by fire is what they
Whoa.
called it, because they felt that, the Africans were so savage, that their baptism had to be, by
Harsh.
fire, if you will. Correct. But
Oh
if
man,
you
this
were to
guy.
ask them, according to them, their goal was to help them with their own salvation, and that was the purpose of why they enslaved them,
And
was
it
to
was just
pretty much
convenient that they
save
had
them
free
from
labor.
themselves.
And it was just convenient that they had free labor and force everybody to work and build a country, huh? Okay. That's
Sure.
crazy. That's
Correct.
crazy.
Even today, people do that and claim they're doing it in the best interest of the people that they're helping, when they bring people in and have that people help them around the house doing whatever. But that's a whole nother different topic.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Just
yeah.
that to say,
I wrote it down. So hopefully when you're available another time, let's build on that because I wanna talk about that, man. That's crazy. But go ahead. What you were
sure.
saying before?
Yeah, I was just saying that I think the idea of blackness as a unifier. For example, I think for me it's low level, because you know we can never agree on even what black means. There's no one meaning for black. Nobody can tell you definitively what black means, and it's not based on any type of values. And I think that's why it just doesn't serve as a good source to unify people, just because it's not centered around values. It's just centered around something trivial, like your skin color, or your bone structure. Um, so, again, because of the fact that it's based around values, I think the concept of God is on a higher level than that. And at least, the concepts are written down, and when people fall short of that, it's not necessarily the doctrine that's to blame. It's the people that fall short of it. Um, so I think that those two are kind of just different things. I think oneness under skin color is doomed to fail.
So yeah, yeah, I can understand that definitely because we're not all the same skin color. Like black is not used in its color denotation anyway. It's used for a categorical name, and it's a social construct for the bottom caste of society. That's the bottom line. But that aside, I want to kind of get back to because I don't want to go too far from the topic from the topic that we were talking about. And I know you brought up religion. You wanted me to clarify on that point. So in summary, just again, religion. The purpose of my previous talk was to get people to take a look at religion through a different lens and separate religion from the beliefs, because religion in and of itself, it's when you attach beliefs to it and you make them synonymous. Religion therefore becomes the baby that's thrown out with the bathwater. So instead of us throwing out the bathwater that's dirty, we throw the whole tub out, and then we lose the bonds that religion brings to any group of people. That's why we mistreat each other. That's why we have this adversarial oppositional attitude, and we're promoting bad character over time. It's just deteriorating the bonds that we have and things like that because we're losing the true sense of what religion is about and what it involves. So, but we're trying to get rid of the beliefs, which is appropriate because we don't want to be ignorant. Even though we don't know something, we always should seek to know. So we should always be in flux to gain knowledge and lose belief, but not lose religion. And that was the whole point. We need religion. Anyone who's against religion, it needs to rethink that. It's okay to be against beliefs, but not against religion. And what I just said won't make sense until you separate the two. Because be like, well, isn't religion belief? Oh, which I was just doing some semantic mumbo jumbo stuff, So that's what my previous conversation was about.
Sure, because again, I'm still trying to figure out what religion without a belief system looks like, and other than just somebody working at Apple, and when we say we want to keep religion, but but do away with the belief system and replace the belief with something more scientific, are we simply saying that we just want people to go work at companies? Like, what does that exactly look
No,
like? Like, what does that look
okay,
like? How does that promote moral values? How does that, do what bring out oneness in people, make people see themselves as one? I'm just still not seeing that vision.
okay. I know it's not. Ross, I'm gonna give you the mic in a second, but I think you got to mute for a minute because I'm hearing noise in the background. But I'm gonna pass you the mic, Ross, if you can hear me.
What kind of noise?
I don't know. It's coming from your mic. It's
My
just
air conditioning?
no, no, no. It sounds like you're moving around or something. I don't know. It's just
Oh, okay.
it's just yeah. If you could just mute for a second, I'm gonna pass you the mic. Definitely.
Uh,
Okay, so let me just address that real quick, and then and hopefully we could I'm gonna move on to Rasa. We got Kefre is in here as well. Um, so just very quickly now the attempt. So remember what I said. So a business, because you asked about how does that look. I gave the example of a business because that's exactly how it would look. But not to say that people should join business, but it's the same spirit in which people engage in business, because obviously that happens and that works. So it's not that people gotta join a business or whatever the case is, but I gave one as an example. And so um, I gave Apple, people in Apple, have this religion because they become, they just have this social contract. You ask for one without a belief system, and that's what I did. I invoked the business to show you that. Now, A another attempt or another way to look at this occurring is what we call politics. Because, for example, the United States of America, the document, the binding contract for the oneness of a population of people in North America called the United States of America is called the Constitution of the United States of America. This Constitution is a binding document that defines and creates the Union, and it sets forth different rules or whatever the case is. That sets forth a bond, and then people who are actually brought about to enforce and protect that bond by swearing an oath to protect the Constitution. And so I'm saying that to say that in government, where we invoke politics and all the other kind of stuff, is another attempt. Now, notice in the Constitution, they don't mention in the Constitution itself, they don't mention God, and it's for a reason that they don't do that. Even though people as individuals they'll have gods or whatever the case is, but as far as that bonding aspect of it, it's not. And it speaks to my point that people understand, people who like really dig and understand this stuff, they know the difference between a true religion and how it manifests in reality versus the belief systems that people try to associate with it. And so my point in my previous conversation is for us to learn that and gain that understanding of the separation, and then deal with both of them accordingly. Deal with religion as religion, and deal with belief as belief. And then we'll be straight. We'll be straight. And I can give many, many, many examples of religion, even if it's not formalized and given a name, because that's what most people look for. Well, what's the name of it, and things like that. And then they expect to be able to Google it or wiki that bad boy and say, okay, well, I don't see on Google the Constitution being a religion, would y'all? And then I'm like, oh, of course you won't. But let's define what a religion is. Many things are what they are, but not called what you think that they're called. And so that's why I said misnomers and things like that. So we just have to have that understanding. There's a lot of religion. People have religions all the time, and we use the word in a correct way, all the time. But we don't associate it when we talk about the belief systems, though. Like, and I gave an example: people who watch NFL football every Sunday, or basketball, or soccer that everybody else call football, right? We'll say you watch it religiously. And that's a correct use of the word religion or religious. Because means perpetual, and then legare means to bind. That means you're committing, you're doing something perpetually. And so you watch something religiously, meaning you're watching it all the time. You're committed to watching it. Like, man, that's your religion. Football is your religion. But that don't sound nothing like Christianity or Judaism or Islam. Nobody will associate that the same way. But those are belief systems. Christianity is a set of organized belief system. Is a belief system, organized beliefs. That overlays a religion to control masses of people. As far as Christianity is concerned, it was adopted by the Roman Empire to control the population. And I'm not saying that in a negative way, because every government needs a sense of control. That's what the word govern implies. To govern people. It doesn't always have to be nefarious or negative thing. So anyway,
Indeed. Listen, thanks for your time, bro. Always a
all right,
pleasure.
no problem.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna kick
All right,
back
but
in
listen,
the cut.
I'm gonna look for you. I'm gonna look for you though on that topic about slavery being the baptism though. We had to talk about that.
Indeed. That is quite interesting.
We got to talk about that. All right. So
No,
I
not
think
that you're. No, absolutely.
go ahead.
Next time. Big up.
Okay, next time. Yeah. All right.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Rossan, I think Kafre was in here first. So I'm just give him the courtesy of having the mic first. Caffrey, if you can hear me. Caffrey, I don't know if you can hear me, if you can't hear me. If you're on your phone. I know people who try to come in here on their phone have some difficulty because the browser you have to allow the browser to have access to your mic and stuff like that, even on your phone. So going once, going twice, you may have to leave and come back, and that's if you even at your computer. But Rasan, let me answer this question first. Let me answer this question, and then pass it right to you. Egyptomaniac in the house asks and says, "The Seshu, what are your thoughts on Christianity being stolen from ancient Egypt? Is there any ancient Egyptian influence on Christianity, and how do we identify it?" Okay, um, let me start by saying those are two totally different questions, and I think that that's the problem with the upcoming debate between Jabari and Garfield is in the framing of the discussion itself. I don't think that it's framed um, in a way where we can really take it, really gain much from that because the word stolen is a lot different from influence, and I think most people and their mothers know that ancient Egypt has heavy influence on a lot of things around the world, including Christianity, including Judaism, Islam, etc. The Greco-Roman Renaissance and Hellenization of different Egyptian concepts and stuff like that. Not only Egypt, but you got Persians, Zoroaster, uh, Babylonian, all these other things, even over there in India. So influence happens, but the whole thing about is Christianity stolen from Egypt. That takes a different character in the conversation, and I think people will get stuck on that word stolen and harper on that, and it's just not going to be very productive. But I'm not really speaking on it because I know they got an upcoming debate. Because I will ruin it. I said this last time. If I really speak on these issues, I would ruin it. I would definitely spoil the fun. I would spoil the fun. So I'm reserving my comments until after the debate happens. So that's why you don't see me talk much about it. But people be sending me stuff and asking me questions based on what people are saying. Is Isis Mary? Is Jesus Horus, or is Jesus really Osiris, and stuff like that? And my thoughts. I don't think my thoughts are not popular right now because I will spoil it. I pretty much shut it down. Yep. And if people
Peace
want
with
me to,
y'all.
if
Can you
people,
hear me?
okay, there we go. I can hear you, Caffrey. Yeah, go ahead. I was passing you the mic, but I don't know if you heard me. But go
Yeah,
ahead.
I had unknowingly blocked access, microphone access with this website. So I mean, and I use Google Chrome. So for future reference, whoever wants to chime in, call in and chime in, you have to allow the streaming service to access your Google Chrome browser on your phone.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Something like that. Yep. Okay, so appreciate
Yeah.
that. But
So
yeah, you got the mic.
appreciate you let me come on, man, and build with y'all. Um, and I want to share my thoughts on the so-called conscious community, and I also want to share my thoughts on your previous videos on religion, which I think is a very important topic that needs to be discussed. But I think what keeps coming to my mind is uh, culture, like seeing religion as culture, and what you and the brother was talking about before on your example of someone working at Apple. Well, I'm in corporate America, and that's all we hear all the time: company culture, organizational culture, and in a sense, what they're talking about is a religion. like a certain way we should do things, how we should behave with one another, rules, procedures, and how to interact with each other. How do we bind with each other and get some things done as far as business? What I, in my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, this is culture, and religion is a vital aspect of culture in my mind, particularly when you define it in the way that we've been discussing or you've been discussing over the past couple of days. So I think religion and culture is sort of inseparable.
Well, let me just say something. Um, Now we could sit here right now and make a case for religion and belief being synonymous, and the same thing we could do with religion and culture. We could say religion and culture are synonymous, and we could make a case for that. But my previous discussion, what I'm trying to do is to remove the problem, because we make religion synonymous with belief, and because we make religion also synonymous with culture. This is why we have the problems that we have in these discussions. And so what I'm trying to do is solve the problem. And so, like I said, I'm a conflict resolutionist. I'm a solutionist. So I'm trying to propose something that will cause us to move forward. And so we need to separate religion from belief, which is justified because of the very meaning of these words and how these words were used at all times up until a certain point. Same thing with culture and religion. So culture. So I do understand culture and religion get overlaid and made synonymous a lot, but their two are also different. A culture, like if I had to summarize these things, right? And I had this on the board. I'm just not going to take the time to pull all this stuff up. But if I had to summarize everything and simplify it, religion, think of religion as binding contracts,
Right.
and then think of belief as accepting things that you don't know, which is ignorance. All right, and then think of culture as an environment where organisms can thrive. Right, so culture is more so the overarching environment,
Right.
and religion is a subsection of culture because that forms the bonds. And so they feed and play off of each other, but they're not the same though. And so as long as we have this understanding, and then to define science um is the set of tools that we utilize in the pursuit of knowledge. And then science is also the body of knowledge itself. So science and belief can not occupy the same space at the same time. You either know or you don't know. And how we know when we know, like the moment that we leave the state of belief and move into the state of knowing, that epistemological endeavor, we have to use tools to make that determination, and those are the tools that we also call science. Those scientific tools, and so as long as we have that understanding, then I think we could make progress in these conversations.
Right.
That's part of my point.
Yeah, and I think also too. Do you think it would be better to, or do you think it would be more productive to define it from a sociological perspective? You know what I mean? Like, okay, religion is a part of a social, or is a part of social institutions. Belief, belief is just it's that I think that falls within the realm of philosophy and epistemology. Like
Yeah,
when
yeah,
someone
you're
says, "Oh,
absolutely
well,
right.
I believe this is true," and you ask them why, and they say, "Oh, well, just because I know, I believe it." That's
Oh,
epistemology.
you're
It's
absolutely
bad epistemology, but it's
yes,
epistemology nonetheless.
yes, and that's absolutely correct. That's exactly, and I hope I said that last time I brought this up. I said religion is under the domain of sociology, and belief is under the domain of epistemology. It's a degree of it. So moving, like if you had to set forth a range, like if you had a line on the far left, would be absolute ignorance, and on the far right would be absolute knowledge. And so you move the needle from knowledge over to from the left over to the right based on performing different things. And that falls under epistemology, knowledge, the study of knowledge, and how we know when something's known, all that good stuff. Science is in there. Mathematics is in there. It's the use of logic. Science is the domain of evidence. Math is the domain of logic and reasoning. Then on the other hand, you have social aspects, sociology, where you have how human beings behave. You have psychology, which is a study of the human mind and behavior. You have the behavioral sciences and things like that. But then you have how human beings bond and treat and deal with one another. And that's where religion falls into play. And so these are two different greater domains that have interplay with each other. Because the bonds that people set up with one another is usually based on either what they know or don't know. So they're not independent of each other. They operate with each other.
Right. Interrelated.
Exactly. They're
And basically what you're
interrelated.
talking about are social contracts, which that's a clear those are clear concepts that we can learn about in the realm of sociology. And it makes
Exactly.
sense because getting back to the conscious community, and this is what I kind of wanted to get a better understanding of, because I got I got introduced to the circus community back in '04, and now prior to that, like, it's kind of foggy. I don't know how it all developed, but and I don't mean to call names, but I first got into Sonetta TV. You know what I mean? And and ironically, it was the same behavior, the same energy, the same behavior styles from back in '05. It's the same type of behavior today. And like, ain't nothing changing. And so, of course, as with most people, I moved on from that, and I developed from that. As the saying goes, I ate the fish and spat out the bones. But as far as that circus community or whatever, I don't know what the initial intent of it was to begin with. Like, they call it conscious community, but if the goal was never to create tangible geographical communities where we take care of business and produce real stuff, like you were saying, like, what's the point? It's really not a community. So I guess the question is, what's the backdrop of conscious community before '04?
Yeah, now that there'll probably be some people better qualified to give you a nice history on that, and I think it should happen. I think somebody needs to take the wheel on that and do a show. Excuse me, do a show on the history of the conscious community and the evolution of it, because now I have in my mind a chronology and things that I could probably talk about and mention, but I think an actual show should be done. I think that would be really good to inform people about the conscious community, starting from the people that the elders that we have grown to know and love, with George G.M. James, Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Asa Hilliard, all these different names that you hear people drop their names, and the formation of what was known then, this conscious community, and its genesis, where they used to give lectures at the slave theater, and all this kind of things is done in person, then how it is digitized when we got the internet and all this other kind of things. Start off with DVDs and people selling videotapes of their lectures and stuff, and transcriptions of their lectures and everything. So I think that would be good. So
But I
if
think
anybody's listening, I think that should be done. That should definitely be something that should be done. A full video, a full thing on the history of the conscious community and its evolution.
I think if I'm not mistaken, and I agree, there needs to be some type of expose on that. But I think if my if if my history serves me correctly, I think it started with the Harlem Renaissance. Um, and with Hubert Harrison and Schomburg and a lot of those other those giants, like you said, and it carried on through John Henry Clark, Asa Hilliard, and all those other guys. But see, to me, that it started off as a good, productive thing, and I
Oh
guess
yeah.
it just degraded over time.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things do that. That's what I'm saying. So okay, now check this out. As you're saying that, and that's why I'm proposing or I'm suggesting that somebody takes the wheel and do a presentation on the history of the conscious community from its genesis, to where we are now with it. I think that would be excellent to do, and hopefully they do a good job with it, right? Um, because here's the thing. Now, I'm not trying to change the subject from what you're saying, but I'm gonna give an example. When it comes to language, right, and we're dealing with linguistics, which is the study of language in all the different areas and aspects. There's a part of that called etymology, which is the history of language, the study of the history of language. Now, in my conversations, I know there are people who have a misunderstanding of that. They think that etymology is the old, like they look at etymology as something old, like the old version, or what the word used to mean when it was first coined or whatever. But etymology is the study of the history, meaning its genesis, or in linguistic terms, we'll say when it becomes a neologism, when it becomes newly formed and coined, all the way up to its present use. And so by us studying how the word evolves and the semantic expansion or contraction that it has, we can better analyze it. So the same thing can happen for the conscious community. If we study its genesis up to where it's at now and everything in between, we can have a better understanding of it. And once we have a better understanding, we can make the adjustments. And that's what I'm proposing back on the word religion and the word belief. Because making these adjustments, it will help us propel the conversation. No more will people be allowed to demonize religion or throw the baby out with the bathwater. We could put our focus on knowing, taking the beliefs and actually formulating research questions and creating them as problems that needs to be solved, and then solving them. And we'll approach it all different. Everybody can
Yeah,
chime in
yeah, I
on that.
agree
We
with
don't have
that.
to we don't have to be opponents to one another. We can start same team in it. Let the problem be the enemy and not each other.
Yeah, yeah, but that involves a level of maturity though,
It's
and
not sexy. It's not sexy like
yeah, it
it's
ain't
like
it ain't
the
it ain't
video.
yeah, it ain't sexy. Yeah,
That's not sexy. See, it's not. It don't have the it's not sexy enough. So um yeah, but I know I see the chat. The chat has been riding on American Dream. I didn't even know it. I'm seeing the sister Jolanda Juju. Peace to the sister Juju. How you doing? And the sister Tiffany, Miss Tiffany. Uh, yeah, they they have some comments about American Dream. So apparently, I'm not aware of the other conversations that you all have with American Dream. So y'all, maybe you all could fill me in. But evidently, American Dream has a reputation with them. Um, so yeah, I just wanted to point that out. I'm reading the comments. Um, but Rasan, I know you've been holding on for a minute, and I know you probably want to talk about something when you first came on. So, you got the mic.
I can. I think I can. I don't know. We'll see. Can you hear me though, baby? I know sometimes we have issues.
Now, right now, I can hear you good. When you first started, you were low. So whatever you did to put that mic close to you, I think we're good.
Okay. I kind of leaned forward when I did. um,
Oh, well,
yeah.
put
So
that mic right there so we can hear you.
yeah. Yeah. So to kind of go on some of what you all were talking about just now, dealing with the whole question of sociology, ultimately, culture involves, I think, like three main areas, and that's political, um, or at least social behavior involves three areas: it's political, economic, and cultural. Now, the thing about cultural is that, in my view, culture is actually the higher thing under which the other two things fall, because culture deals with human behavior. It deals with behavior that is not human, not necessarily human behavior, but the behavior of society, so to speak. Um, that being said, then what comes into question is behavior that is pro-social, and then behavior on the other hand, you have on the other side you would have antisocial behavior. You know, whereas pro-social behavior would be focused on uh, power to or empowerment. Antisocial behavior ultimately becomes fixated on power over, control over individuals. So that being said, when you look on the pro-social side and cultural, that's dealing with culture. Power to, in my view, true culture is dealing with power to, empowerment. Whereas, on the other side, you got the power over. That's more focused, on ideology. It's not really, it's behavior, yes, but it's more of a deterioration of culture, a mutilation of culture, in that, ultimately it begins to uh, 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 tear down the society, rather than to build it up. It begins to tear down individuals rather than to build up individuals. You know, um, on the other side, you have, on pro-social side, you're going to have, in my view, you have philosophy, you know, that's opposite ideology, you know. Um, but something I'm going to disagree with you about, under the philosophical side, is what seems to be your take on belief, which I think you should take the same perspective that you're taking now on religion, which is that's not belief. Belief is not the enemy, and the reason I say that is because ultimately the world that we see before us, comes to us, through secondary um, tools, our eyes, our ears, things that really we're really sitting inside of a box and we're getting information from those tools. You know, there may be there in fact quite often find that there are other things that our tools are not focused on that creates that once we realize that we understand something else, and that's what knowledge is, and that's why epistemology is focused on that. And I think there's something y'all said earlier kind of I don't know, kind of seemed to be a misunderstanding of epistemology. Because for me, the epistemology, it deals with knowledge itself. And I
Mm-hmm.
would say that the opposite side of epistemology would be like talk, these are kind of like talking points, ideological talking points. I'm still kind of fuzzy on what I would call it right now, but talking points was the first thing that came to my mind. Because they really are not based on any true philosophy. What they're focused on is the power over aspect. They're trying to, and something I probably should have kind of said earlier, kind of deal with this in-group type thing, where this in-group thing becomes like a primary function of the behavior of the group, of the ideology, of the system itself. Dogmatism might be a better way of putting it, and it's dogmatism is dealing with anti. So it kind of ultimately it starts tearing down society, making it kind of antisocial behavior. I don't think epistemology is necessarily that, because again, that's a part of philosophy, which is it's a part of culture, which is a pro-social thing in my view. Okay, and epistemology is knowledge based. You know, so I mean, I think we got to be careful about because even in uh, uh, belief itself, kind of going back on what I was saying before about eyes and ears and nostrils and stuff like that being our tools that helps us collect information from the environment. The truth is that knowledge really is, when we say knowledge, really what we really mean is the most recently knowledge, understanding of the way things is. If we're sensible, with that knowledge and we're handling it correctly, then we're always searching for more information that may, in fact, eliminate our current knowledge stance. So ultimately, it's knowledge. It's knowledge focused. But the one thing I want to kind of say about the belief thing is that there's a thing in philosophy called true belief, which is basically the belief in that which the belief in that which otherwise disbelief would be absurd. I think I said that right. So there can be a thing that you believe in, you know, and if you disbelieve, and we see this a lot in the current, we look at the news every day, we see these people out here, just saying stuff, and they believe in this stuff, but really, it's absurd what they're believing, you know. So, anyway, my point is that there is a good belief that we should be kind of holding on to, because ultimately our knowledge does kind of have some reliance on belief, because it and the proof of that is that we are constantly developing that, and eliminating what we believed a moment ago, so that so belief is not the enemy. Belief in absurdities is where the problem comes in. That's where dogma comes in, and that's where power over type ideologies kind of take over our mindset, And so anyway, that's what I had to add to it at the moment.
So let me. You said a lot. Let me
Yeah.
just because I don't really, I don't think, because you said you prefaced that part by saying it's something that you may disagree with, but I don't really think it is, because um I can see what you're saying, right? But here's the thing about belief. Belief is more so, and I discussed this last time on my previous uh discussion on the previous video. Belief, it's the stance, it's the idea or concept of holding something dear to you that you don't know if it's true or not, but you hold it dear to you as if it is. So within belief, it implies not knowing. It's just something that you have accepted. So I summarize it by saying the accept belief is the acceptance of something that you do not know. The accept part takes care of the love part, the wish, the desire part in the word believe. And so I can believe something as true and be 100% wrong, but I can still hold that dear to me and just not know that it's wrong.
Yeah. The
And
problem
I
though is
and
that
and I and I did and I did nothing. Go ahead, say it again.
sorry. The problem there
So,
is that you can believe in
mhm.
something that's completely reasonable to believe in. And when I say reasonable, it's saying you have all the evidence there. You know, I mean, and what I'm trying to say is, for instance, science has believed several things, many things that we could, get a whole list of, but later eliminated. Because continued work on the subject, develop more knowledge on the matter. You know,
Well, that's
but
why that's why I said earlier. That's why I paint. See, I don't have my whiteboard up, but that's why earlier I said if people look at it as a line, like a range, a line. On the far left, you got belief. On the far right, you got knowing or knowledge, and then everything in between. So it's a constant pursuit But remember, science in doing science, we all have beliefs. That's why I said every individual has have beliefs because because we don't know everything. So we start at beliefs, but belief is not the preferred state to be in. We would rather, like, if we had to choose from being ignorant versus knowing, we're supposed to be choosing knowing. And so what we should be busy at is devising tools, methods, and standards on how to move the needle from ignorance to knowledge.
Okay,
And that's what science that's what science provides us with.
I think what might help kind of focus the conversation a little bit, kind of at least addressing what I was kind of trying to point out about belief was the question about the belief in that which otherwise disbelief would be absurd. Now, uh, you know, it might help if you address that particular. Again, I'm equating that type of belief, that true belief, with knowledge. So my
Okay,
question,
yeah. Now if you
handle
yeah,
handle
yeah, if you are defining knowledge as to believe something, whereas to not believe it would be absurd, then that's how you're defining knowledge, and then we're still on the same page.
Okay, well,
Because because
So
because all I'm doing is I'm separating religion from belief.
well, see,
And
that's my
so
point. My point though is if I were going to alter your graph that you drew earlier, I would have on one side true belief, under which in the make or slash knowledge, and then
yeah,
I would
that's
have
what I was gonna ask.
yeah yeah
well, but here's
So I,
but
so
but here's
go
here's
ahead,
let
brother.
me just say it. But here's the thing: if you're gonna make if you're gonna say true belief slash knowledge, then we might as well say knowledge. Now
Well, no,
it
but
now
see,
it
the problem
it
with that is that we're creating by not accepting that. See, here's the problem with religion, particularly. Belief becomes this whole thing where it becomes an excuse to accept bullshit. Excuse my language, you know. And so my thing is that you know uh, you know by by giving them the whole word belief, that creates a real problem, and it sets up a negative outcome, fostering negative outcomes to give them that because ultimately it gives them a realm that they can kind of take control of and screw with people's minds on, you know. But on the other side, you got, and this is not to say, again, brother, I have no problem using the word knowledge. I use it all the time. But but if we are quite honest about knowledge itself and the fact that we cannot know everything at a particular moment, at least we have no evidence at this point of such. The point is that any knowledge that we have is essentially only a belief in that which otherwise disbelief would be absurd. So all I'm doing there is I'm just see, you define belief. You didn't necessarily define knowledge, or at least you did not do so without the reality that in the truth, belief is in there somewhere, and we have to accept that, you know.
But I
And that's
think
okay. So
that
let me
begs
so let
another
me let me jump
question.
in. Go ahead.
I was
I want
saying
to I
that
want to
begs
clarify
another
this.
question. So I think in the definition that you have on the screen, Wu, is an important part of that definition is the word true. Like I think we got to define that if we're gonna put belief in its proper context. Because I can say someone can say my truth, and you hear that a lot, my truth. Well, what if I come along and say, well, true or truth is defined as that which is in accordance with fact or reality? Well, if we base it on reality, then there's no such thing as my truth, or my truth has to align with reality. And if it doesn't align with reality, which is a lot of what the Abrahamic belief systems are based on,
the acceptance of something that doesn't necessarily align with reality, then we can kind of tease out what the problem is. And that's pretty much what I wanted to say. But you can go ahead with your. I'm listening.
No, I was saying so that we can move. I don't, Rasan. I don't think you're saying anything different. It's just that you, because I don't disagree with what you said. It's just that your preference in the words that you choose at the end of the day are going to be slightly different than what I'm choosing.
But no,
Because
don't get me wrong, brother. I don't walk around saying true belief. I don't really.
okay, then,
I'm already, I'm already,
then
let's
we say,
be clear about something,
then,
brother. My only
hold on,
point
then we
here,
say the
my,
same
my
thing.
only point here was to identify at the essential nature of knowledge. You know,
Okay,
uh,
so okay, let me all right, so let me just because I don't think we're saying anything different. So let me just summarize it in my way then.
yeah.
Because here's the thing. Um if we don't look at it as a spectrum or a continuum, then we could get thrown off. So that's why I gave. So I pulled this up, one, so I can get my trusty whiteboard real quick. So if we look at it as this continuum, then we'll be clear. So I'm just gonna draw this line real quick, and so everybody can understand, so nobody get lost. So we got this line right here, and on the left hand side, I'm gonna put the word belief here, or believe. The other form of the word believe. If I can spell it right. Uh, okay, is that right? Why it look funny? And let me look right. All right, so I'm gonna put belief on the left, and I'm gonna put knowledge no on the right. Now, if I present this, then it's clear to everybody who's exposed to this. They will know what I mean, because now they'll see it as a spectrum. So this will be a spectrum or a grid where, depending on where you fall on the grid, will determine which one you use. So now you can sway back and forth on here. You can sway back and forth on here. So we start off over here, but hear me out. We start off in ignorance. So that's another word I'm gonna put over here. This is ignorance right here, which means do not know. A state of ignorance. So we start off in a state of not knowing, which is the word ignorance. And ignorance is different than belief. So if I start in a state of ignorance, which means I'm starting off in a state of not knowing, but then if I accept something without knowing, now I have moved or enhanced my ignorance with belief. Because the key word in the word belief is the word leaf, which is love, which is to hold something dear, which is why I had the definition and the etymology on the screen before right here. That's the whole key to the word belief, is that which somebody holds dear. So if I'm already in a state of not knowing, and then I hold that state dear for any given topic or subject or issue, then now I am in a state of belief. I believe it. I don't know it. I believe it. And I'm happy with it, because that's why belief come in, because belief is to love, is to hold dear.
The
So I
problem,
so
the problem you have though, brother, is that one can hold knowledge dear.
okay, wait. I'm getting to that. I'm getting to
Okay,
that.
okay, okay.
It's not a problem. So now, if I hold this dear, then what that does, it stops my pursuit, because I already love it. I already hold it dear. Then I'm not inclined to pursue knowledge. I'm not inclined to fact check it. I'm not inclined to apply rigor to discern whether it's true or not. I'm cool because I believe it. Now that's how it functions in real life. Belief. People are satisfied. But now you have those people who are in a state of ignorance, who are not happy. They do not beloved it. They do not love that state. So they grab the tools, any tool that will allow them to move in this direction, to the state of knowledge. And so this is the difference. What's implied and implicit in the word believe is the acceptance part. That's why I had it bold and underlined here. It's that which you accept. People who pursue knowledge, they do not accept not knowing. That's why they pursue knowledge in the first place. Now, once you arrive at knowledge, and there's tools that allow you to know when something's known, and we call this, and I can put this up here. So we call these tools in today's terms, we call these scientific tools. They're scientific. If I can spell that right. I don't know what's going on. Scientific. These are tools associated with science, right? So I would say scientific. I'll put science. Let me just put science for now and math. Okay. These are two big domains that allow us playing room in order to know when something is known. Okay. So this is why science and math is at the opposite end of ignorance and belief. Now, like you said, once you know something, you can hold that knowledge dear and everything. And but we don't call that holding knowledge dear belief. That's not what we do.
Again, brother, I think there's a number of things that come to mind when I look at your graph here.
Okay.
Um, the first thing is that the truth be told, you can still have ignorance over here in knowledge, over knowledge. Okay. Now, a good scientist will,
No, you can't.
every as he's traveling towards this day, a good scientist will always accept the possibility of ignorance at every point, as he moves over here, including once you reach the place where he has not. Now, the problem comes when you, and again, this is what I'm saying. Ultimately, this is one of the reasons I used the word dogmatism earlier. Um, what dogmatism brings to the table is that, and I'll try not to get there. What I do is I'll just kind of, instead of getting into the primary areas that deal with that, I kind of break it down to this. The problem is that when knowledge and science, these two things can become nothing more than symbols, okay? And these things become nothing more than symbols because ultimately, what sets science apart from ignorance, and keeps it moving, in a developmental manner, is that science is based on principles. This is the search of principles, the adherence of principles. The problem is that knowledge and science itself, as an idea, can become an ideology. And once it becomes an ideology, it's nothing more than a symbol, and it's gutted of its principles. A good example of that is phrenology. A good example of that is some of the racist, scientific, quote unquote, scientific ideas that black people had to deal with, or even non-whites had to deal with, coming into this century. Science can be bullshit. Okay. When I say that,
but it takes science to make other science bullshit, though.
Well, no, that's why I'm about to correct it. I'm saying what I'm saying there is that science can become a tool. I'm sorry. Science can be mutated into dogmatism and ideology, and that's when we get into this bullcrap. We start feeding into antisocial behavior and all that. So, and what happens there is, again, oddly enough, you have very learned people who have spent years in school, have a lot of knowledge, about stuff, but have twisted that knowledge into an ideology because they have perhaps some political ideology that they're adhering to, and adhering to true science, will usurp their real goal, which is power over others. You know, so my point in saying all that is to say that we got to be careful in creating these graphs, because what ends up happening is that we start looking at these graphs. On this side we got ignorance slash belief, and we start associating that. A good example, I'm just going to be put it honestly, okay? Kind of what I've described is what I saw develop, in the Amin Ra squad. Okay, brothers walking around, squad up, and they got involved in the little bud phrases that they said to each other, and after a while, it's like they became like sourceologists and all that stuff. But ultimately, what ended up happening is that you had a bunch of people just really just trying to keep the group on top of whatever they thought was the bottom. They just wanted to be on top. And they did it by pretending that it was about science, and really a lot. And at some point, it was like it had nothing whatsoever to do with science. So, and this is not, and again, I got to be very careful with that. I'm not saying everybody involved with the Omnibus Squad, but there was a culture that developed in that situation where a lot of BS was starting to kind of float around in there. So we got to be careful about. Let me say this one last thing, and let me finish. All I'm saying is that we have to be careful about setting up a situation where we think that science can't be manipulated, and making
you're right.
science simple.
You're right. You're right. And I think what's important to understand is methodology. Trying to just say that you're a science, anyone can say that they're a scientist. Anyone can make any type of claim, but unless they explain or go at it a certain way using certain methodologies, then whatever they say can be labeled as hogwash. And this ties into what I was gonna say, that in response to brother Wujahu's graph. And I think the whole purpose of that spectrum, like the purpose of knowledge or the purpose of belief, ultimately is truth. Like that I think that has to be like laid down. Like the whole point of science is to know, and the methodology, science is just a method. It's a set of tools that is used to attempt to falsify, like you said, brother, scientific theories. Like you may have called it something else, like dogma, but science is for the purpose of falsifying theories, updating information, and that's why knowledge science is so much more powerful than just saying, "Oh, I just believe it to be true." Well, your belief is not falsifiable. It's not. Belief is not falsifiable. Religious belief, particularly the Abrahamic faiths, you can't falsify it, because all someone got to do is just say, "Yeah, I believe in the Noah story." I don't need scientific evidence. I don't need proof. I don't need none of that. Well, it's not falsifiable. And that, to me, is not a good pathway to truth. Knowledge and science and the scientific method is a good pathway to the truth.
Okay, so I don't want to get hung up too much here, because I think that what I'm still hearing, I still think that we're all in the same boat, because but I do want to make clear that science, what science is a couple of things at one time, and I always define science as two things at once. One is a set of tools that allow us to a set of discerning tools that allow us to know when something is known. And then number two for science is the body of knowledge that's acquired and accumulated by the use of number one, which is those tools. That's what science is. Now, science can be, or the body of knowledge can be used to manipulate and do things and whatnot, and all that other kind of stuff. But that's a separate conversation. But the actual actually do science, perform science, and execute science is a discerning endeavor. And belief, there's no need to discern, because what's implied and implicit in the very word belief is to accept something. It's just to hold it dear without any process at all. And that's the problem. People just accept something without applying any methodology, any process in pursuit of knowing it. Like you just said, all somebody has to do is just believe Jesus Christ is their personal savior and in their heart, and they are saved. Just believe it. That's it. And that's what beliefs have come. Like if I say something and they say I believe you, then you did nothing to confirm or whatever what I'm saying. You just accepted it. We belief is synonymous with accept. If I tell y'all something, if I say, hey, I'm 19 years old, and you say I believe you, Wujau, what you're saying is that you accept my statement as true. You just simply accept it as true. You don't know if it's true or not. That's what belief is. And so the difference is science. What a person who's not satisfied with that, they will try to do something to discern whether I'm saying something is true or not. That's the difference. And as long as we understand that difference, we're cool. No matter what labels we use for that process, but as long as we understand the two different processes, one is a lack of a process, it's just the acceptance, and the other one is the application of a process leading up to knowing when you know something. Now, to your point, science is the tool to bring us to the point of knowledge. Ultimate knowledge is really experience. When you actually have make contact with something, that's the ultimate knowledge. And not everybody, like I don't have to get hit by a truck to know that getting hit by a truck will hurt. It hurts, or it could kill me. So I don't have to personally experience it, which would be ultimate knowledge, but I can use other tools to come to that knowledge. You see, and so science provides the tools for us to know when we know something. And so as long as we understand all these little differences and nuances, then we're good. We're in the same boat. And I think
Also, too, Joe. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The only problem, again, I don't think there's really much of a disagreement, except for, I think where things got sloppy in the past, with, Sinetta TV and Rock Squad in some cases, is that, we got to realize that there are a lot of people out here, who don't really know much, okay? And they latch on to things, okay? And they'll latch on to those things because you got to realize all these things are, everybody wants to feel good about themselves, okay?
Right.
And as responsible advocates of science, I think you have to take in consideration that those type of people, can easily manipulate themselves into taking the word itself, and creating an identity around that has nothing to do whatsoever with science. And all I'm saying is that this is the problem of social media. The problem with social media is that you have a lot of people who are ignorant, And this is I'm not trying to diss anybody. I'm just dealing with reality. I mean, I watched a psychologist, describe her first video, her describing her first experience on just watching when she first got on Facebook, and she was horrified. She was horrified because she knew that this was going to give people with true psychological issues an opportunity to just go crazy,
Yeah.
And so the thing is, we have to be responsible. This really is why I'm talking about this. It's more so about responsibility to understand that even when we talk about science, even when we advocate science, we have to be clear, about how we're going to handle people's handling of that,
Yeah.
and so we got to be careful
But
about.
I want to.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I get what you're saying, and I think that that's definitely valid because we see, we can observe that for sure, and but I don't want to leave out before we move to maybe move to a different topic or whatever. I don't want to leave out the outcome of the two different things. So let me just while I'm saying this, I'm just gonna put that little thing up there. So we got two different sides or extremes of the same stick or the same spectrum, right? The outcome of one side from the other is worthy to take note of because especially dealing with something that's very valuable or important to you, right? So let's say that you have a loved one that needs help from a medical professional, and that medical professional uses such language and demeanor. Well, I believe this. I believe that. I believe that we could do this, or I believe that this will help. Or I believe, versus going to someone that um, knows and they use that kind of language and they actually demonstrate. They actually use tools to demonstrate to you that they know what they know. So in real life's activities, we can clearly see that one is preferred over the other if we're being real. That we prefer knowledge over belief. We prefer to know rather than not know. That's the preference, even though both exist. But we prefer these things, and so that's the
But by
outcome.
saying, by saying that, you're not really addressing the issue that I'm raising, Mujab.
No, 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 no,
Well, well,
no. With your issue, all I'm saying to your issue is yes, okay. What you last said, we have people that are you use the word ignorant that are ignorant, um, and I don't understand how that's an issue because obviously if they're ignorant of something, they don't know
Yeah, what I'm
something.
saying though
So
is that in that
what?
situation, what happened again? What I'm saying is how we present the information sometimes helps, because we're all ignorant to some extent. Okay, but how we handle the information, how we, because knowledge, if we treat, knowledge as the important thing that we're making it out to be, then, and then we're doing it in a social environment, and the purpose of that environment is to spread knowledge, then to handle it in a way that creates space, or at least allows space for people to mishandle it, is
Yeah.
exactly what the problem is with the Bible. For
Okay. So let me address what you
you
last
know,
said. That but this my point. I am addressing what you say. I don't. I'm saying I agree with that because you have people who are ignorant of things. Now here's the thing. Every human is ignorant. But now we have to drill down. Ignorant of what? Like I'm ignorant for of a lot of things. But so I am as an individual, I am ignorant because I don't know everything. But if you were to drill down on a specific issue, I would have to change my answer. Be like, nope, I'm not ignorant of this, or I'm not ignorant of that, or whatever the case is. So we don't have to say people are ignorant because we that's a default, right? Everybody is ignorant of something. But in your case and what you're saying, this environment does allow people or give people the medium to act like they know something when they really don't. And they talk a lot about things that they don't know, and they can present things in a way as if they know, but they really don't know. And that happens all the time, and that's problematic. And that's what I'm dealing with. That's what I complain about all the time. People talking loud and ain't saying nothing.
yeah, that's
and
one of the reasons
so
why I'm big about.
Jaru,
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
I was gonna ask. So, do you think, looking at your graph, do you think it will also be beneficial, like to add skepticism to the right and gullibility to the left? Because I think that's a part of the problem too. When people just claim that they know this and know that, and they present information, and a lot of people they just buy it hook, line, and sinker. And I think that's an aspect of gullibility And that's also a problem, a major problem in a lot of the Abrahamic faiths too. Like there's a large aspect of gullibility with these religions or these belief systems, which is I would think which is a part of the problem. And all it takes is just a little skepticism in not only the conscious community but in life in general, like even in these churches. And this is why a lot of churches, they shun critical thinking and free thought. You know, they don't want you to ask too many questions, but asking questions is an aspect of skepticism, you know, which I think could be a pathway to, well, let me find out, let me go learn and try to up my knowledge so I can find out.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I put them on there. Gullibility goes with naivety and the I guess preponderance for people to just accept things, and that's what gullibility is. And skeptics or skepticism is that questioning mind, that mind that doesn't have that knee jerk first reaction to just accept something. They want to question it to make sure. And so um, those are usually people. Skepticism is usually a main or required ingredient for science to take place. Because if you're not skeptic on something, then you're just going to accept it, and you're going to fall on the left on the belief, and you're just going to accept something and be cool with not knowing. Whereas if you have that that skepticism mind, um, where you're skeptic, then you're going to question and make sure, and that's going to lead you on utilizing the tools to where you can know, and you're going to try to falsify things. You're going to try to make sure, you're going to discern, you're going to compare, you're going to contrast, you're going to do this and the third. And all of this, everything we're saying, mind you, everything we're saying is incorporated in every human being. Like every one of us, like all of us talking right now, we have a degree of, like, there's things we believe, there's things we know, there's things we may be gullible about, there's things we may be skeptical about, because within every person is a hierarchy of value and of importance, or something that is really important. Like I'm not going to just accept something that I feel that's very important, that's life changing, or whatever. That's why I gave the example of a doctor, giving talking to somebody who needs help, because that's something that's critical and vital. But if it's just somebody telling me, hey, this cookie has 300 calories in it, I'm not going to try to fact check that. Like that's not important enough for me to go through the whole process. So I'm gonna be like, all right, I'm gonna take you on your word for it. I'm gonna believe that. I'm gonna believe you on that, and then I'm gonna eat that cookie, or whatever the case is. So all of these things have interplay with each other. That's why I say it's a range. It's a range that we're not gonna be one or the other. But both of these realities exist simultaneously. It's just that we prefer, on critical things and important things, we prefer to be on the right hand side of my diagram, hands down. But there are some people who don't. They don't mind, because here's the thing: if I think that when I die, there's two choices of places that I'm gonna go. That first when I die, that I'm gonna continue to survive in some form or fashion, and I can either go to a place called hell or a place called heaven. To me, and then that be eternal. That's very important to me. If I accept that, first of all. So to me, I would make sure that everything checks out and confirms itself, to make sure I get to that good place versus the bad place. But for some reason, the way the belief systems are set up, people don't have that spark to make sure. They just accept it. And that's what I was talking to the other brother, American Dream. When it comes to beliefs, there's a play on fear and a whole bunch of other aspects that will cause that manipulation for people to be satisfied to be in a state of ignorance rather than knowledge and knowing. So that's that. I don't know if y'all want to, keep beating that down anymore, but I did have this picture up on the screen. Now, mind you all in the chat, the panel link is still available. It's still pinned, should be pinned to the top. So I'm trying to get through these comments and things like that. But somebody sent me this, and I had it on the screen. Let me put it back on the screen. This right here. Somebody sent me. Well, actually, they sent me a cropped picture of it, and so and I already have this image. So I'm showing the fuller image of it, and they sent this to me, and they were saying, and I didn't really understand the question. So maybe one of you all in the chat can help me out here, because I don't want to wait to get a response from that person. But this was sent to me, and they were asking, did the Egyptians believe that that men impregnated women with a full human being, and something like that, something along the lines of, did the Egyptians believe that men gave women full human beings, and that's how childbirth happened and whatnot. But they sent me this picture, and I don't understand what the picture has to do with the question. And so I responded to the person in my message, and they haven't got back to me yet. So maybe, I'm putting it up, so maybe you all can help me out here. Maybe something was said, because they were saying it as if this was being claimed, or somebody was making this claim, or was being done, and I haven't seen any videos and things like that. So maybe you all can talk to me. Kefri, are you familiar with that?
No, I mean, I'm familiar with some of the iconography, but I'm not familiar with the text itself.
No, I'm talking about was this picture
the actual question?
Yeah, because it's got to be coming from somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that question. I don't understand the nature of the question.
Okay, so I can't really address it then. Well, I mean I can in general. I'm not, maybe not.
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna ask, man. I was gonna pull what Donnie used to do. Hey, man, just go into it, man. Forget about the question.
Yeah, Donnie. Shout out to Donnie, boy. I think Donnie was in the chat. Yeah. So, well, okay. Well, let me just address what I think this is, and I can say this, that for the question to be associated with this image, that is definitely not. There's no association there with the any belief that men gave women full human beings or whatever the case is. Nothing about that is in this picture. Nothing in the glyphs of what it says or anything like that. This is, first of all, let me just give people a summary of what you're looking at. This is from the papyrus of Henut Tawi, which is a woman. Her name is Henut Tawi, which means the mistress of the two lands. The word Tawi is two lands, and Henut is wife, mistress, or what have you. This is her so-called Book of the Dead. This is a piece of her Book of the Dead, and there's other pieces to it. This is one of the vignettes, and this particular scene is not found on many other Books of the Deads. This scene is actually a variation of scenes from the underworld texts involving the death, rejuvenation, and birth cycles, particularly of the sun. Okay, so on the far left, you see the sun embedded on the backs of two lions, and that particular sun, and I know y'all can't see my cursor, but that particular sun disk in the center of it is the totem for Abju, and that is done that way because it's supposed to represent the Wasirian aspect of the sun. All right, that's why that's there. And so this whole image is talking about the journey or the death, rejuvenation, and the rebirth of the sun. But these are used as figurative expressions on a person's life and so on and so forth. So this is why it's in the Peret Emeru, or the so-called Book of the Dead. Now this is kind of rare in the Peret Emeru to have this imagery, because this is an underworld text talking about, um, what happens and what transpires with the sun in the gates of the underworld. You got the Book of Gates, the Book of Caverns, and so on and so forth that expounds on us, and this is one of the scenes. So whether men gave women fully developed human beings as children, I don't know where that could possibly come from this particular scene. Now I do know that the Hebrew Israelites some years ago, they tried to use this scene and say Egypt was gay and this and that because of this, the autofellatio symbol there, where you see Geb curled under what's this. So let me explain the characters here. The okay, I know y'all can't see my cursor. Hold on, let me see if I can get my cursor over here. Maybe y'all could tell me if y'all can y'all see my cursor? Somebody can tell me that. Cause I don't want to point to things you all can't see what I'm pointing at. Can y'all see my cursor? Or do I need to put it on the I have to do it like this.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Oh, you saw it? You did see it?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, well I'm gonna put it here anyway. That way I could really show what I need to show. All right, so this is better. All right, now I can zoom in. So and y'all can see what I'm pointing at because I got this here. Okay, so what I was talking about earlier is this sun disk. It is surrounded by a serpent with his tail in his mouth, or towards his mouth. This object here is the totem, or what some people like to call the fetish of Abju, which is Usir, represents Usir. It's supposed to represent Usir's head. Okay, and it's reflecting that the sun is in its Usirian state. And see, you had to, and really to understand everything that's here, you had to kind of coordinate it with a lot of other text, underworld text, to understand. So, for instance, in the Duat, what happens to the sun, Ra will connect and join with Usir at some point in the journey, only to be rejuvenated and to regenerate, and then later on to be born again or to appear again. And so this is like the cycle of the sun. And so this is one aspect. So this is explaining the state, the Wasirian state of the sun. Then you have this serpent here that's in motion with these legs here, which is actually a glyph for to move. It's a determinative use for things that are in motion or movement. And so this serpent is called Mehen, and people can look that up. Mehen is a prolific or famous Egyptian deity, the serpent. And I'm not going to explain everything because I would have to connect and show a lot more to really explain this. But I'm just giving y'all the objects here. So this is Mehen. Then you have where'd my cursor go? Then you have this figure here. They call this the Ithyphallic rendition. Now this person is arced over with the feet on the ground and the hands on the ground, and they have stars in their body. This figure here represents the night sky. Okay, the night sky. Who this person is identifiable by the text that's in front of the face. As you can see, Duat, Jed Medu in, Res Wajah, Kinti Amintiyu. And so what it's saying is words spoken by Res Wajah, which I have where I have my cursor here. Res Wajah means he who wakens completed or sound. The word Wajah is the same word that's in my name, Wuja'u. Wajah means to prosper or to be sound or to be whole. So Res Wajah is he who rises or awakens already whole or sound or prospers. And that's an epithet of Osir or Osiris. Kinti Amintiu is another epithet meaning foremost of the Westerners. And then we have Irpet, which is the maker of the heavens, Irta, which is the maker of the earth, and Irduat, the maker of the Duat. Okay, so this is who that person is. Then this coiled person performing autofellatio, as they say, is Geb. You see Geb's name here. Geb, who is the father, of the Netcheru, father of the gods, the great god, and the maker of all that it encircles, or that the sun encircles. You have the Shin, which is the encircle, and Neb. So those are those two figures. So we have Osiris, Osir, and Geb here. And then we have, over here we have Nut. And normally, the figure that's under Nut would be Geb. But you see that Geb is over here, under the night sky. And so that's just an interesting thing. And you know, I'll have to show some other things to show these representations and make more sense of them. But now where this comes into play in terms of talking about men giving women, having sex with women, giving women full human beings and stuff like that, I don't see the connection here at all. So just wanted to kind of address that. I don't know, hopefully a person is watching or watch this archive and have a better understanding of that. So that's that.
Hey, Uja, I could see it right now, man. The Hebrews rubbing their hands together, man.
Oh well, here's the thing. They can do that, but here's the thing. Autofellatio, even if we take it on face value, autofellatio is not gay.
Right. And
By
and
by by by,
and
by any
it's
by any
all of this is
definition.
symbol.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Even if we just totally ignore the fact that it's figurative, right? And we take it literally. The act of autofellatio is not gay. It's not homosexual. It's not gay. So I mean, when they argued that like some years ago, I was like, well, I don't understand. It's like just say it's a taboo in your culture or in your ideology, but don't say it's gay. But anyway, so that was that. Anyway, I just wanted to address that because somebody sent me that earlier, and I'm not sure if they are here watching.
So, Uja, I got a question along those lines.
Okay.
Have you done? I'm sure you have, and I don't mean to put you on the spot if you haven't. But have you done a deep dive into the Book of Gates?
Yep. Yes, indeed. The underworld text. That's definitely a big interest of mine. All the underworld texts, the Book of Gates, the Book of Caverns, Heavenly Cow, the Book of the Earth, what is in the Amduat, all of those.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna have to get with you, man, because I got a lot of questions. I'm ignorant on that, and I'm trying to get my eyes open on that text.
Okay, fair enough. That's great. I will tell you that to really get the benefit out of those texts, there's some there's some prerequisite things that you have to have an understanding and under your belt. I tell that to everybody because because one thing that I see people do, not even intentionally or anything like that, is because they don't have the prerequisite, they tend to view the text and things in it wrong. They have a misunderstanding, misinterpretation of it, and it goes left. It really
So
goes
what
left.
are some of those prerequisites?
Um, well, you have to be familiar with some of the more general or universal elements of the culture and some of the texts that are not in the underworld, like the Book of the Dead, the Coffin, the pyramid, what we call the pyramid text, coffin text, Book of the Dead, that trio, um, and some of the texts that will kind of inform you of the realities behind the figurative expressions. So, for instance, why is the deceased person, male or female, considered wasir? Why at funerals the act of crying so important and mourning so important? And why are they symbolized by two women, Osset and Nebet Hut? Why are they at the feet and the head of the mummified body? What's the point of the erected phallus for mummies? And the birds, what does the bird represent that hovers over the phallus? Um, what do the gates represent? What do each deity represent at the gate? Why is there a pass associated? What happens at each chamber or within the gates? And how's that associated with the king and the rest of humanity in death? What does that? What does it all have to do with that? And plus, overall, you definitely have to have an understanding of the Egyptian view of the human. What made a human a human? The anatomy of the human being in the eyes of the Egyptians. So, like today, and I'll just give you for instance, today we generally see human beings as and we'll say mind, body, and soul. Like that's how we break down humans today in general. Mind, body, and soul. Mind, body, soul, mind, body, soul. To the Egyptians, the human being was a composite entity of 7 to 9 elements or entities. The cat, the kaibit, ka, sahu, ib, ren, ak, sekem, ba, etc. And you have to know those, and you have to know what they are and how the realities behind them, and then how each of those function. What was the purpose and function of each of those? Then, when you read the text of the travel of the sun in the west, penetrates the horizon, goes in the west, goes among the in the duat and among these different chambers or caverns and so on and so forth. What happens, why it happens, and how it's associated with all human beings. And then you'll start to you have a better understanding. I'm just saying you have a better understanding because like when I talk like because I mentioned a long time ago like the Book of the Dead is something that people who are living used, not the book itself, but the content with it in there. It was for the living, and people didn't understand that. When I say
So
that,
is
hey,
it was it
go
ultimate
ahead.
to preserve the memory of the deceased?
What? Which one? The Book of the Dead?
The Book of the Dead. Was it to preserve the memory of the deceased, or is it was it like some type of a regulator for social behavior, much like religion is today?
It's like I guess if we had to call it something, it's like an ancestral manual. because the things that transpire in the Book of the Dead, many of those things are things that happen every day when you're asleep.
I got you. I got you. So it's psychology. It's states of consciousness at different times of you know.
Psych- Psychology is definitely a major word to use in all of this. It's heavily psychological, and that's why I did I think it was a Facebook post, not a video, but I let people know that spiritual and spirituality is corresponds to psyche, psychological, and psychology. That's what this is. Every time we invoke the word spirit, people need to start thinking psychology or psych or psyche,
Yeah. Yeah,
the mind.
and I would say belief is in that too. Like to accept something based on definition, the acceptance of something as true. You accept something in your mind, and
Well,
that's a regulator for behavior.
yeah, everything happens in the mind though, and that's what we have to come to realize. Everything. When we say, like, even when you look up, even our experiences, these are things that happen externally, exo meaning outward. We actually experience it because everything that we quote unquote experience actually takes place in our mind. So the mind is the place, is the playground, and the Egyptians understood that. The word they use for the mind is the word ib, and it was associated with the heart. It's the heart glyph used for the word ib, which meant the mind, and it was the essence of a thing, because the word ib means the essential part of something, the essence, and that's the essence of every individual is their mind, because everything comes forth from the mind. Every act that we do, all of our behaviors, all of our actions, come forth from the mind. And then the two states, whether it's consciously or unconsciously. But that's the playground where it all stems from. So if you deal with the causal agent or the causal place, which is the mind, you could therefore cultivate and adjust human behavior. And so the Book of the Dead, the Ra'u Niyu Peret Emheru, that even phrase, the name, if we start saying the name and understand what it means, it will give hints to that. The utterances, Ra'u, utterances, plural, Niyu, Peret Emheru, the utterances of coming forth, Peret, M, Heru, day or light. And these are figurative. It's not coming forth in light literally. Light is associated with being awake.
Yeah, like illumination, knowledge.
Yeah, but it's awake because we associate light with information, with knowledge. We say the Illuminati are the illuminated ones. These are people who are the knowledgeable ones, and this, that, and the third. We associate light with consciousness. So it's the utterances for becoming conscious, awake, because the word conscious means awake, wake. Subconscious or unconscious means you're not awake, you're not aware. Awake, aware versus not awake and unaware. Then you have a third stage is death. So every night we we have a lesser death every night. Our body needs approximately 8 hours of a lesser death. We just call it sleep,
Yeah,
where we're unconscious. It's just that the unconscious person is allowed to wake after a certain point of time in the stream of living, whereas a dead person, unconscious, they don't come back. They don't come through that cycle. They detour. And so if we look at it as a circle, right? The living as a circle, and we're at this gate at the west, and then we go through, we're at this, the horizon in the west, and then we go through this gate, we experience certain things, and then we wake back up. The only difference with somebody that dies is they go through that cycle, but then when they hit that western gate, they go on a different path. They don't cycle
yeah.
back around.
They go through a
And
different fork in the road.
exactly, they hit that fork in the road and they go different. And it's explained. And so these two circles mirror each other. And so today we say things like sleep is the sister to death. What we're really saying is that they're siblings, and the word sibling goes into the word two, the word sin, which is a word for sibling in the ancient Egyptian language, which is the word for the number two, which is a double. And so these two spheres are mirrors of one another, the state of sleep and the state of death. And so what people call the book of the dead, they mistakenly think that it's only for about death and stuff and this and that, but it's really dealing with the state of sleep, unconsciousness as well. That's what people gotta understand. The whole scene with the judgment scene that's real popular with people is really
Yeah,
the judgment of the content of someone's mind on a daily basis.
yeah. So is that part of the reason why the ancient Egyptians highly value dreams?
Um, yeah, I can't pull up an example right now, but dreams were important. Definitely, I mean they're important today. Shoot, they still
Right.
trying to
Yeah.
study. Yeah, they still trying to study dreams and the purpose and how if how beneficial and things that dreams are, what they are, what they're a result of. So yeah,
Yeah, and that's
it's still
that's
having its way.
interesting. It's interesting on their perspective on the many aspects of the mind and the person. Let's just say the person, and even till today, like the psychological, like the scientists, like psychologists, they're still having problems trying to define mind, like consciousness. They can't, like it, no one can settle on a one definition on it. They're still debating on that even till today.
Yeah, you're right. They have this brain versus mind debate that's going on. So and that's an ongoing debate. Even yeah, like you said, among the specialists in that field. But it's not a debate that like how many people try to make it out to be though. Um, you know, but there's a serious thing, and so psychology is the study of the mind and human behavior, and among psychologists is where this question of the mind and the brain. So you have this cross discipline. You have neuro scientists and you have psychologists, and they're working together, hopefully, to have these different discussions and arguments and things like that. In ancient times, they did the exact same thing. They had discussions about the question of the mind, and based on what they knew versus what they didn't know, they documented certain things and they behaved a certain way, and they had a certain attitude towards it. So much so that in a deceased person's body during the mummification process, the figurative representation of the mind was left in the body, whereas the brain was sucked out. So they discarded the brain, they liquefied it and scraped it out the nose, the nostril of the deceased person, but they left the heart intact, the organ, because the symbol of the heart represented the mind. And there's a rhyme and reason for the association, because the heart as a muscle is the be so here's the thing, think about this. Here you are as a human being, and you have this pounding, this pulse that's always going on in your body, but yet you can't consciously control it. So that organ called the heart, we call the heart today, is not controlled by us consciously, but yet we rely on it. Our life depends on it. So it sets up the this notion that I have something that's a part of me but yet subconsciously it's regulating my life. Consciously, I don't have control over it, but it's necessary. And there's a lot of things that are like that. And so they understood that there's a dichotomy within the human being of the unconscious or involuntary versus voluntary, or unconscious versus conscious actions. And they relegated it to different aspects of the human being, and they placed deities over and governing these concepts. So Wasir used to be a king of the living. That function of him was replaced by his son Heru. So Heru is the deity over the kingship, and he governs the awakened, the living, the land of the living. Usir, his father, after being killed, did not resume his duty as king of the living, but yet was relegated and given duty to be king of the subconscious, or the duat, or the unconscious. So if I were to divide the conscious and subconscious into voluntary, involuntary, it lets you know that it is Heru that's God over the voluntary actions, and it's Osiris or Usir that's God over the involuntary actions. And this is why Heru is deity over kingship, because kingship involves the choice. And remember, living is a river stream of choices. You're given life outside of yourself, externally, but you living, the real time ing, living, is your doing, based on a infinite number of choices you make while being alive.
And that will determine your state of, either your state of guilt or your state of lightheartedness at when it's your time to go.
Yes, that, and every choice you make, big or small, dictates the trajectory of your river of life. Remember, life is, you're given life by external means, but then you live life, and we call that living. And living is a stream of choices. And remember, the faculty of choice is called the will, and the will is symbolized by the heart. The faculty of choice is the will, and it takes place in the mind. And every choice you make in your life is based on two things: what you know versus what you don't know, and that relationship of those two things. And that can change the trajectory of your flow of life. You can make a bad choice, and that can change your life forever. You can make a good choice, vice versa, all that kind of stuff. So it's a stream of choices. It's a continuum. And remember, I said will. The will is the Ib, and the deity of the will is Heru, because Heru represents the god or the deity of choice. And at the center of that all, this is represented by the king, because kingship is under the concept of coordination, that which coordinates, or he who coordinates, he who manages, he who is the boss, he who makes decisions, he who puts all the smaller elements together and make them work, for the greater good. These are all qualities of kingship or leadership. So Heru is the deity of kingship, leadership, and all those other kind of things. Because within the human being, the king is the will. And so they divide it. You have subconscious choices, subconscious things going on, and conscious things going on. That's between Heru and Osir.
And can I ask you a quick question on Osir?
Yeah.
and the duat. So what is the difference between the duat and the amenta?
Um, the Amenta is the west, so it's a region. The Duat represents the underworld altogether,
Or
and
as
there's
like
an
a state or condition?
now. Well, the Amenta, it comes from the word Amenet or Amenetit, which is the word for the right, which is the west, the right hand. And so that's usually the beginning or the start of the duat. You have Iabit, which would be the other end, the left hand. So the duat would be the entire um, spatial area where the Amenetet or whatever would be the west. Because,
I
okay,
got you. So it's more like directional.
yes. And it doubles as a word for the deceased because everybody who dies has to pass through the west. That's why
I
you
got
see Het Heru as a cow in the west, standing at the western mountains in certain papyri. You'll see even in Egypt itself, physically in the geography of Egypt, you'll see people buried on the west bank of the Nile. Um, what else? Even in the depiction of Nut, stretched out over the sky, making the vault of the sky with her head facing east and her um, uterus and everything is in excuse me in the east. Her head is in the west, so she swallows the sun in the west and she gives birth to it again in the east.
Okay.
So that's
Okay.
so Kenti, I meant to you would be foremost of the Westerners because that's associated with all deceased people.
So
If
these
somebody's in the
days,
West,
that would be synonymous with our ancestors, like all of the greats that we mentioned earlier.
yeah, they would be Westerners. Yep. Or Duatiyu, those who are in the Duat, but they would be Westerners because associated with the realm of the dead. All right. So now here's the thing. Now you asking me these questions, and they're very good questions. But like I said, the prerequisite information to really expound is what I'm hopefully emphasizing enough for people to really take it serious because when I'm saying these things, it's like there's a lot of other things to connect to it. So, for example, the duat is the okay. Think about it like this: when somebody dies, where do they go? I'm asking you that question first. When somebody dies, where do they go?
Physically.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna qualify with any additional words. I'm just gonna ask you the bare
That's
question like that. When
a good
somebody
question,
dies,
man.
where do they go?
That's a loaded question, man. That's a loaded question. I mean, obviously, we put their bodies in our culture. We bury their bodies,
Okay,
but
good. So okay, hold on. Let's we can slow it down a little bit. So we put their bodies in the ground, right?
right.
Is that my? Yeah. So we put
That
their bodies
was
in the
me,
ground,
brother. Sorry about that.
or okay, or they get cremated.
Right. They are
They
right.
either
Either
in
you
the
get
ground,
buried
they're in
or
the ground or in a
cremated.
jar.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Okay. So now we satisfied that. So we know where the body goes. So is that it?
Mm, no, because I mean, would have to you would have to qualify what a person is. Like for instance,
Okay.
my mother's mother physically she's gone, but I mean, she's I think about her like every day. So is she really gone?
Okay, see now you're touching. Yeah, somebody blowing your phone up.
Yeah, man. Sorry
Um,
about that.
no problem. So now you're touching on what I said earlier. So remember what I said. I said in order to really benefit, one of the things to really benefit from the underworld text is some prerequisite knowledge, and one of those things I said was you have to have the understanding that the Egyptians had of the human anatomy. What makes the human being. And so now we round it back because I asked you if somebody dies, where do they go? And you immediately know enough to separate. Okay, well, we put the body in the ground or we cremate them. But then now you're talking about, and you just gave an example of somebody dying, and then you're like, well, did they really go somewhere? If I remember, or whatever the case is. So see, these are different aspects of what makes up the human being. And so now here's the thing: when a person dies, their body, what we call death, our definition of death is, cardiac arrest, when the heart stops pumping and all that kind of stuff. The body starts to go into rigor mortis and it decays and whatnot. We try to prolong that by, embalming fluid, and funerary things that we do today. Bury them in the ground, or they get cremated. But now, where does that person reside at after that point? They only reside in the minds of the living. So you just gave an example, you using yourself. That's the place where they go. Or I wouldn't even say go, but that's the place where they remain. Their body goes in the ground, or they get cremated and they get put into a container, but they remain in your mind. So a deceased person's afterlife, or the survival of the moment of death, is really in your mind. So when
Right.
we say somebody,
And
okay,
that
go ahead.
and that and I don't mean to cut you off, but that is the whole point of ancestor worship, right?
Yes, yes. The goal of ancestral veneration is to constantly remember the ancestor, the particular ancestor. That's the goal of it. Because by remembering the ancestor's identity, you prolong their life after their death. It's not the same kind of life, but it is a life after death. But that life after death for any given ancestor only transpires and takes place in the mind of somebody who's living. That's where it happens. So now here's the thing. So you have skeptics and like extreme skeptics, all the way to atheists, right? Atheists obviously do not believe in God, right? And it's mostly the Abrahamic God, but they don't believe in God. But they also don't believe in anything um, spooky. They classify as spooky or whatever the case is. The statement I just made, even an atheist would have to acknowledge, because everybody experiences it regardless of your belief. Because these are things that humans experience every day, all day. Human beings are born, they live, and die. And we can witness a death at the moment of death, and we can go to a funeral, to the wake, to the funeral and everything, see the person's body buried in the ground. But yet, when you walk away from that funeral, you walk away with the memory of that person. You don't walk away with their body, but you walk away with the memory of that person. And the fact that you walk away remembering the person, that person in that sense lives on. So the afterlife or heaven or this place is in the minds of the living. Once a deceased person is no longer remembered by anyone who is living, that deceased person no longer exists. That's the
Yeah,
second death.
and that's and that I would think that is a big part of religion, right? Because when a group of people they 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 gather together and they make a social contract and they all agree that, hey, let's say for instance, like my favorite, Amos Wilson, let's all come together and we're going to continue to call on Dr. Wilson's name and continue to keep his ideas in the minds of the living and pass on why this person was so important to the community. And so his name lives on. And as we all agree that, yeah, we need to do that, right? That is a basis for a religion,
Well,
which is a
it's
lot of what
definitely
we
the
see
base.
today in Africa.
Well, it's definitely the basis for establishing a persistent ritual, and a lot of rituals get mistaken for beliefs. Like all that stuff is jumbled up together and thrown in the trash by certain people. They look at all of it as spooky, silly, primitive, and get rid of it, but not knowing that at the core heart of ancestral veneration and so-called spiritual traditions and spirituality is, when it comes to ancestors or deceased people, is to do everything you can to be remembered for as long as you can.
Right.
That's the
Right.
whole
But
thing.
also too
That's the
though, Ruja, I think it has some real practical uh it has some real practical benefits. So let's say like one of the greats, like Dr. Wilson. He put out some very, very profound ideas, and if we were to, for lack of a better phrase, if we were to stop calling his name, we would forget about these ideas and we would have to learn all over again. So I think it has some real, like, remembering the ancestors has some very practical benefits because it allows you to, as the saying goes, stand on the shoulders of the giants and move forward and progress. But when you don't when you don't keep that up, you will tend to forget, and we would have to learn over and over and over again. We would have to constantly keep starting from the beginning, which which has a host of problems.
okay. Yeah, you're right, but that's slightly different than the ancestors themselves, because like knowledge is passed from generation to generation by the knowledge
Right,
keepers, which are living
right.
living people. That knowledge can be detached from who they got it from, going backwards, but yet still be practical. So the thing is like one doesn't need the other. The point of remembering the ancestors' identity also gives rise to what we call influence. This is the only way dead people can influence the living, is if they're
Yes,
remembered.
yes,
And so people think that they can call on their ancestors to intervene in life, but the way that you call on them is really to recall on them in your mind their identity, the things that they imparted, the things that they did, and actually leverage it to influence your decisions and what you do in your life. That's how they influence, not some magical or this idea of, they call it spooky, this spooky idea where ancestors sitting over there in the corner chilling, and then all of a sudden you call on them and you ask them for some help, and then they manipulate the real world.
yeah.
That's not
That's
how it goes
that's
down.
yeah. That's belief.
That's belief, and that's make believe.
Right.
That's fantasy and fairy tale, and that's in the movies. But the reality behind all this stuff. So let me just get to what I was getting at, is that When people enter into the West represents the Western horizon. It represents that crossing path of getting into the next stage, which is to be the duat. If the afterlife, in order to have an afterlife, I have to be remembered, or a person has to be remembered, then the duat, or where people dwell at, or where the ancestors dwell, or the ancestors' world, where is that then? It has to be in the minds of the living.
Right. That's the only place it can be. I mean, other than that, it's conjecture.
Right. And so, but now it's not them, the whole them, because this is why it's important to understand the Egyptian anatomy of the human being, because obviously the cot is not going to exist in anybody's mind. It can't. It's the other components that make up the human being that's going to have its extension beyond the decay of the cot. And so the rim
And
is
is
one
that
of,
the whole point? Is that the whole point of relics as another mechanism for remembrance, and not just some, oh, I got his hairlock, so I got some special power or something like that.
absolutely, the shrines that we build today, um, all of those things are tools of remembrance. These are mnemonic devices for us to link and attach to previously living people that we call ancestors or the deceased. All of it. The shrines that we build in our house, we separate a section, we clean a section of our house, or a room in the house, and we set up all the things necessary to remember our deceased ancestors. And the idea of creating a ritual also is for the purpose of remembrance, to feed them, to actually cook food and actually leave real food for the ancestors, is also to perpetuate this constant ritual as if the person is alive, so that you can remember them, because dead people don't eat. Anybody say
Right, right.
otherwise is absolutely lost their mind.
And I think also too.
And think of, oh, go
Go
ahead.
ahead, brother.
No, I'm just saying, think about even in Egyptian culture, if they ripped out the intestines and the lungs and the liver and everything like that, why would you leave food for somebody no longer has their stomach and intestines and stuff in their
Right,
body, uh,
right.
and so on and so forth. So none of that is literal. It never was, and
Yeah,
never
it's
should have been
symbolic.
meant to be taken that way. It's figurative. And so this brings me to my point. When you asked about the underworld text, a lot of the text is heavily laden with figurative expressions, but the underworld text is like figurative expressions on steroids. And so this is what I mean by there's a lot of prerequisite information that people need to have under their belt to begin to really take advantage of these texts, to really understand them. And it's not easy.
Yeah,
It's not. It's an ongoing thing. Like when you get into that, it's an ongoing thing. I've been dealing with
yeah,
it for quite some time, and it's ongoing for me. It's ongoing for everybody else who deal with it.
yeah. And that's why I had asked you a couple of weeks ago, like, when are you gonna get into the philosophical aspects of the culture? Because I mean, a lot of this stuff, man, is is deep. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I hate to say it like that. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy how, all of this stuff, how they were able, and I'll say it like this: it's crazy how they were able to come up with these very profound aspects of reality, and by doing so, they were able to build a civilization that lasted for thousands of years. Like, even if you are anti Kemet, like you have no love for Kemet, right? Whatever, you gotta respect that fact. You gotta respect the fact that, man, the way these people built their culture, you got to respect it because it lasted for so long. And I'm trying to figure out what were some of the aspects, the ideas that formed the basis of that longevity. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's a good thing to get into, to really get into. It's a lot. It's a lot. Listen, Egypt. Listen, earlier I showed a single book that's 650 pages just on the iconography of Set. And there's so much text, so many texts that have been found, discovered, rediscovered, all that kind of stuff in museums or whatever, to be read and studied and whatnot. There's a lot that Egypt information when it comes to Egypt, and it's not just Egypt, because a lot of things that we see in Egypt we can see in other places across the continent, in other communities across the continent. Obviously, they spoke different languages, so they didn't call the same things by the same word forms and all this and that. But the concepts, we can match concepts. We'll put them in the same semantic scope, even if they're not 100% exact. You know, but there are human universals. Like everybody, all humans need to eat. We're metabolic creatures. We have to eat. We're warm blooded. If we don't eat, we die. If we don't drink water, if we don't have water, we will die. There's a lot of universals that play with all humans, and so we're gonna have some things that are alike among the whole humanity. Then, depending on where you are in the world, your environment, that will start to slightly differ how you go about doing certain things. And so, if we start at the root basis, so like what I'm talking about as far as death, all humans, there's no human that's alive now. I mean, there's no human that was alive 200,000 years ago that's alive now. 100,000 years ago that's alive now. 50,000 years ago is alive now. 1,000 years ago that's alive right now. So this is something that is an observable continuum. The humans die. Now, the influence that humans have on the living that have once died, like for example, Homo sapiens sapiens, roughly, and I'm just giving a real round number, 200,000 years old. Homo sapiens sapiens. Right now, as of today, we have 7.8 billion people on the planet Earth. Let's just say 7+ billion people on Earth that are alive right now, that are living and breathing. And people are dying every day, and people are being born every day, somewhere on the planet, right? But we estimate about 7+ billion people. Now, the average lifespan today is roughly, and we could get the exact numbers on the estimates, but let's just say 75 years old for average lifespan, 75, 80, or whatever. Now, do you know how many people ever existed from the dawn of Homo sapiens sapien up until now? That's a whole lot of people that ever existed as far as, Homo sapiens sapien. If we were to add all of that up, it's a whole lot of people. But guess what? People who lived 100,000 years ago, well, let's not even go that far. Let's say 50,000 years ago. We have no idea of their existence, other than the most generalist way of knowing that some people existed 50,000 years ago. But there's no identity of anybody 50,000 years ago. So none of those people are remembered among us who are alive today. They cease to exist. They don't have an afterlife. And what I'm getting at is nowadays we have a better chance of having an afterlife Now let me back up. I'm sorry. Let me back up. Back to those 50, people 50,000 years ago. They did have an afterlife up to a certain point, up to the point where they started to be forgotten. Because obviously, if they died, their family members close to them, their friends and family, remembered them. While they were still living and stuff like that. But eventually, they start to cease to exist because they are forgotten. But now, so back to what I was saying. In modern times now, we have a better chance of having a prolonged and well extended afterlife because of our technology. We have cameras, we have videos, we have computers, we have pictures. I already said pictures, photography. We have writing, and even in Egypt, they said that writing, uh, if you want to have an afterlife or be remembered and stuff like that, write something. I'm paraphrasing the Egyptian axiom, a statement. But I'm saying today we have a better chance to be remembered and have an afterlife.
Yeah,
And so,
writings make them remember.
yeah, because you mentioned Amos Wilson, he wrote Blueprint for Black Power and things like that. Authors, entertainers, anybody that's on some kind of recording medium now has a much better chance to have a well extended and long afterlife than people in ancient times. The way people did it in ancient times is they did their best to remember their loved ones by having these rituals of remembrance rituals. They built shrines to remember them. They didn't have photographs to put there. They would do other things. They would have a name. They would have what we now call amulets and all these other kind of things. Like you said, a lock of their hair or some kind of item from them, clothing that was dear to them, or something like that. Because they didn't have computers. They didn't have writing. They didn't have photos. They would take a piece of them or some object that was dear to them that reminds them of them and set up a shrine for that. And that's how they did it until they were forgotten. So we have much better chances. And then this answers the question, why in ancient Egypt were the kings said to have been the only ones that was allowed to have an afterlife and not the regular common folks? See, that was never the rule. That was really just a consequence, because the king was so important that everybody knew the king, knew who the king was, and the king wrote his name everywhere, etched in stone, whereas the common person was not widely known and didn't have their name carved in stone everywhere. So obviously the common person remembrance would die out a lot faster than the kings. Like right now, we remember Ramses II. Wissed Ma'at Ra Satepen Ra. He still has an afterlife. But we don't know the people who lived at the same time he lived. We don't know the rest of the Egyptian population that lived at the same time he lived. Guess what? They don't have an afterlife. But he does. Ramses does. But it's not because that's a rule, it's because that's a consequence of what was done to ensure he be remembered. And that's what it's about. So either we do it for ourselves or somebody do it for us and set it up. And that's ancestral veneration. That's where the ancestral or funerary cult made sure that these people were remembered. Oh, I see we got American Dream come back. That's where these death cults, as they say, come into play, and the importance of their jobs was to make sure families got set up where they could remember their loved ones.
But also, John, it has some beneficial psychological effects too. I would argue that a part of our issues, speaking collectively as African Americans, not everybody, but for the most part, we can only trace our lineage back so far until we hit that roadblock of slavery. But when, let's say, for instance, there's some Joe Blow off the street that can tell you not only who their father is, but who their grandfather, great grandfather, great great grandfather, great great great. That has a certain. I would think that has a certain psychological effect, that there's some type of continuity that they're a part of, and that can lead to say, okay, well, I know where I come from, so I know where I gotta go. And since they built this for me, I need to move and act in the world so that I could do the same thing for my descendants 100, 200, 300 years from now. So
Well, what
ancestor
you
veneration is has some very psychological good psychological benefits too. Go ahead.
No, yeah, yeah. Everything you said is absolutely correct. It falls under what I said earlier about influence. The benefit of you knowing what you just described is that the outcome is that it can influence you, and you just invoke the term psychological influence. It's a psychological thing where you can remember your 5-time great paternal side. That is influential on you to be able to do that because it helps you to have some kind of grounding, and it's going to influence you in some form or fashion. And so during the transatlantic slave trade, we were cut, unfortunately, off from that ability. We go back so far, and then it's just vague. And so our grounding is shallow as opposed to us having that unbroken chain. But here's the
And
thing
like you
too.
can even see it like for people who, let's say, who never knew who their father was. And I'm saying, I'm not saying everybody, but a lot of people recover from that. But you got some people who are really affected by that, who they just don't know who their father is.
Yeah, a lot of adopted and foster children who then become adults. That's why a lot of them, at some point, they seek out their biological parents, is for nothing other than just to know that piece of information and everything. But here's what I was gonna say: is it's more. We also have to keep in mind it's more than just remembering the form, the manifested form of the deceased's identity. And what I mean by that is their actual name, like what we call the name itself. So if you discovered that you had an ancestor by the name of William, but all you knew was that word form, William, how to spell it and how to say it, that still doesn't help you as much as if you knew William's identity,
Yeah,
which
the
encompasses
character.
which encompasses right, encompasses all that stuff. So to bring it back to ancient Egypt, that's another component of the human anatomy, which is called the Ren. We translate that word as name, but it's really the identity of the individual. So it's much more deeper than just the surface of the word form. And so, and this is what is kind of against progress, where you have people who are claiming to adhere to African spiritual traditions, and they'll do things to honor the generalized ancestors. But you got to ask yourself, what is that really doing if you're just venerating the idea of ancestors and not ancestors themselves?
Right.
The
Like
same the same way.
there's no operational aspect of it. Like, what are you doing with it?
Yeah, exactly. Just like I did with the people that lived 50,000 years ago. We know that Homo sapiens sapiens lived 50,000 years ago, but that's just it. It's just general. It's just there's nothing you could really work with on that. We just know the general idea that human beings lived 50,000 years ago, because if they didn't live, we wouldn't be here.
I,
You
I
know.
would I would say though that even though we may not have the direct knowledge of specific ancestors, African ancestors.
Wait, can you bring the mic closer to you?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? I
Yeah,
started.
there you go.
I start. Once I started kind of chilling and getting too chill, I talk really low. Sorry about that. Um, okay, so although there's two aspects of this ancestor worship thing, I think, and there's the general life that you just described, and then there's specific. Um, when the specific gets um, actually, both of them together has a general use in terms of identity, in terms of um, political, economic, and cultural orientation. Um, Obviously, the more you know about your ancestors, the more specifics you know, the more detailed, the more focused, the more developed it is likely to be. But that doesn't change the fact that without that, you still have an orientational aspect, if that's a word. I don't even know if it is, but anyway, you still have an orientational aspect to worshiping African ancestors that has a political, economic, and cultural impact, although much weaker than the alternative. We know that is so because, even in slavery, um, during slavery, shit, we could get killed, for talking about African ancestors. We could get straight up, murdered, behind it. That's because there's a political, economic, and cultural aspect to it that involves power. And
Right.
so ultimately we have to, it's not totally, you know, if it had nothing, if it had no power, then white people wouldn't. I remember years ago, back when I was in my 20s. I'm 57 now. Um, the first African-centered book I picked up was Maulana Karenga's book on Kwanzaa. Okay, it's the first time I even went back even thinking about stuff that I'd seen when I was a kid. Anyway, bottom line is that. So I brought this book. I was reading it, in my office at lunch or whatever. Somebody saw me. One of my coworkers saw me reading, and then at some point we were just talking one day. She said, "Why do y'all care so much about Africa? Why?" And she was really kind of concerned. A white person, of course, very concerned and and when they worship the devil and stuff like that. It's all kind of stuff. So obviously there's some kind of power just to me, even in their own minds, um, that this has. Anyway, I just want to say that although I agree that it is certainly you know not the optimal situation, I would say that we shouldn't completely dismiss the fact that people are orientating themselves towards Africa to some extent, aspect to some extent, you know. But we should always be continuing to push for more information.
Yeah. I just want to add to what you're saying. Um, when it comes to a f- a group of people that is oppressing another group of people, in the context of the transatlantic slave trade and all of that, right? They're automatically going to be on alert and very paranoid and very defensive
Yeah.
out of the guilt of the actions that they're doing and everything. So they're going to monitor the activities of the oppressed very closely,
What?
and they're not going to want them to gain any upper hand or anything to change. And so
Yeah.
if they see the group of people doing something, it it could have been anything, and they would have had a problem with it. So when we
Nah,
say
I don't buy that one now. I think that because if it had been anything, if they come out to the field and see them saying, "Oh Jesus, yes, Jesus," they ain't got no problem. They ain't got no
no,
problem
no, no,
whatsoever.
no, 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 wait,
Because
wait, no,
if there's
let's slow it
anything
down.
now, brother, come on
No,
now.
no, no, wait. No, let's slow it down. Let's slow it down a little bit because I hear you, but let's slow it down just a little bit, right? Because obviously, the actual people that were kidnapped, I'm not talking about the children of the actual kidnapped victims, right? But the actual kidnapped victims, they had certain culture and practices and rituals that they did prior to being kidnapped and enslaved. Now, whatever they were doing did not prevent them from being captured and enslaved. So the rituals that these people were doing was of no consequences to the captives, to the capturers and the traders and things like that. They still did it. They still did all that stuff. They weren't fearful of that, of none of that stuff. So it's not that in and of itself. And so hear what I'm saying. It's not that in and of itself.
And you're addressing the
What they
point I just
fear,
made.
what they wait. But I'm just trying to zoom in on what they actually feared.
Okay.
Because remember, they don't care what you believe in, as long as you believe something. They don't care what it is. Because what they feared was the unification of the people, to unify the people, because
Yeah.
the power is in whatever it takes to unify the people. That's where the power and the fear was. That's where the power comes from, and that's where the fear. That's what they feared. They didn't actually fear the detailed aspect of it, because that didn't work for them to get captured. They were
Yeah.
they were doing whatever they were doing, but yet they were still able to execute, the slave trade. So I just want to make sure that we are clear on exactly what they were afraid of.
Here's the problem with your argument, though.
All right, go ahead.
Their form of Christianity has unified black people under them quite well. It's not our unity that they're afraid of. It's our cultural independence and identity separate from them that they fear.
Okay, that's a very
Because
good point.
what that creates is a competitor, and they don't want competitors.
Okay, so that's a very good
It's
point.
not dog
Hold
eat
up.
dog. It's dog pack eat dog pack.
Okay,
So to
so
that
let me.
extent, your point is true. But we can't act like you know uh, knowledge of African culture itself, and our particular um, um, contributions to the world doesn't have an empowering impact on us, that disempowers them because of the way they have structured their power, which is on our ignorance of that contribution, which is itself a part of our, should be a part of our identity, which you all were describing earlier.
But I
Okay,
think y'all
so
saying the same thing though.
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
Let me
y'all
let me
y'all are saying
let
the
me
same
say
thing.
this. All right, so let me say this, because you made a great point, Rasan. So let me adjust my statement, because we're saying the same thing, but I need to adjust my statement now
Okay,
after
okay.
what you said. So um, it is the unity, because remember I said they were afraid of the unity that occurred. That's where the power is that they feared. They
Yeah.
didn't want to give the enslaved any power, and unity, and their unity would have empowered them. Now, when you brought up their form of Christianity and stuff has unified people, as a rebuttal to what I was saying, then what I'm amending is that the difference is that the unity that's formed under their belief system, it goes back to our earlier conversation, is controlled. That was
Yeah,
manipulative, because remember,
exactly.
they did not want those who were enslaved to be able to read,
Yeah.
and so on and so forth. So they
Yeah.
wanted absolute they wait, they wanted absolute control over how these folks would eventually unify.
Right. They
And
definitely they wrote books about it, had classes and
exactly.
seminars about
Exactly. So because here's the thing. They were, and I'm talking about the enslavers. The
it.
enslavers were smart enough to know that over time the unity is of the enslaved is inevitable. They know this. So with that in mind, they try to stay ahead of it by controlling the unity, by controlling how people were unified, by giving them a prescribed belief system. And then the rest is history. We had syncretism, where we understand Christianity, but we incorporated some of the different rituals and things that we understood coming from West Africa into it, and so on and so forth. But we see how the outcome, or we see it, history unfold itself. and
And
and and
and
the church, and the black church, and the black community, the church was the hub of the community. Everything
right.
came out of the church.
And that that fearness is still going on today. Um, and I can attest to that because I was listening to a lecture by what's my man name that did that advanced the theory of Afrocentricity. Asante.
Yes, I
Malefe Kete Asante. Yeah, Malefe Kete Asante. And in his lecture, he was basically explaining why he was getting so much pushback among his own colleagues when he was trying to advance the Afrocentricity theory. And one of his colleagues was just talking to him, and he basically admitted that a lot of the professionals in excuse me, in academia, ultimately, they are afraid of blackness. And what I mean by what I'm assuming what he meant by that is they are afraid of uh, us coming into a consciousness that is us centered, like saying, look, let's look at history through our own lens. Let's
right.
look at economics through our, and to solve our problems. Let's look at politics from our perspective so that we can maneuver it and engage in the American political system so that to advance our interests. And really, a lot of that starts in academia, right? Because that's where we all go to, right? We in the
And
school systems, and so a lot of his colleagues, which was admitted by a white colleague, said, look, man, these scholars are afraid of African centeredness. They're afraid of blackness. And so that's why I say I think you guys are saying the same thing, because it's not one. If we practiced, even if it's Christianity, if African Americans practiced the Christianity and they centered it on Africanness and African centeredness, you can bet that you would have a lot of pushback from these white pastors
well, no, here's
and other white leaders.
the funny thing about that is that's exactly how we began as far as organized religion in this country, in the black community, as far as our own churches outside of white churches. It started out African Methodist, African Baptist, Ethiopian this, Abyssinian that,
Right. The Church of the Black Madonna.
right. So
Wait, wait,
like,
wait, wait. So no, there's a good point to be made. So here's the thing. Like I said, the unity was inevitable. The people needed to be able to have their hands in on how the unity was going to transpire. That's what
Right,
bought them time and stuff like that. So, but
right,
here's the thing.
yeah, but the
Knowledge.
reason the reason
Wait,
that they
let me.
needed that was because the purpose of controlling how unity developed among black people was because the key objective of capitalism, from their way of thinking, was them being on top, them controlling us. So
Yeah, we're
so
saying the
and
same
so
thing. So we.
if they're going to have a cultural unity among black people, it had to be one that they control. And it's not just through religion that they do that. It's through promoting capitalism. It's through I mean, we see in comic books, they'll throw black, red, white, blue on us in a minute, just to try to keep us, trying to orientate us towards Americanism as opposed to quote unquote black or African identity or any identity outside of American identity as they would choose it to be. So
Well, see, we're saying. Okay, so we're saying the same thing. I'm saying that. So let's go in reverse. If those people who were enslaved and brought to the United States of America and so on and so forth, even if they were to remember the past and the ancestors and stuff like that, if that act of remembering and so on and all of that was not a unifying factor, then what good would it have been? So we're saying the same thing. Um, that it's the unification where the power is, not in the exact of remembering any particular individual or individuals. It's just that in doing so, it starts to unify people together and thinking alike. But there's different instruments of unification, not just that. That's one of them. And so they had a control. They try to put a control in there for the reasons that you said, obviously, because they established the social construct of this hierarchy we call race, where black is at the bottom, caste, and white being at the top, and they had to maintain that. So all that stuff comes into play, and we're saying the same thing. But let me do this because I don't want to leave everybody out in the chat, right? I know anybody could come on the panel, but there's a couple of comments I want to address real quick, and I think it's along the lines of what we're talking about, what I mentioned earlier. So I'm going to highlight this on my screen, right? And this is for Mr. Metro, where he put it was two comments. This one, he says people can also live through their legacy and teachings, but the human being no longer lives. And earlier, I think he said something else that went along with this that I highlighted, and I just don't remember where it is, and I can't get back to it. But here it is. Oh no, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. Where's Miss Metro? Yeah, right here. He says, I have pictures of ones who have passed away, but they will only live through memories and children. When you are gone, that's it. So those two statements I just want to address because he's correct, but I want to clarify some things, right? This is why it's important to understand the Egyptian view of the human being, because when you say that you no longer exist, we have to understand what is the you know, or human being. And the Egyptians had a certain view of the anatomy of the human being. What makes you? And it was different entities, 7 to 9, and I named most of them earlier. It's the Kat, Kaibit, the Ka, the Ib, Sahu, Ren, Ak, Sekhem, Ba, and I lost count. But those different entities make up the human anatomy, the human being, the anatomy of the human being. And so we have to keep in mind what defines the whole and then its components. And so what I have here on the screen is just something basic that I use, or something similar I always use to kind of break this down. If we put sodium and chloride together, we create table salt, which we call sodium chloride, which is salt. All right. Now, salt is our umbrella term for these constituent parts. And so once if I were to remove the sodium from the equation, we no longer have the whole salt. I can't call chloride salt. It's these two things together that gives us this, what we're defining as salt. And so now we can go even smaller, because even sodium and chloride independently are made of constituent parts, electrons, protons, and neutrons. So both of them are made up of the same things, but in different quantities. And when brought together, they form the overall thing we call salt. So I'm only bringing this up because the way that the Egyptians looked at the human anatomy, the anatomy of the human being, is the same way that we could break down these different things that we use every day, but we could break down into constituent parts. And we know the function of chloride, we know the function of sodium independently, and then we know how they work together. We even have a name for it called salt. Well, the human being is the same in their eyes. The Kat, the Ka, the Kaibit, the Ka, the Ib, the Sahu, the Ren, and so on and so forth, come together to define what a human being is, what a living human being is. But it has constituent parts that also have independent functions and things of that nature. So when a person dies, that is the cessation of the Kat. But the other constituent parts are still functioning or have some kind of function. The Kat starts to decay. The rest of it does certain things, and they describe these things. And so so we have to be careful what we define as you. So of course the whole you does cease to exist. Just like if I take Cl, oh, I thought I could do it. If I took Na away from salt, then it's no longer salt. So that would be correct. So if I take one of the components that constituents that make up the whole human, then yeah, the whole human doesn't exist anymore. But that wasn't just cut and dry and simple like that for the Egyptians. They defined the different parts that did live on after the cot or that other component was removed. You remove the cot, you still have the other things to deal with. If I remove Na, I still have chloride to deal with. Okay, it's no longer salt, true, but I still have chloride to deal with. And so I just want to emphasize that point that the Ren, which is the identity of a person, is what most people are talking about without knowing that they're talking about. That's what was important to survive in the minds of the living, was that whole human's identity. Okay, so I just want to make sure that that was known, or at least if I could clear that up a bit.
Yeah, but
So
Wujao, that leads to certain beliefs, right? If going back to my example, if my grandmother's body itself, the flesh is gone, but other aspects of her still exist, couldn't that lead to certain beliefs and to certain things that are unfounded? Like, oh, I saw my grandmother in a dream, and it must have meant something. You know what I mean?
yeah, I mean you're absolutely right. It does. And it has and it does every day. It breeds the ignorance breeds belief. So the ignorance of these components and how they function absolutely breeds belief, and that's what has happened. So when, like for example, all you have to do is, like you said earlier, you have to have a skeptic mind to ask the right questions, to know whether you know, to test it, to try it. So for example, if somebody say they saw their grandmother in a dream, then one, it's a dream. So you really don't have to go any farther than that. But let me use a recent thing to show this. Let me do something real quick. Let me see if I can find it. And I'm not sure if you are the same Caffrey on this post. I'm gonna show some. I'm gonna show some comments on the previous video I did. And let's see if I can put up. Yeah, Caffrey Othmos, right?
Yeah.
That's you. Okay, so you are already familiar. So let me share this with everybody else. Um, let's see if I can get this shared. I gotta unshare that other thing. Hopefully everybody's clear on that. Let's see, where is it? Okay, where is it? Boy. Okay, can y'all see that? Oh, y'all can't see it. Duh. Okay, y'all should be able to see it now. Do y'all see that? I don't know if I can make it bigger. Somebody just confirmed. Okay, yeah, y'all should be able to see it. Okay, so let me just give y'all some context. This is the the video, the previous video I did, and it's called the continuation of To Religion or Not to Religion Part 2. Okay, so we have a brother by the name of Mongezi Mbokani. I'm just gonna call him Mongezi from now on, right? He he also posts on my Facebook posts a lot, and his brother never answers any questions. He never answers any questions at all, ever. And so he said in an earlier comment, wherever it went, oh, well, he edited. you could tell when somebody edited, it says edit. He says the show for me was off the mark when it came to the topic of ancestors. But what
Yeah,
he
that ain't what he
originally
said at
said,
first.
yeah, what he originally said was, this is a waste of time. Okay, and then so Caffrey, you asked, he said, dang, why do you feel that way, brother? And then he goes into explain here. He said, Wajao speaks at time about things he is not experienced in. He spoke about ancestors only existing in the minds of people. Then he claims they die when forgotten, etc. Now, if you are a person who deals daily communicating with ancestors or spirits of different entities, you see from the get go that he is, and then and you could tell he edited this comment. You see that he edited because it's cut off here, and I can't even click read more. And this is what I'm talking about. People will comment, and because it's digital and everything, people will edit their comments when they get refuted and stuff. And because of that, I quote them. So I'm gonna skip down to me addressing this brother. But now I'm just finished reading. It's not much. So Caffrey, you come back. Do the ancestors communicate back to you? And then he said, yes, they do. Why would they not? And you ask him audibly or introspectively. And then he says, yes, audibly. Uh, audibly too. Not sure if introspectively would be the right word to use here. So he said, yes, audibly, right? So now I'm going to skip now. I'm going to skip down to my comment. I addressed him. I said, what's amazing is that you pretend that you know me and what I'm experienced in or not. I said, that's weird. Then I go on to say, and see, I quote people verbatim. I put in double arrow quotes for this very reason, because people in my Facebook tenure, people when they get proven wrong or what have you, people will go and delete or edit their comments, and I can't stand that. If you edit, you edit for grammatical mistakes or whatever. But I mean, come on, people be disingenuous with stuff. So anyway, I quote the brother, and this was his comment. He said, yes, audibly too, etc. So I say again, it's foolish to pretend to know me, because this is the rest of what he said. Now, did he put it up here? See, he edited all his comments. Y'all can see that it's edited. So I quoted prior to him editing. So he said, yes, audibly, not too sure if introspective would be the right word used here. They communicate in different ways depending on your receptivity of them. Receptivity for a very few is natural. For some, it needs cultivating via those spiritual systems he also disses. So he's claiming I'm dissing the spiritual systems and not a practitioner of utter nonsense. He thinks reading books is the all of it. See, the brother is making accusations. He don't know me. So I respond and say, again, it's foolish to pretend to know me when you don't. It's better to be mature and do your best to engage in a discussion on the issue rather than troll Facebook posts and YouTube videos giving baseless opinions about someone you don't know. I don't know this brother from a can of paint, as they say. He don't know me. He don't know what I know, what I'm experiencing, what I'm initiated in, or what I'm not initiated in. He don't know anything about me, other than what he sees on my Facebook post that he tries to address. So then I go as far as I said, as far as dead people audibly communicating, we understand that audible communication can be recorded. Please share with me some recordings of the audible communications that dead people communicate. Thanks in advance. So I'm being straightforward. I'm saying he claimed that dead people communicate audibly. Now we know audible and audibly, we know audio is sound. So we know we have a lot of technology today that we could record sounds of all types. So I'm asking him to share with me any recording of a dead person audibly communicating. That's what I'm asking him. And needless to say, he didn't come back and answer that at all. And then I address you, Kafri. I say, um, I quote you what you said. I said comments on point, and then you gave your response, and then he comes back and says, "You know that the soul is eternal, right? It's only the corpse that perishes." And then he addresses me. He says, "Man, this is not about me knowing you. It's about you making incorrect claims about ancestors. You acting like you know when you don't. I am sure you can get access to some Babalawo. Go speak to them, do some research, and ask them how you can start conducting experiments to see that I'm telling you the truth." See, I didn't ask him all of that stuff, and he assumes that I don't already surround myself and talk to Babalawos and so on and so forth. But anyway, I don't want to bore y'all with this, but I just want to pull this up because Caffrey, your question, and y'all could read it. It's on the previous video. Y'all could read my comments going back and forth with him, and he edited everything. He edited a lot of his different comments, and I'm not against people editing their comments in general, but people be disingenuous with it. They get caught instead of just acknowledging correction or whatever. They want to edit to make it sound like they didn't say what they really said first and all this and that, and I don't like that. But anyway, back to what you just said though, Caffrey, in terms of it breeding beliefs, and this is what I'm talking about. I'm using that brother because he made a claim that he can't support, which is why he rambled on in all the other comments. He can't provide recordings of dead people audibly communicating. He can't provide that. And so this is what I mean. If we understand what these things are, then it will cut down on the potential of people making these things up and being satisfied in the realm of belief, ignorance. Instead, we need to approach it and get to know what's really going on. So one thing that nobody can deny is that a dead person's identity outlives their physical life. A person's reputation and their identity outlives their physical life. When they expire, their name continues, their identity continues. How long it continues and stuff, it depends. It could, and
Yeah,
it,
and that that
it
and
has nothing to do with good or bad either. Because I'm gonna give you an example of bad, like Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler is seen in a lot of people's eyes as being a demon, as a person, a devil, a demon, a bad person in history, a historical bad person. But yet, his identity, his the word form of his name, Adolf Hitler, or however you say it in German or whatever the case is, um, it's remembered. So Adolf Hitler, by this base, has an afterlife, chilling. He is snuggled comfortably in the minds of the living right now. So it doesn't matter good or bad in that sense. But go ahead, what you gonna say?
I was gonna say also it kind of ties into what American Dream mentioned earlier. Like when you challenge what and based on my experience, and I know this is anecdotal, but based on my experience, when I challenged some uh, idea based on a religious belief system, like when you challenge the person, sometimes they'll get to the point where they try to invoke fear in you. You know, like so the brother couldn't invoke fear in you on the YouTube comment section, so he just didn't. He probably just went on about his business. But oftentimes, let's say for instance, you're talking to a preacher and you're challenging him or her on the validity of some type of belief. It never failed. They try to invoke some type of a fear. They say, "Oh, brother, you got to be careful. You can't question God, or you gonna go to hell or whatever." And I think that's what we got to get away from. We got to get away from being afraid to ask questions. And a lot of our people, I know we aren't in on this panel, But a lot of our people, particularly African Americans who are deeply religious, there are some questions that they wouldn't even think about asking, which has some political and social implications, negative political and social implications.
Yes. So I'm glad you brought that up. And American Dream was just in here, so hopefully he'll come back real quick. But here's the thing, and there he is right there. But here, let me say this before you speak, American Dream. Within a belief system, a system of beliefs, what's packed up within it is the apparatus to keep people in a state of belief. And that's how belief systems survive. So within the system, you have to construct things that's going to keep people in that state. So, for example, you're made to feel guilty in many of these belief systems when you ask questions, but it happens to only be the questions that they don't have answers to. But if you ask questions about things they do have an answer to, it's all fine and dandy. Because if I ask a preacher, um, what book can I find the first mention of Moses' name? See, that's not a threat. They will tell me the answer to that. But if I ask them, well, wait a minute, how can Mary, who is a woman, have a child, a male child, without the help of another man? When I ask that question, all hell breaks loose. They go into a whole nother mode of speaking with me and things like that. So built into the belief system are ways and activities that will tend to try to keep people in that state of ignorance. And one of those things is guilt and fear. Like you said fear, but I'm saying guilt as well as fear and everything like that. So this brother Mungezi tried to he didn't use the fear thing with me. He tried to appeal to ignorance of him not knowing me, not knowing that I already talk to Babalawos all the time. I already talk to these people, and I have these same discussions and same questions for them. And and even though these people are priests and priestesses in their tradition, they acknowledge that my questions are valid and good questions, and they can't answer it, and it makes them think and research, and they say, "Hey, I'm gonna have to get back to you on that because that's deep. That's deep right there." Because everything that ask them triggers the things that they do. They're like, wait a minute, everything I am doing is for the memory of so and so, and memory of this, that, and the word. Everything is important. Memory is absolutely important, brother, for everything. And it is all about Iwe building good character and putting things in place to actually ensure that good people are produced based on good character and stuff like that. So anyway, but American Dream, I don't know if you heard what Caffrey was saying, if you want to chime in.
Um, yes, sir. I do have a question. And it's a question that I've had since I've heard you speak about the idea of the afterlife. So if for the Egyptians the afterlife was about memory, why did they go to the extent of preserving their bodies, making sure their helpers were buried with them, making sure that their gold was buried with them? Like, what was the point of going through all of that if it was just about memory?
Okay, now I don't want to make it into this or that because they did both. They went out of their way to preserve the name, even so much so that in their burial chambers and things, they would used to write or have written on their behalf messages for the living when they walk by for their names to be uttered and to be remembered. So remember, inside the tomb, you're not going to see their possessions. So the outside onlookers, they're not going to walk in the tomb, in the burial chamber itself. But they will see these messages about the name. They will see the name on the outside of the burial chamber. So it was more important about the name in terms of the remembrance in the afterlife, not so much the possessions. It wasn't until Howard Carter, rediscovered Tutankhamun's tomb that they even knew that Tutankhamun had those things in his tomb. It was not. But prior to knowing those items, they knew about Tutankhamun though. They knew about Tutankhamun prior to knowing that Tutankhamun possessed what he possessed in his tomb. So the remembrance component of this whole thing is not about the possessions, it's about remembering the identity of the person. And this is why for the king, a special attention was paid for the king to encircle his name in a shenu, people that we call a cartouche, which is a rope to protect his name, the throne name and his personal name, birth name. That was to be protected, and it surrounds the name. It encircles the name. The same way that the Ouroboros, as they call in Greek Ouroboros, or the deity Mehen, the snake, protects the Osirian state of the deceased person for their regeneration and rebirth, continued regeneration, continued rebirth. So it's
And
definitely
so
all
is
about the
that
name
for,
and not the possessions. But they did do that though, so I'm saying that they did both. So hope you understand.
but is mummification was mummification for the purpose of preserving their and the what the ancient Egyptians perceived their total person?
No, no, not the
So
total
so in other
person.
words, what was the purpose of mummification?
The purpose of the mummification point was not for other people to remember. So that's not the remembrance component of all of this. Mummification was for a totally different thing. It the the cot, the preserved cot, or the petrification, mummification of a preserved cot allowed for the other constituents of the human anatomy to perform its duties. So we have the false door, where the ba is identified or figuratively represented by a bird with a human head that can freely fly or freely dwell anywhere, but it has to come back to a landing point in so many, over so much time to be able to do to its job. The ka, which people translate. Now, mind you, people translate all these things as spirit, by the way. Ba translated spirit, ka spirit, kaibit spirit, ak spirit, and we get confused. But when you read the text, you'll see that these different components or constituents have different functions and they do different things. And so the mummified or the sa, which is the mummified body, was needed for some of these other constituent parts to perform its duties. And
Sure, but
we can have a whole discussion
but
or
it is
class on that.
right. But it sounds as if it's fair to say that their idea of the afterlife was not just about remembrance. There was more to it than that. There was also the idea of your spirit actually living on, literally, not just as a memory, but it had its own literal existence that went on. So, I just think it's a little bit unfair to say that it was just about the memory of the person, given all the
Well,
other
hold on.
practices that they had.
Okay, but wait a minute. But
No,
see,
I think I'm sorry.
hold on. Let me say something real quick, then, because what you just said doesn't match up to what I said earlier and what I just said. The You have to first understand the constituent parts of the human anatomy that the Egyptians understood. Then you will be able to separate those constituent parts and say what you're saying more accurately. Because the Ren is what was remembered. The Ka is another component that does something else. And so what you just said it doesn't have any, like, it's not a for you to say it's not fair. You're you saying that is telling me you don't understand what I said earlier about these different components.
Well,
Like for example, you said it's not fair, as if the spirit can't literally blah blah blah, but name the component then because I just said that all of these different components are translated as spirit, which confuses people because they, we had this one term for these different components. So now I need to ask you, when you say the spirit moves on, which of those components that I named? I could put them on the screen if you like, and you tell me which one of those that you're talking about.
Well,
All
I'm
right, so
not,
you want me to do
me
it?
personally, I'm not speaking about any in particular. What I said was unfair was, and I guess you weren't doing this, but it appeared as if you were saying that when it came to the afterlife with the Egyptians, it was just about memory, and that's what I was saying was an unfair representation of what the Egyptians felt about the afterlife. I feel like there's more to it, which I guess is the ka that you're talking about. Um, and I think that is more than just the memory. I think that goes into more of a religious belief aspect, where it really is just about a belief system and that part of religion that that you also may think is not valuable. But it's apparent that that was a part of the Egyptian um, way of thinking.
What do you mean? What do you mean when you say cop?
Um, well, what I'm talking about, because when we talk about the afterlife, there's the remembrance of the person. There's that aspect of the afterlife where the only thing that remains is the memory of the person, as Wujawu has explained. But then, and I think he said that was considered to be the Ren. And the only reason I brought up Ka was because he mentioned the word Ka. And, in my estimation, the only other thing other than the memory of the person to exist after the person is gone, the only other thing that would exist is some type of soul or spirit of the person. I'm not saying that I believe that that exists. I'm just saying that I think that the Egyptians had an understanding and a belief around that as well. For them, it wasn't just about the memory of the person living on, which is why they buried them with their workers. They buried them with their gold. They buried them with stuff that they thought they could still use once they came back to life, um,
But see, what
or
no, so I got to
whatever it
stop you
was.
there. They never, no Egyptian ever witnessed anybody coming back from the dead. They had burial sites and sacred places where people were buried, cemeteries, and they never, in all 3,000 plus years of Egypt's existence, they never witnessed anybody coming back. And so they would have known that people could come back if that indeed occurred. So they weren't naive to know that nobody's coming back from the dead, at least not the way that they entered the tomb. Nobody's coming out the tomb the
So
way that
what
they
was the
entered it.
point? Right. So what was the point of them preserving their bodies, getting buried with their gold, getting buried with
And
their
that's what
slaves? Like, what was the point of that if it wasn't about some other them having a literal life after death?
Those are
okay, so
artifacts. Those are
yes.
artifacts. The purpose of these things, these rituals, the purpose of rituals, for instance, is that in the same way that the one thing about rituals is that when people get locked into rituals, they pass them down from generation to generation. That means whatever knowledge that whatever principles that they represent, they're going to be preserved in those rituals. They're going to be preserved in the in whatever other physical artifacts that are left there with the along with the idea of the rituals having occurred. Once those rituals are in place, and once people begin to repeat them over and over and over again, something may happen later on to cause them to be to be kind of torn down like temples, sort of. Only the difference is that this is on the tapestry of or on the plane of on the mental plane. So the purpose of these rituals is that in the same manner that physically you can walk around, ruins of a physical, ruin, You pick up something, a piece of something, and then look over there and pick up another thing. You begin to put them together. You know, all of a sudden, while you spend enough time there, you put a lot of stuff together. You start to understand who, what, and how these people live, at least to some extent, to whatever extent that's possible through that medium. But that is the primary part, and to the extent that that is so, Wujalu is pretty much correct. It's I mean, and if you feel like there's some other way, then you need. This is a belief. You say you feel X, Y, and Z. You feel it this way. You feel that this is what they actually mean. This is why it did it. The basis of that feeling.
So just real
Um,
quick, I have on the screen. Oh, you want to respond to that?
yeah, if I could, I guess the reason I have a hard time grasping what he's saying is that, if they buried themselves with their gold and with their workers, um, for the sake of memory, then we would be saying that they knew that somewhere thousands of years into the future, their graves would be dug up. And so they did all of that, foreseeing that future, and so buried themselves with these things just so that people could remember them after they got dug up. And I don't know if I really
I'm not saying
believe that that's what happened.
I'm not saying it's just them personally that they were trying to preserve. I'm saying that they made themselves personally responsible for the preservation of and the rebirth of their culture. Uh, in the case of some kind of calamity, you know, they made themselves um, um, useful to the process of rebirthing that particular their particular way of thinking. And let's be honest, it worked.
I
Yeah,
wanted
you
to just
can't
say
deny that it
something
worked.
to. I just want to say something to that because I had taken time to spell this out real quick. The anatomy of being in the ancient Egyptians conceptualization of the human being, and so these are the different layers or constituent parts of what makes a human being, a total human. And each one of these components have a function and expiration date, shelf life, or whatever the case is, and they do what they do. The cot is, um, as I said before, is the body. The kaibit or the shoot is now what I have here is all these different words are translated as spirit or soul, pretty much, except the ib and the rin. Nobody really identifies those with the spirit or soul, but all the rest of them are spirit and soul, and this is what confuses our conversations about this unless we start to break them down and call them what they are. Then we know that we're talking about different things and how they function. So the um in their idea, the part that I was speaking about earlier about remembering is the name. This is what's remembered. Now the ren is translated as name, but it's better translated as identity. And what that represents is a container that represents this particular individual. All right, and so that is what is to be remembered in the land, in the minds of the living, in the land of the living. And I can show. I'm not prepared to show this at this very moment, but I did before, but I don't mind doing it again. I could show primary text where this is explicitly stated, where the name is for the land of the living. They want somebody who's in the land of the living to not just walk past a tomb, but utter my name so that I will be remembered and I will have life eternal, eternal life, and this, that, and the third, Ankh and the hay, and all that kind of good stuff. It is the name because people don't get to see what's in the um the tomb. The average person don't have the opportunity to walk into the burial chambers of people's tombs like that. You just don't do that. Like how we have today. We have a what do you call it, a headstone um, on cemeteries today. We don't get to deal with the body or anything like that. We just have the marker and we have the headstone. It has the name and it has their birth date, death date, and maybe a statement about them and whatnot to be remembered. And you usually say remembered always on the tombstone. Today's tombstones. So the afterlife has always been about memory. It's always been about memory. Now, why they bury artifacts, physical artifacts with their dead, and why they try to preserve the body, and why they had what's called Shapti dolls, not actual physical people. In the pre-dynastic and maybe the early dynasty, I think only within the first dynasty where actual people were sacrificed for that purpose. But thereafter, they had Shapti dolls, which means the workers. The word itself means to work or to replace a worker. Buried with them and stuff are for totally different reasons. It wasn't for the memory. So I don't want to confuse the conversation about the purpose of the Ren and memory and the afterlife in that aspect versus the burial of material items in the tombs
Right.
and
And if I may,
the
Wujao,
purposes for those.
and if I may, another part of the reason why I said it was a little unfair is because you say that they did all of those other things for different reasons, but you're not necessarily speaking on what those reasons are, and that is the heart of what I'm asking about. Like, what were because if the afterlife is always about remembrance, what does that have to do with remembrance? And if it has nothing to do with remembrance, then it's not always about remembrance. Sometimes it's about something else. And what is that something else that they're doing having to do with the afterlife, that they need to bury their workers and their belongings with them? Like, what is the aspect of the afterlife that they're celebrating or believing in? What is it?
Okay, and that's a good question. And so I'm asked that question quite often, and what I find is that people are asking as if that is to make a statement about something else. So let's address both things real quick. And I'm not saying you're asking me for that reason, but for everybody else listening, in ancient Egypt, the burial sites of individuals, especially royalty and everything, was very, very often raided and robbed and pillaged to the point where they had guards that protect royal cemeteries on duty during the Egyptian heyday and life. Whenever the tombs are raided and pillaged and by tomb robbers and stuff, they found everything intact. They took anything of value out of those tombs. So much so that some burial sites were changed because they had wanted to keep certain burial sites secret from the general population because they know that if people knew that they would steal those things. And some of the robberies were done by inside jobs, people selling information, telling where certain things were buried or whatever the case is. I say that to say that all during Egypt's tenure as a civilization, nobody witnessed or experienced anybody coming back from the dead or actually utilizing the objects that was buried with them. If they put shoptees or dolls or whatever in the left corner of the tomb, guess what? When they come up in there years later, it's still in the left corner of the tomb, exactly like how they were placed. And they knew this. So they knew that none of those things were used literally or physically. They all have figurative parallels and figurative meanings, not literal. The afterlife was never a physical or literal thing. They knew this, and it's never implied in the culture. It's only us after we say, "Oh, the Egyptians buried it in it because they believed that they're gonna come back from the dead and use this and use that." No, none of those things moved. None of those things were utilized or moved. They had a counterpart in associated with these other constituent parts here. So let me give you an example that I always give. Food. When we eat food, there's something in the food that provides, sustenance to allow us to live, right? If you watch a piece of fruit rot, like in order for us to live a physical life, the cot, to live a physical life, we need to eat food. So the food provides something that allows us to live. So in an afterlife, for the other constituents to continue to live, there must be some kind of substance that's necessary for it to have a prolonged shelf life or for it to live, for lack of a better word. And so these different items that are buried within the tombs or done, or whatever the case is, are supposed to represent those things that keep these other constituent parts functioning. That's why.
So Joe,
Yeah,
If I if
it, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Sure, I'm just not. I'm just still trying to figure out what it all has to do with the memory of the person, though. Like, if
Well,
those
can I
things are
say this?
making.
wait. I just hold on. Okay. So let me make it crystal clear then, because I thought I clarified that. Everything I just said. That's why I didn't want to talk about them together. The memory component to everything that I said on this entire video stream is completely separate from what you brought up in terms of the grave goods inside the tomb. Again, the land of the living, the people who are living, did not have the opportunity to even see those grave goods. But yet they were still asked to remember the person so that they can have an afterlife, because the afterlife is in the minds of the living. If the person could be buried with all the goods in the whole land. They could be buried with what's the Fort Knox. A person could be buried with all the gold at Fort Knox. If that person is not remembered by somebody who is alive, then that's for nothing. That has nothing. It does nothing. It's a waste. It's done. So understand that in order for a person to have an afterlife, they must be remembered. As they are being remembered, or during the remembering, these other grave goods and things are suffice to keep the other components going and functioning.
Some,
But if they're not remembered in the first place, then all that stuff is for naught.
can I add something to that?
I'm
Because
not sure
because
what
hold-
you. I'm not sure.
because okay, go ahead.
When you say
Because
all of the
I'm
goods
gonna
that
clear
they
it up.
bury them with are like you said, they're there to make the other things work. I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. Like they're there, like they bury you with your workers so that people can remember you better. Like I'm not sure I'm understanding exactly what it is, like how that
I guess.
enhances. How does that
I
enhance
guess.
the memory of the person by burying them with a bunch of gold rather than just their name being written outside of the tomb?
You
Like
know, you
like
you
that
and you
I
and you, and you keep
understand.
and you keep saying that, and I'm addressing it all the ways I can. You keep wrongfully, incorrectly thinking I'm saying the burial of the gold is for the purpose of remembering, when I say the opposite. So
Can
get
I
this
try
in your
another way,
so
Uja?
no. I'm gonna make this clear for him real quick. I want you to understand, and we're gonna go sentence by sentence. The people who were alive in Egypt, walking around the streets, going about their day to day life, they did not see the inner parts of the burial chambers to see all those items. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So the the items that were buried with the person is not connected to the people who are alive to remember the deceased person. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if the deceased person was not remembered by the by someone who is alive, then that person ceased to exist. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So, if that's the case, that case meaning that the person is no longer existing because they're not remembered by anybody who is alive, then what good are the things buried with them in the burial chamber? It
Okay, but
has
what
no
good is
good.
it if this? Okay, so what's the good if the person does remember them?
Okay, but notice, but I want you to understand that the items in the thing is not for the remembrance part. So
I know, but I'm
now that
asking
we're
you,
there,
what is it for?
I
But
know.
that's still, I'm still trying to figure out what is it for. Then, like, does it? If
Okay, I
it's
know,
not
I
for the
know, I know,
memory,
but I answered that earlier, but you're confusing it for the memory. So if it's not for the memory, let's take if out. I want you to say it is not for the memory. It is not for the memory of the person. So the
it's not
goods
for the memory.
are okay. The goods are for the other constituent parts of that person to function. That's what they're there for. They're there and they're used for the other aspects of the human being that you see on the screen. For those other aspects to function.
I
Now,
can't
I
see
said
anything on my
earlier,
screen. I can't see anything on my screen. Can you give me an example of one of those other aspects of the human being?
okay, if you haven't been seeing my screen this whole time, maybe that's part of the problem because I've been showing things on the screen as I've been saying everything I've been saying. So
No,
what
I'm
what
just seeing the StreamYard thing. I'm not seeing anything being shared.
I can see it.
okay, I have it real big where it says ancient Egyptian anatomy of being. The Ba, Ak, Sekhem, Sa, Ib, Ren, Ka, Shut or Kaibit, and the Kat.
Okay.
All right. So now, but that's neither really here nor there. I was hoping that you see it just so you have a visual and it'll help things out. But here's the thing: let's take one item for example. The workers that you keep mentioning, the workers um, being buried with the deceased person. Let's just say the king or whatever. They weren't actual human beings being buried outside of the first dynasty. The first dynasty is the dynasty where you may find some actual human sacrifices being done and people
There,
being
there,
buried with the king.
I think there was also a Nubian um, burial site where that actually was from. Discovered.
Okay, but that wasn't the norm. That didn't continue outside of that first dynasty period. So that was uh, ended very early in Egypt's history. Um, so instead of human beings being killed or murdered and sacrificed to be buried with the dead king or whatever, they use what's called shapti dolls or figurines or statues, and they were buried with the person. Obviously, they're not literal. Okay, the moment that you take something away from it being a real human being, and now you have a statue, you immediately should know that it's transforms from literal to a figurative expression, a figurative representation. What is that figurative representation? The word shapti itself is the word for workers. And the reason why they buried them there is because the Egyptians um, had a concept in the land of the living. People were responsible or required to do work to actually make a living and live. And in order for the deceased person to enjoy a relaxed and chill out afterlife, they had, or even in living, you had to hire people to do your duties or your things you're responsible for on your behalf. So in death, the workers or the Shapti figurines serve that same purpose. So for the dead, the work that the dead or deceased person was supposed to do, they substituted themselves for these workers. And the Shapti figurines provided them the resource to hire these workers to work on their behalf where they can chill out. None of that is literal. That's the idea and concept behind that. That's why the Shapti workers were there. It had nothing to do with memory at all.
Can I
So it
also
has to do
ask you a
with
question, Ruja?
so so they did believe. I'm sorry. So but they did believe in the spirit or the soul.
Um, do you what's the difference between spirit and soul?
Um, I just see that it says spirit slash soul on there, so I take it wherever that there's no distinction being made between spirit and soul. So I'm just asking if, given that
No, there is a
it's
there is a
using,
there is a different there is well I
but
have this on the
regardless,
screen
they look at
because the
that
way
as a,
it was translated.
but they
Go
do
ahead.
look at, but they do see the spirit or the soul as an aspect of the human being.
Okay, well let me clarify what you're seeing on the screen. Um, I clearly put often these Egyptian words are often translated as the words on the right hand side. And when I did this and I put this on the screen, when I spoke on this the first time, not tonight, but this is a this is from another discussion I had. I was telling people at that time that this is part of the confusion. These independent words are all translated either as spirit or soul, and that creates the confusion. So now to your question, did the Egyptians believe in a spirit? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, because the same way they feel that the memory is an aspect of the human being, the memory is a real thing that exists. Like now you're saying that the spirit or soul is an aspect of the human being. So I'm wondering if they believe that
Yeah.
the spirit or soul is also something that literally exists, the same way memory does.
Yeah. The spirit is real. Hmm. The
And
spirit
it's
is
not,
real
and
as it was yesterday as it is today. Everybody has
not having
spirit,
anything to
even
do with
atheists.
not having anything to do with memory, with the memory of them. So after someone dies, their spirit lives on outside of the idea of their memory, that people have of them.
Yeah, because what we're calling death is the cessation of the clock at the bottom there. That's what expires.
Which word
Everything
would
else
you
doesn't have the same expiration date.
which one?
So for example, spiritus or spirit, that animating aspect, things moving, the ability to move and all that kind of stuff, that still goes on. Remember, the what makes us what we're today calling a person, um, is a whole bunch of things. Like when we say somebody's dead, the the components within the actual physical body are still moving and still doing things.
John,
It's a slow process of where things start to shut down because they're dependent on one another. They have this symbiotic relationship that if one aspect shuts down, then the other starts to decay, but it don't all shut down at once.
which one
Okay, so
would
like,
you? I'm sorry, I have a
now go
question.
ahead.
Which one of these would you categorize as an actual appropriate um, spirit? Thing you call a spirit. Which one of these among
Um,
this list?
well, actually, I would say there's two, but I would say the main one would be the kaibit. That's that animating aspect.
That's what they call the shadow, right?
Yes, and they figuratively, or they made it analogous to a shadow because every human being um has a shadow. If you stand in the light, every human being has a shadow, and your shadow follows the the human body. So they symbolize the spirit this animating force as the body's double, as this shadow.
So, job, is
Hmm.
it too far off to as far as the components that were left with the kings? Is it too far off to assume that a part of that has to do with the preservation of the actual institution of kingship because it was such a vital part of the social order? You know what I mean? Like, as a saying, as it's, I'm sure it's all over the literature. May he like forever live like Ra. A part of that has to do with the idea of a king. May the idea of a king live forever. And so, if we are trying to preserve the idea of kingship as a figurative expression, we're going to preserve these components of the king. Is it too far off to look at it from that perspective too?
I don't have anything. I don't see anything leading me to believe that part because kingship was a continuous thing. When one king died, another king was enthroned, and if the other king, the potential king, wasn't ready to be enthroned, then they had a co-regent.
I
And
got
so, and then while the king was dying, unless it was a some kind of incident, those things were arranged and taken care of.
What about the
I got you.
Assyrian? What about the Assyrian aspect of it?
What about the what you real low?
The Assyrian aspect of it. In other words, the kingship. Once the king died, sure, he was succeeded by another king, but the deceased would become Sid, um, and you know become the quote unquote king of the underworld, at least one with the Assyrian concept thereof. What does that have to
Yeah.
do with it? As far as royalty is concerned, well, no, not really royalty, but whatever that royalty represented. In other words, why did they? What was the purpose of the Osirian um, drama, so to speak, as it relates to everything you just said, if there was anything at all related to it?
So remember the outcome of the Syrian drama, as you called it. What was the outcome of it?
I mean, he was dead, and he would become one with Ra, and he would become the king of the Duat, so to speak, and he would be the judge over uh, you know people's cop.
Yeah. So at the end of that Osirian drama, the story, the myth, and everything like that, was the production of Heru,
It was
who
what now?
who was the production of Heru, the king.
Yeah. Oh, you mean that part? Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's the outcome of it. So it's the continuation of kingship and the institution of kingship, right? And the triumph
Yeah. Yeah.
over the okay. Um so I'm trying to in that light I'm trying to understand what you're asking when you brought up the
Really,
Assyrian drama.
yeah, I was trying to, because the very argument with the brother American, he's trying to associate this with kind of afterlife type from the Semitic kind of um, traditions. It seems to me that's what he's trying to do. So I'm just trying because it seems because in other words that seems to be the part that's causing the controversy for him. So that might be where it needs
Well,
to be focused.
I'm trying to keep it very simple and just make sure that nothing's being confused. So just to summarize and go review and summarize quick as I can. The the afterlife, the actual location where ancestors live is in the minds of the living. Okay, that's where your ancestors live. They don't live anywhere else but in your mind or in the mind of somebody who's alive. The moment that they're no longer remembered by somebody who is alive, their existence is no longer existing. They no longer exist. That's it. Once we get that understanding, then we see in all of these different communities all across the world, not just in Africa, but all across the world, why people go out their way to remember, and a lot of focus is put on the remembrance of people, the remembrance of your ancestors, to call on their name, say his name, call on
What
his
happens
name.
to their memory? What happens to their spirit, though? Like I get that, but the memory is just one aspect. There are the other aspects like the spirit. Like if nobody remembers them, and that aspect of them, which is the memory, is not there. Why do they fail to exist? What happens to their spirit? What happens to that aspect that the stuff that they're buried with helps to enhance? Why does that go
Okay,
away along with the memory, which is just another aspect?
okay. So in order for me to address that, tell me exactly what is a spirit, and then I can answer you. What is a spirit?
I have no
Because
idea.
without,
You're the one that says that there's an aspect of the human being called a spirit. I'm asking about what that is. Like I'm just and you said it was
but
separate
that
from the memory. I'm not
no, but
saying that
that's
it is.
not.
I'm just
Wait, that's not what you asked. Hold on. Let's rewind. I'm gonna go slow. You didn't ask me what a spirit is. You specifically asked me what happens to the person's spirit, and so on and so forth, which
because
prompted me
you
to ask
said the
you
person
what
has a
a spirit
spirit.
is.
But the reason I'm saying that is because you said the person has different aspects of himself. You said there's the memory is just one aspect, and then you said there are other aspects, which on the chart you
No, I
had
said
up
the
said the
name.
first one
I
said it
not
could be
not
translated that it could be translated as spirit. Or so that's what I'm asking you about. I'm not asking because I think there's such a thing as a spirit. I'm asking you about the thing that you said can be translated as spirit. Like, why does it go away when the aspect that you call memory goes away? Why does it go away? Like, does the memory go away if the spirit part go away as well? Like, why does the spirit go away along with the memory? Is just that all I'm asking.
okay. What I'm saying is that the person ceased to exist if they're not remembered. Like,
But what
and
happens to
I'm
their
gonna give I'm gonna
spirit?
give you I'm gonna give you wait, I'm gonna give you a practical example. Like you don't know everybody on the planet who's alive right now. So there's billions of people that don't exist to you, but yet they exist in their own existence. But to you, from your vantage point, your perception, and your awareness, they don't even exist. You're
No,
you're
they don't
completely
exist. They exist in someone else's memory, but that's still the memory aspect of them. We're talking about the spirit, like what happens to the spirit, which you say has nothing to do with memory. Like what happens to that aspect? Why does that aspect? Why do they fail to exist when nobody remembers them? Because I think that's what you were saying. If no one who's living remembers these people, then they fail to exist, and that's just the memory aspect. What happened to all the other aspects? Why do they go away with memory?
okay. So let's back up a bit, because one thing I do not like is to be misquoted or misrepresented. I did not say what you just said. I said that I didn't say the spirit has nothing to do with memory. I said those grave goods that you kept bringing up doesn't have anything to do with the memory component, because the people who are living, who walk by these graves and tombs, never see them. I thought I was very, very clear on that. So
Like you said, it had
now
to
we
do
can
with
get
another
back. Now, now,
component,
now,
which is not
now, now we
memory.
can get back. Now we can get back to your spirit thing. I just want to clarify what I say versus what I didn't say. So I'm not saying spirit has nothing to do with it. So if we're going to talk about spirit, we have to properly define spirit, and that's why I asked you what is a spirit, because we're using this term. Both of us, all of us on the panel, have said it at some point or another. So let me hear from you. What is your understanding of what a spirit is, and then I can talk in
Um,
your terms.
Sure. First, the only reason I'm even using the word spirit is because you brought it up on the chart. So, really and truly, you're the one, and that's what I've been asking you about. From the get go, is what is that spirit? What is that other aspect that you keep talking about, other than memory? Because the only thing I can think of when I hear spirit or soul is that there is literally this part of you that when you die, there's a part of you that leaves the body and lives independently on its own outside of the body, lives independently of people's memories of them. It's just that's your spirit that goes to live in the spirit world somewhere. That is the understanding that I have. Do I believe that that exists? No, but that's the understanding of spirit that I have. So when you bring that up on your chart and say that's another aspect of the human being, I automatically think that that's the idea that you're talking about. So I'm wondering. So, and which is why I keep asking, like, what is the other aspect outside of memory that the human being has? So, just to answer your question, as far as I know, the only understanding of spirit I have is the religious aspect of spirit, of this part of you that lives on after you die.
Okay. So let me fix something then, because the purpose of me showing that, let me show where this came from. The purpose of me showing, and I have it back on the screen. The purpose of me, and I'll make this real big. The purpose of me showing this on the screen was to inform you of these different constituent parts of the human anatomy according to the ancient Egyptians. Now, as a consequence of that, you're seeing the arrows point to what I said on the right hand side, which is often translated as dot dot dot. This particular slide is coming from a different discussion that I had on about spirit, spiritual, and spirituality, and the problems with the word spirit and soul. And as we can see in this conversation, you've actually helped me to after the fact prove what I was saying in my previous conversation, weeks ago, on the problems of the very word spirit and soul. So notice how I have it on the screen that these words are often translated as spirit and soul. The commentary I gave originally, when I had this on the screen originally in the conversation, was how problematic this is. So I'm not using this to other than for you was to help you understand the different constituent parts of the human anatomy that the Egyptians saw, not so much of um, that is often translated as spirit or soul, or to get into what a spirit or soul is. But we can do that though, because I did that on on the conversation of what this exists. So we can walk it down, and this will be a review for some people, and we could walk this down. We can identify exactly what the spirit is, because you say you don't believe it, and I don't want to talk about something that you don't believe in, or that you don't accept or anything. I wouldn't want to waste your time or my time. So I want to get to something that we both can see as a reality, right? So
Right.
in
It would
my
have to
original
be. It would
yeah,
kind of
well,
have
let
to
me just
be
finish.
one of those. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So when I originally had the conversation, I broke down different key terms, and without rehashing this whole presentation I did, I'm just gonna kind of skip through. But I spoke about the importance of nomenclature in having these discussions, and I said there's key terms that people toss around, but we really don't define for the sake of any given conversation. We don't tend to do that, but we need to do that. So I stressed that, and I talked about psychology, and the spirit, what psychology is, and so on and so forth. But now, if I get down to psyche, and I'm gonna define these terms, and hopefully these terms can govern our conversation to move forward, right? Um, so let's first define psyche, and it's important, even though we didn't mention psyche. I mentioned it earlier, but you didn't mention it. But we need to define it anyway. Now, in Latin, like the word animus, which is a source of our English word animal. The Greek soki started out meaning breath, and it developed semantically to soul or spirit. Now, these two words in English today are used synonymously, but that's a problem. English adopted it via Latin psyche in the mid 17th century, but it did not really begin to come to its own until the middle of the 19th century, when the development of the sciences of the mind saw it pressed into service in such compound forms as psychology and psychiatry, which is the healing of the mind and the study of the mind, respectively, right? In reverse. So that's psyche. So let's get an understanding that psyche meant breath. Okay, and it's important because remember, dead people don't breathe. All right, just keep that in mind too. I'm just throwing that in there. All right, so the psyche is breath. All right, so do deceased corpse breathe? No. Do they have a psyche? Therefore, no. All right, let's keep going. Spirit. In Latin, spiritus originally meant breath as well. So notice that the Greek psyche meant breath, comparable to the Latin spiritus meaning breath. So these are equated. Psyche and spirit in their respective languages are the same. Same concept behind those word forms. Spiritus and suki both are conceived as breath. It derived from the verb spirare, breathe, which is the source of English aspire, conspire, expire, inspire, perspire, respire, transpire, etc., which probably came ultimately from the prehistoric Indo-European base, spes or peace, the imitation of the sound of blowing or breathing out. And then the source of the other words, I'm going to skip. And then it says, but in the Augustan period, it gradually began to take over as a word for soul from the word anima. So now, in Latin, they had a dominant word anima, which means to move, where we get animate, animation, the movement of something. All right. Spiritus took that over, and that's where you get this confusion between the two, or why those two words are made synonymous now in today's time. But remember, anima originally also meant breath. So all of these words, anima, spiritus, and psyche, are all pointing to breath. Now here's the word animate. Etymologically, an animal is a being which breathes. Its immediate source was the Latin adjective animalis, having a soul, a derivative of the noun anima, breath or soul, which also gave the English the verb and adjective animate. Anima is a member of a set of related words in which the notions of breath, wind, and spirit life are intimately connected. Where we at? Intimately connected. How did I lose myself? Oh yeah. For instance, the Greek animos, wind, possibly the source of the English anemone or anemone. Latin animus, spirit, mind, courage, anger, the source of English animosity, to be have animosity against someone, is coming from that same word. And animus, the Sanskrit anti, breathe, Old English Othean, breathe, Swedish anda, breathe, etc. The breath sense is presumably primary. The spirit life sense is a metaphorical extension of it. All these things are talking about breathing. Okay, the wind, breath, the air itself, right? Now, if we look at soul, behind the word soul lies the ancient notion of the soul as something fleeting or mercurial. It's temporary. That's a fancy way of saying temporary. For its prehistoric Germanic ancestor, Sawalo, Sawalo, was related to the Greek allos, quick moving, etc. So we're establishing soul as something being temporary. Okay, but remember, soul was connected to breath. So you have a temporary thing going on with breath, anima. And then we get into behavior. I don't have to do that right now. I had mind up here. I don't think I need to do that right now. I had energy, matter, tangible, evident, and emotion. This is all from my experience from my previous discussion. So I'm gonna leave that alone right there. So I don't need to go into all of those. So having went gone through all of that, we can come to the conclusion to allow the word spirit to govern the conversation with the sense of spirit meaning breath. Now, the reason why the notion of breathing became associated with our modern notions of this thing that we can't see, because the wind is something you cannot see. The only thing we can see are the consequences of wind. So we don't see the air itself, but we see the effects that air has on other objects. So there's a causal agent component, and then there's a result component. And so the causal agent is one thing, and then the actions or the results of it is another thing. So dead people do not breathe. So whether you believe in a spirit or not, or you think you don't believe in a spirit, you in fact do if we define it in the terms that I just defined it in. Because you and I both know that dead people do not breathe, but they once did breathe. And so when they died, that breathing that they did do was mercurial. It was temporary, and they no longer breathe. So you're asking me what happens to the spirit? What happens to the breath? Where does it go? That's how I'm hearing when you ask the question, when people ask that question, where does the spirit go? It's the same as asking, where does their breathing go? Where does the breath go? And nobody would really ask that way if they understood spirit to be breath. But because spirit in our minds is some kind of, has been confused and mixed up to be this spooky thing or whatever, we can't discuss the realities of what's really going on. So having said all that stuff, now I don't know if you want to reword your question or whatever the case is, but I'm gonna take your question to be asking me, where did the breath go?
No, now I'm wondering, what does burying um your belongings and your workers with you have to do with your breath?
Yeah, I don't know why you asked me that, because I never said anything to do with your breath. So to
Well, no,
answer your
because
question,
when we were speaking
wait, wait,
about
wait, hold on,
because
wait,
when
wait,
we
wait,
were
wait, wait, wait,
speaking
wait,
about
wait, 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 wait,
let me,
wait, wait, wait. Let me answer.
let
Let
me
me
just
answer
let
your
me just
question
say
though.
this though.
Wait. Let me, because I want to answer your question the way you asked, because previous when I tried that, you changed it up, and I don't, and it's like just kind of glossed over, because the way you ask your questions, I don't know if you're understanding the things that I'm saying. So to answer your
No, I
question,
understand what you're saying, but
it
let me
doesn't,
let me be
okay,
clear
it doesn't
on
have
what I'm
anything, okay,
asking though.
it doesn't have anything to do with the breath.
Because but when we were speaking before, when we were the original question was if what does burying your belongings and your workers with the dead, what does it have to do with their memory? And you said it has nothing to do with their memory, it has to do with other aspects of their being. And when we're
Yep.
talking about other aspects of their being, you brought up their spirit, which you said was their breath. So now I'm asking, what does burying with your belongings and your workers have to do with your breath, if spirit means breath? Or are you now saying that the burying has nothing to do with this, with that aspect? It has to do with now another aspect outside of the spirit or the breath.
Okay, I want to make something crystal clear to you for the probably third time now. When I had this particular slide up, when you see it says off, for example, ba, often translated as spirit or soul slash soul. When I gave this presentation, I said these things to emphasize the problem with translating it as such. Do you understand that? Yes or no? Because this is my third time repeating this. The word ba is translated often with the word spirit or soul. We can go to the Egyptian dictionaries right now and we can see that ba, ak, sa, and ka and kaibit and shut are all translated either as spirit or soul or both in multiple Egyptian dictionaries. And my stance and what I said when I first had this on the screen, when I created this slide, was that that is problematic. And the very fact that you and I are having this conversation and you asking me the question repeatedly is confirming and helping me to demonstrate why it's problematic. So I don't want you to use something that I'm saying is a problem to therefore formulate a question to ask me about. So to cut that off, that's why I told you I'm defining spirit as breath. And you're asking me, what do those things buried with the dead person have to do with breath? Nothing. Dead people don't breathe. They don't read either. No dead person reads anything. They don't eat anything. They don't breathe. That's one of the definitions of death. The cessation of breathing. Cardiac arrest. They're not breathing. So I don't care what's buried with a dead person. It has nothing to do with their breath. They're not
So what is
breathing.
it? So,
I
so
mean, I hope you get that.
I
I mean, I hope I
mean,
don't have to
I'm
explain
not.
that over and over again.
No, you're not
Like,
gonna have to. You're not gonna have to. I guess I'm just gonna have to go without really understanding. You know,
no, but I'm
what's
trying to see your point of not understanding. That's why I keep asking you, do you understand that? Yes or no? Now, notice that you didn't answer me on my last question. I asked you that.
no, I
So
don't
here's the
understand.
thing.
Well, let me, and I'm trying to tell you why I don't understand, but you got to
Okay, all right,
talk
go ahead.
over me.
No,
Um,
no, no, no. I'm not
because
talking over you. So go ahead. I want you
my
to explain
original
to me why
question
don't you understand.
because my original question was, you said that because you've said a few times that when it comes to the afterlife with the Egyptians, it's always about memory, which is why I asked. I said, then why were they burying stuff with them if it's all about memory? And you said the burying stuff had nothing to do with memory; it had to do with other aspects of their being. And then when I asked you what those other aspects were, you said spirit or body, and then you said
No, no, no,
spirit
no,
or
no, no,
body
no, no,
was
no, no, no,
problematic.
no,
Let me
no,
just finish. Let me
no.
just finish. Then I'm going to be done real quick. Then you said spirit or body were problematic words, so you would rather use the word breath. That it just means breath as another aspect of the human. So I figured you were saying that the reason they were burying stuff with the dead, it had to do with the breath. If it has nothing to do with memory, then it must have to do with the breath, which is why you brought up that aspect of the human to answer the question of why they're burying stuff with them. But now it sounds as if you're saying it had nothing to do with the breath either. So I'm wondering if there's a different aspect outside of memory and breath that. So why were they burying stuff with people if it had nothing to do with memory and nothing to do with spirit or breath? Like, why were they burying stuff with people?
Yeah, see, you might as well cut to the chase and just ask me a plain question. Like, in ancient Egypt, they buried goods with the deceased person. Why is that, Wujao? Why did they bury something with that? Instead of going the roundabout way to ask me that, to get to that question, because based on you repeating this stuff back to me, you didn't really understand what I was saying as I was saying it. Because again,
Bro,
I
I
was
asked you
saying that
that like five times.
wait, but hold up.
I
Wait,
asked
one
you that
second,
like
one second.
five times, Ujao.
Okay, Okay, and that's what I'm saying. I've been repeating myself. Like I said three, so it may have been 5 times that I repeated myself. And here we are still at the same question. So in Egypt, and this is why I told Caffrey earlier that in order for this information to be of value and stuff, you have to understand certain prerequisite things. And I brought up the anatomy of the human being as one of those things. And you didn't see the screen before, and now I know you do. So I only put this up here because at first I had them up here without the often translated as, and I should have just kept it as that, because then we could start using these different terms. Because I know you don't know what these different terms are, but because I already filled it in on the right hand side, what they're often translated as is causing the confusion. I would have been better off to just leave these Egyptian terms on the screen without anything else. I think that would have helped the conversation. But when it comes to the original discussion was about the afterlife. The Egyptian afterlife is dependent upon the people who are alive to remember the deceased. The deceased person has an afterlife only if that deceased person is remembered by someone who is alive. This is stated in text and everything. And I'm going to show this again. I showed this in the previous show, but I'm going to show it again because I'm going to make it concise and have a show just simply for that. So that's one thing. As a separate question, it's like, okay, the funerary rites of the Egyptians, why did they bury things in the tomb? And that's why when you first brought it up, I said, wait a minute, I want to make sure we keeping this conversation separate. That the afterlife and the remembrance of the person is a different conversation than why was this buried with the person and so on and so forth. I said that. I know you remember me saying that. So now we're focused, but you're connecting the two in your questioning, in your questions that you're asking me. And so I want to make it clear. Let's cut the ribbon, the umbilical cord, and let's have an understanding that the afterlife of any person, even to this very day, you don't even have to be Egyptian. This is a reality. A deceased person only lives beyond their body dying in the memory of living. Like your great grandparents, if your great grandparents or great grandparents, whoever is the first line of your generation that is now deceased, that you still remember, they live on where? In your mind as a memory. Okay? So let's leave that there. Now, when they're buried, they're usually buried in a nice suit if they're a man, or a nice dress if they're a woman. Some people put something in the casket at the wake of the funeral and stuff like that. They put things in there to this very day. Does that mean that that's going to affect the memory of people if it wasn't placed in there? No. So these are two separate things. Why people bury stuff with people is separate from the remembrance of that person and the afterlife component involving that memory. So I want to be crystal clear on that, because these are things we still do today, atheists or not. People die all the time. It doesn't matter your belief system. And people get buried all the time. People even clean grave sites. Why? Why put them in a casket? Why spend money on a casket at all? Even if it's cremated, why get a jar? Why get a container? Or just cremate it and just let the dust fly? Why do we do these things? That's separate from the memory and the remembrance of the person so that they can live on in the minds of the living. So I'm just doubling down, tripling down on that separation. So now let's get back to the ancient Egyptians. Like today, we bury things with dead people. The Egyptians did the same thing. They buried things with dead people. Why? I gave a simple explanation of one of the reasons why. And I used the Shopti figurines as one of those reasons why. One of the reasons why is because when a person is alive and living, they were responsible for certain jobs and things that they had to do to make a living. And they had to work these jobs, and they could not be at peace. They could not relax. They could not be at a state of peace, and so on and so forth. So you take that whole concept while they're alive and them being laborious and labor at their jobs, and when they're dead, the deceased person, figuratively speaking, was able to hire workers to take care of those responsibilities so the deceased person figuratively could be at peace and not have to work. But that's not literal, it's all figurative. Because as I said, and to support that, I was saying that whenever these tombs were robbed and so on and so forth, none of these statues and figurines moved. They did not do no work. Nothing that was buried ever moved or anything like that. The deceased person didn't move. Nobody moved. Nothing from nothing from nothing. They knew this. The Egyptian population and people knew this. Anybody, because that was done all the time. Graves were robbed all the time. It was figurative. I can't be any more clear than that. Now, if if that's something you just don't accept or you don't like that the Egyptians did that, then you could say that.
It was figurative.
Yes. Just like today. Why?
Right.
Okay. Okay. No. 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 Let me ask
Yeah,
you.
so
Let me hold on.
let me
Let me
just let
ask
me
you.
just ask.
Wait. Wait.
Let me
Wait.
just
Wait. Wait.
ask.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
So the same way that when they were alive, they had people working for them. After they die, their spirit will also have people working for them,
No. Their breath is not there. I don't. I don't. I don't know
or
why.
they'll
See,
have resources
I purposely
available.
wait. So I purposely did not mention the word spirit because that's
So
where
they
the
have a
problem
breath.
occurred.
All right. So after
No.
they die,
No. The
their
breath.
breath
Dead.
will.
Dead people don't breathe.
It was ceremonial burial. It's part of their culture.
No. I'm saying dead
So what
people
is it
don't breathe though.
figurative? So it's figurative. So what do you mean it's figurative?
You okay? So you want me to explain what figurative means?
Yeah, I need you to explain to me what you mean when you say it's just figurative.
It's figurative, meaning that it's not literal. So let me give you an example of that. A famous example of figurative versus literal is the phrase "I have butterflies in my stomach." So when I say I have butterflies in my stomach, the meaning behind that is not to be taken literal. There are no butterflies flapping in my stomach. It's a stand-in or
Okay, so what is
replacement.
the
It's
meaning?
a, it's a,
But
it's a,
we know
okay.
that there's actually something happening
Now, I
inside
just
of
want
you,
you
and
to
you feel it. Like, what is the
I just
meaning
want you to
behind?
wait. I just want you to understand though. You earlier you kind of semi complained about me over talking you and stuff, and you doing the same thing to me. But I'm cool, so I'm just letting you know. But go ahead, go ahead. I wasn't finished what I was saying, but go ahead. I'm gonna listen. You said you were saying. Go ahead.
Um, right, because you say it's figurative, but when something is figurative, there's a there's a meaning behind it, and I'm trying to figure out
There's
what
a
is
reality
the
behind it.
meaning behind. Right, like what is the reality behind burying people with, like, all you're saying is that it's figurative. And like, figurative of what?
Mm-hmm.
So that, and I don't think you're addressing that. You're just saying it's figurative. But the same way butterflies in my stomach is figurative of me feeling a certain way. I can tell you what I feel. Like, what is
No, no,
this
no.
thing
Well,
figurative of?
yeah, butterflies in your stomach is a figurative expression of nervousness.
Right.
That's the
So what
reality.
is
So the
this
reality is
thing?
nervousness, and the figurative is the butterflies flying in somebody's stomach
Right. So the Shanti is figurative of what reality? And the spirit
of
and
work,
body is figurative of what?
of work. Shabti is figurative of work. So let me ask you this question. What I was going to ask you earlier. Why? When was the last time that you've been to a funeral or a wake?
It hasn't been recent. It hasn't been recent.
It's been a minute, but you have been to one though, right? For
Yes.
sure. Okay. Well, let me take it off for you because I don't know what your experiences are, but most people are buried in clothing. They're buried with clothes. Now, because it's so normal, this sounds like a silly question though, but why bury someone with clothes? And
Um,
why and why
huh.
and why mostly expensive clothes at that? Why are people buried with their Sunday best on or something like that? Why is that?
um, I, if I had to guess, I would say it's because, it's the last time that people get to look at them, and, they don't want you to be looking at their naked body, I guess. So I would think it's because it's for the sake of just the living looking at them for the last time, and they dress them up. It's like, when on your birthday you wear your best. So on the last time people get to see you, they dress you up nice. But I think it's just
Okay.
for, it's just because people get to look at them for the last time, and they don't want to be looking at a naked body.
Okay, now suppose I told you that's the same reason Egyptians buried people with their material possessions so that when people can go to their funerary procession, they could see all the wonderful things that they possessed and had because that's the last time they're going to see the person and so on and so forth. What if I told you that? Would that be okay?
Well,
Would
then
that
I
be
would
sufficient?
ask you, but earlier you said nobody got to see any of that stuff, that nobody was even allowed into the tombs. So now I would say, which
That's
one is
why
it?
no, that's why I said funerary procession. You got to pay attention. That's why I said funerary procession. I didn't say once they were buried. Just like you don't get to peek inside the grave. Once the body drops, because what you described was the wake. You describe a wake that people go and visit the body and pay their respects. You did not talk about the burial site, even in what you said. So
No,
I'm not talking about the burial
no, at the
site.
funeral, people get to look at the body at the funeral. I'm not talking about the wake the night before. I'm talking about at the funeral. People still get the at the funeral when they have the service. The casket is open,
My
and people
point,
get to go
no,
and look
but
at
my
the
point,
body. Even sometimes,
okay, my
even
point.
in Jamaica, sometimes they get to see the body right there, right before it
Yes,
goes
but my
into the
point,
hole.
I, I know, but my point is once it go in the hole, you're not gonna see it though, right?
Sure.
So, okay, so my point is that the equation of the hole, the 6 feet deep and by whatever that's the standard footage for a burial today is equivalent to a burial chamber in ancient Egyptian times. Just like we don't see once the body drops in the burial pit today, people don't see the body once it enters the burial chamber. So I hope that's clear to you. I wasn't talking about the burial chamber. I did specifically say the funerary procession because the funerary procession and the celebratory aspect of all of that in ancient Egypt would be analogous or even equated to today us having a wake when people have a wake and people pay their respects to the body at a wake and they celebrate and so on and so forth, celebrate the life of the person, eulogies are read and all this other kind of stuff. That would be the equivalent of that. So again, I'm saying because here's the thing: when the body is being prepared by the funerary priest today called morticians, they see the body naked. They see the body naked. They even perform autopsies, most likely, or whatever the case is. They do all kinds of things to the body. The general family and the public is not going to see that body naked or whatever the case is. But yet they're still put clothes on them. And let's say it's for the reason you just said. And so again, it goes back to what I said. Suppose what if I told you the ancient Egyptians did the same thing?
And get it called.
Because here's the thing, those clothing items are not removed from the dead body once everybody sees the person in the family. They don't take the clothes off before they drop the body in the pit. So during the funerary procession, what if I told you the Egyptians had all the possessions marching with the funerary procession from the home of the deceased person to their burial site, and all the possessions in there, and they call it entombed or entered the person's body and all their possessions, and then it was sealed off, and then nobody saw it from that point on. What if they did the same thing? The last time you see the person in procession, you get to see them in their glory and with their possessions. How would you feel about that?
Being given that it's figurative of work, I'm not sure.
No, the shopti is figurative of work. I don't want you. We're talking about all the possessions, all the possessions. So let's forget shopti for a minute. I'm talking about I'm talking about the gold watches, the bracelets, the all the other kind of things. Just think of Tutankhamun's tomb. They didn't have gold watches, by the way, but I'm just saying, just think of
But
Tutankhamun's
they would
tomb.
all be figurative.
No, forget figurative, because I'm making a
But that's what you
comparison.
said they
Just
meant.
stick to
I can't
no,
forget it. That's what you said they meant. Everything that's
no,
buried with
stick
them
to
is
my question.
figurative.
No, stick to my question to
So
you.
this is not.
No, no, no. Just stick to my question. Just don't fight it. I'm asking you, if I told you, just like today, in today's time, people are buried with items. The one item we can always count on is clothing. Now, not everybody, but some people are buried with other things that people stick inside the coffin. A book, some flowers, or some other possessions, and so on and so forth. I've seen funerals where people are buried with a whole bunch of things, but that's not the general norm. But my point though is, why do we do that today? And that's okay. But when the Egyptians do something similar, we got 101 questions about it. So my question to
Because
you is,
because
if I told you, wait, if I told you that that's what the Egyptians did, what say you? And you say because
I
it's
would
figurative.
say no. No. I would say it would be a whole lot different because with the Egyptians they were actually burying people. Some of them were burying workers alive, um,
I
with
already
the
talked about that. That
kings.
was the first
Um,
dynasty. That was the first dynasty that got ended.
No,
So
but what
I had
and the
already
reason I
mentioned
would
that.
say that, and the reason I would say that is just to make the point that we can't say it's the same thing that we're doing now. It's not the same thing. This was taken to a whole nother level, and to say it's the same as me burying a favorite book with one of my cousins that passed, a favorite book he used to read, is going and killing someone and burying that person with them. I mean, I don't know if I would say that's the same thing. But would y'all? We're kind of
No,
like.
no, no,
There's
no.
really just one last
These.
question that I would like to ask, if you don't
Wait,
mind,
wait, wait.
because we've been
I
going
know,
for a
Why,
while.
but you didn't answer.
why you keep saying that they you keep talking as if there were a whole lot of kings that were burying people alive with them or something. If you have that information, why don't you be specific about who those people are? Because you're just taking one thing and acting like that was the entire doggone span of the history of the culture. Why do you keep focusing
But
on that as if it was a very uh, popular thing that was done?
no, but yeah. So I had already stated that the actual human humans being sacrificed, they weren't chased around and murdered. These are people that were willing to be buried with their king. And I wouldn't say people, but on the rare occasion that it occurred in the first dynasty, and then it was done away with. Okay, now if you wanna emphasize that to make your point, then that's kind of strange, because for another 2,900 years or so, none of that took place.
Well,
Okay,
Joe, can
that's
you give
that
some
that's
context of the first
that's
dynasty?
number
Can you
one.
give us like a time frame?
The first dynasty, as far as a date, they usually give it to about 3200 BCE. That's the date that's the popular standard that's given, give or take.
But Wujawu,
But here's the thing.
Wujawu, if I may.
Here's wait. Well, hold on one second.
So this is over
Because
5,000 years ago.
yeah, 5,000 years ago. But here's the point. And I don't want to gloss over the point. To this very day, we bury people with material items that the dead person themselves do not need at all. They don't need their outfit. They don't need the casket. They don't need any of that. Why don't they need it? Because they're dead. They don't even need the casket, but we put them in a casket. They don't need clothes, but we put clothes on them. We put things in the casket. We put a book or a letter or whatever the case is, a wreath around the casket or in the casket and whatnot. We still do these things to this very day, but the dead person themselves do not need it. Now, do we put those things in the casket today for their spirit or soul or what have you? Or do we just do that? Why does that happen to this very day?
They don't need them flowers we constantly bring to the grave site and maintain, man.
None of that. So I'm asking a real question. Why do we, with all the technology we have in 2022 CE or AD of our Lord, why do we still bury people with these things when the person being buried absolutely does not need them? Why do we do that to this very day? Even atheists practice this ritual. Why is that? That's my question to you, American Dream. Why do we do that to this day?
I think the best answer I can come up with is, even when we say we want people to rest in peace, I think intuitively we know that they're not really experiencing anything when they're dead, and I think when we say we want them to rest in peace, or like for example when for example someone died and we don't and their body is missing and they can't find them, and then finally when they find them and bury them, we say finally they can now rest in peace. I think that that resting in peace is for the actual family members, like that memory, like they can now, that deceased person can rest in peace in their minds, and they're the ones that now come to peace with that. I think it's for the same reason that I think that's
Where
why we
where
we do things
where
like that. It's not
where does
necessarily
that
for
take
them.
place?
It's more for us in the
Okay.
minds of
So
the people that are
where in the where? In the minds, say
in
it
their
again?
minds,
In the
in the
minds of those
minds of the
living, right?
people that are
That are
correct.
living, right? All right, so
Yes.
I'm gonna end here. I'm gonna rest my case on your words.
But you can't end there because that's I'm talking about memory. I'm talking about memory. This is the aspect you said you were not talking about. And that's the aspect I'm
I'm
talking
a,
about. Like as far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm concerned, Wujawu, when it comes to the
it's not for the
afterlife,
deceased.
when you say, well, let me just say this. When you say
Okay.
the afterlife is always about memory, and if you were to stop there, I would agree with you, but you don't stop there. You say there's not just memory, there are other aspects like the spirit and the body, and you have a bunch of other aspects there with talking about the afterlife outside of just memory. So for me, anything having to do with the afterlife, including the reason why we dress people up and the reason why we bury stuff with them, is because of what's going on in our minds, not because of what is going on with the person. Is to give
All
us
right.
that peace.
Pause.
But
Okay,
what you're
pause.
talking
It's
about
important for you to
isn't
pause. Wait,
isn't
wait, 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 wait,
necessarily
wait, wait,
about
wait,
that.
wait. It's important for you to pause. It's important for you to pause right there, because everything. The reason why even Ross son is laughing because he knows that everything you just said is what I said, but in a in a different way. So check this out. Let's unpack what you just said. You said that um, all of that stuff is done. We do all this stuff is really for the in the minds. That's the key word. The minds of the living. That's another key word. The minds of the living, and everything like that. And the deceased person doesn't need it. It's in the minds of the living. For the memory, you're talking about the memory, and I said all of that earlier. Now, if the person is not, I'm talking about today's deceased person that you described, that's buried with clothes, buried with whatever, and that we do these things to ease the mind of the living person people, right? If the living person people did not even remember the deceased person, how effective or what would be the purpose of burying them with anything? Because if the point is to ease the mind of the living, because it comes together. In order to ease the mind of the living about a dead person, the only way that makes sense is if the living person remembers the dead person. If they don't remember the dead person, then it's nothing on earth is gonna make them ease their mind because they don't remember them. So it's one way. It's connected in a one way aspect, which is what I was saying earlier. That if in ancient Egypt, if the living had no recollection or memory of a deceased person, then it doesn't matter what they're buried with. Just like today, it wouldn't matter what a person's buried with, but we still bury the person, and you said it, to ease the mind of the living because they are going to be remembered. At least momentarily, at least that generation, and if they uphold the memory of the person in later generations, then that person will be remembered for quite some time. So that's the thing. So here's the thing. Um, Here's another question, and I don't expect you to answer it. I don't expect. I just want to throw it out there. This is for everybody, right? Why even attend a funeral? And the
So it's
answer
all
to
about
that is
memory.
also for the living. It's not for the deceased. The deceased person does not know who came to their funeral or not. A dead body doesn't care who came to their funeral or not. They won't know who came to their funeral or not. The funeral itself is for the living. How about them apples? Everything about a funeral is for the living. The dead person is not conscious, aware, or awake to know who came to their funeral, who didn't show up, who who said what, who cried, who laughed. The whole thing is for the living. If
Can
we
I
if
add
we
something to that, Ruja?
if we go ahead.
I like to think of it as the final rite of passage. That's the last initiation rite. And a funeral, to me, in my mind, a funeral is solidifies that. That's it. That the only way you're gonna experience this person is if you remember them. When you go to a funeral, this is the be all end all as far as experiencing that person that you gonna get. And I think this is why a lot of people, particularly African Americans, we get very spirited at funerals because we know that the only way we're going to experience this person now that they're gone, is through the memory. And a lot of times we got a lot of people that have a hard time dealing with that. But I like to look at it as it's the last rite of passage. So they're going from the living to the dead, and that's it. That's a wrap. And it's like it's sort of symbolic to say that look, this is symbol to initiate this person from life to death. I just want to throw that in there.
Okay, that was a good add-on because, as I was saying, the funeral itself is affects the living. It has an effect on the living. It doesn't have an effect on the deceased, unless they drop the body. If they're carrying the body, if the pole bearers or whatever carrying the body and they drop the body and stuff like that, it's going to affect the corpse. But the corpse is dead. It's not conscious of being dropped or anything. When they perform an autopsy, the dead person does not, is not going to remember the doctor that did it or any of that kind of stuff. So the entire ordeal is for the living. And I've been driving that point home time and time again, that all of this stuff is really about the living, and any hints of any afterlife, it only exists in the minds of the living. That's it. And I don't care if you're an atheist or a staunch believer, this is a universal aspect that it doesn't matter what you believe. It doesn't matter what your stance is on any of this kind of stuff. This is a reality that nobody can refute. That human beings, they get born, we mature, we live, and we die. And the only aspect of our life that remains after that life is in the memory of the living. Can nobody refute that? No one is going to be refuting that. How different cultures
because
dealt with that.
earlier, if I,
Okay, go ahead.
because
Go ahead.
you said all the aspects, I don't want to quote you, you said all of the aspects of the human is in the memory of the living.
I
But
didn't say
then
all the
you
aspects of the
had,
human. No, I said all aspects of the afterlife. I said any idea and hint of an afterlife is within the minds of the living.
including
Because
the spirit
what
and the soul, including the idea of spirit and soul.
I mean, I don't know what other people mean by spirit and soul, but people
Like in terms of
breathing,
how you explained it,
dead
meaning the
people don't.
breath.
Yeah, but dead people don't breathe, so they don't breathe. If spirit is breath, dead people don't have that. That's the definition of death. I mean, if a dead person was breathing, but the hospital and everybody be in trouble. Dead people don't breathe, man. And if we define spirit as breath, it's deeper than that. But if we define spirit as breath, then they don't have that. Dead people are not breathing. People who are asleep, they breathe. Sleeping people have breath. Dead people do not. If you're asleep, you're unconscious, but you're breathing. If you're dead, you're unconscious, but you're not breathing. So they say that the spirit leaves the body, which means the breath. That's a figurative way or a way to explain that. Okay, wait a minute, breath no longer exists right here, therefore they're dead. There's no rising of the chest. There's no expansion and contraction of the lungs. That person's dead. The breath doesn't go anywhere. Breathing is an act. Expansion, contraction of the lungs. What we're breathing in is air. The specific components of air is oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide a bit, and whatever else. We inhale, and we inhale life-giving properties, and then we exhale waste. That act of breathing ceased for dead people. Where does the breath go? It doesn't go anywhere. Because
Oh, yeah.
it's not like a breath. It's not like you take a breath and then you hold it for the rest of your life. Like you own the breath. We're constantly taking in the air and then giving it away, taking it in, giving it away. We don't own the air to
So
for
how
it to
so how
go
would it be
anywhere.
so how would it be a part of your anatomy?
Okay, the reason why it's a part of your anatomy is because from the ancient Egyptians' conceptualization of the human anatomy, there's an aspect of the gross material that we see and touch and taste and hear and smell and all that kind of stuff that's animated. There's this force that allows things to move. There's the movement itself, and then there's the causal agent of that movement. The Egyptians tried to analyze and describe that causal agent and the movement. The kaibit
That's
or the
not the
shoot, the
breath.
shadow.
That's not breath, is it?
Uh, no, that's not breath. That's not literal breathing. No, no, it's not.
Right, but the question, how is breath? I'm talking about how is breath as an aspect of the human anatomy?
Yeah, I'm about to tell you that breath or spiritus became used in a metaphorical way to point to the reality of this thing. For lack of a better term, I'm just gonna say thing. That's the causal agent to allow movement. It was likened unto wind, and here's why: because wind is something that we cannot see from our senses of the eyes. We cannot see air unless it's dust particles in there, but we do not see air. It's not something that we can see, but we can see the results of air on an object. Air causes a force, which is a pressure, a pulling or pushing pressure on an object. And when an air pushes and pull on an object, which is the pressure itself, when that object moves, work is done. If the object does not move, there's no work there. And energy is the measurement of the ability to do work. And this is why people confuse spirit with some kind of energy and entity. They say, "Oh, your spirit energy and this and that." This is why they confuse these terms. So the breath, not literal inhaling and exhaling, because dead people don't do that. We can all agree to that. Dead people do not breathe. So the spiritus or the breath component went from being literal, talking about breathing or air, to a metaphorical representation, talking about the causal agent of movement itself. And this is the division between the two words animus for the movement, and then spiritus, because one is talking about the movement as a result of the causal agent, and then the other one is talking about the causal agent itself. And in today's English, in the way we talk about these things, we totally just blended all that together. That's why spirit and soul is used synonymously today. Depending on who you talk to, they'll say spirit, another person say soul. Well, I don't like your vibe. They use the word vibe. I don't like your vibe. I wasn't feeling her energy. I don't like her spirit. You bring a
We're
friend to your
never really
grandmother's
talking
house.
about your breath. Like this is, I mean, when we say we don't like someone's vibe, we're not really talking about their breath. But
No,
although
no, we're not.
sometimes
Yeah,
we,
it's a reference to attitude.
You're absolutely right. We're not talking about their breath. We're not talking about their breath. When we say we don't like somebody's vibe, we're not talking about the breath. And in what I just said, we're no longer literally talking about somebody's breath. We're talking about the causal agent of movement and the movement itself. We say we don't like a person's vibe. Vibe is short for vibration, which is movement. I don't like a person's frequency. What is frequency? Frequency is the measurement of movement.
and what is that causal thing that you're talking about? What is that?
That's what I'm saying. The causal agent is something that eludes explanation. The Egyptians talk about the results of the causal agent, just like today, we don't
Is that kind of like
we don't
God?
have no, no, it's not God.
Eludes
But
explanation.
yeah, to this
It's
very
kind of
day,
like God.
we don't. Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that lose explanations. It doesn't have to be God, but I'm saying that even to this very day, we don't have a grasp on the causal agent of life, what we're defining as life.
Did they come up with a God particle? What about the God
Uh,
particle?
what about it?
Isn't that what they're referring to as the causal agent? The God particle.
Nah, they're not causing it. They're not saying it's a causal agent.
Sure, they are.
All right, show me that.
You referring to the Higgs boson?
Now show me that. Show me. You said
Yes,
sure they are.
yes.
Show me that.
What the gentleman just mentioned, the Higgs boson.
No, that's within the realm of particle physics. I don't think anyone who specializes in the field would agree that the Higgs boson is the be all end all causal agent for life. I don't think they'll go that far and say that.
No, I think fundamentally what they will say though is that life can come out of just smashing stuff together. Just particles, when you just smash particles together, ultimately you're going to get one particle that is the source of life. And that's ultimately what they've realized with the whole Higgs boson and with that whole process is that smashing particles can create life.
All right, so I don't want to go down that road because even in a deceased corpse, the Higgs boson, that hypothetical particle, would exist, but yet the person's still dead. So let's not go down that road. Remember, a deceased person still made up of an aggregate amount of cells and electrons and protons. We don't even have to get to the small quantum level yet. We could just deal with the atomic level. A dead body has atoms. Let's be clear on that. It still has electrons that is moving. Everything didn't cease to just stop moving. But yet the person is still dead. So that's not it. Again, what I said is that this agency, this causal agent, that it eludes explanation. It eluded the ancient Egyptians, but it was studied and documented to an extent like it eludes us to this very day. Now we can invoke the Higgs boson, the Jane boson, the John boson, the Tyrone boson all we want to, but a dead person still has those particles, but yet they're still dead.
So that is that related to the concept of a moon, or is that something different?
Amen would describe the imperceivability aspect of anything. So Amen in ancient Egypt is like describing the aspect of existence that is imperceivable, but yet it exists. So and it's very hard to grasp where something can exist but yet be imperceivable because it seemed like a contradiction. Like,
That's
how
not
can
hard
it
to
be?
grasp.
Well, it's hard to grasp for a lot of people
I mean,
because
there are planets in the galaxy that exist, but we can't perceive them.
no, okay, that's different because you're talking about okay. What I'm talking about is okay. You're with the planet situation. We're not observing them,
Right.
but yet they exist. So I'm not talking
Right.
about observation. I'm talking about it being imperceivable, even if we had the correct instrumentation. There's
Oh, I
aspects of
got
it.
you. The I don't want to say force because it's been used and abused, but the thing behind the that which is perceivable.
Right. There's an aspect of existence that is imperceivable, identified as Amen. It is a on a bigger scale. It is one of the descriptions of an aspect of Nu, the primordial ocean to the ancient Egyptians. It was not a literal ocean. It was not literally made out of water. But these are ways that in which they explained these concepts. But all of this that I'm saying right now is not tied into our earlier conversation though. So I hope y'all know we kind of sliding away from what we were talking about before. Because at the end of the day, um, I think we got on this subject because of the mentioning of the afterlife. Like people think the afterlife is an imagined physical place, and it's not. The afterlife, the domain of the ancestors, is in the minds of living human beings. That's where ancestors live. And I don't think people argue against what I just said. Nobody really argues against that. Every time I've said it for years, nobody has actually said that's wrong, or that a statement is wrong. But where the I guess contention builds up is when I just stop and say that only. Then people want to add stuff and say, "What about this? What about that?" And then if I don't add the stuff that they want to add, then that's where the point of contention comes in. Because then you ask, well, like how we're asking now. Well, if that's the case, then why this or why that? But the reality is that dead people only exist in the minds of the living. That's it. And one other place, well, three places. A dead person exists in the tomb that they were buried in, or the container that their cremated remains are in. They exist in the minds of the living, and they exist in the physiological or biological makeup of their descendants by way of DNA. Small bits of them, their physiological makeup, their DNA makeup, is in their direct descendants, having influence on the instructions of the proteins and amino acids and stuff like that. That's another way of ancestral influence, but that only goes by back so far, and it's not true. It's not the exact same for each sibling in the household, because two full blood siblings do not inherit the same set of ancestors or ancestral information as each other, even though they have the same parents. But see, nobody talks like this. Nobody digs down in there. Everybody just do this ancestral veneration, ancestral worship, and keep it moving. But if we ever unpack and deconstruct these conversations and we really examine the realities behind it, we'll see that there's a lot that people can agree with. And again, agreement is not sexy enough, so people rather disagree.
Yeah, and I
That's it.
think and I think it kind of clouds the whole endeavor of self knowledge, and which
Right.
I think is one of the most important endeavors you can have. I mean, they talk about, oh, the conscious community, but when you really look at it, they're not helping you in that area of consciousness, because a big part of consciousness is self knowledge. And I think they kind of dropped the ball along the way, and now it's just it's entertainment now. but also too, I wanted to get all you guys' opinion on, since we're on the subject of ancestry. What Why is there such, let me try to find the best way to ask this question. Why is it important to apply either matriarchy or patriarchy when it comes to ancestorship?
Okay, are you talking about in the so-called spiritual ancestral traditions, or are you talking about biological?
Biological. Like why?
Oh,
Like in certain cultures, they're matriarchies. In other cultures, they're patriarchies. Does ancestorship have something to do with that, or is it just purely social and political?
well, it goes into, well, I mean, we probably got to do it on a case by case basis, but the switch or the choice of the matrilineal line triggering certain things versus the patrilineal and then vice versa for different cultures, we probably do it be better do case by case to dig into the reasons why they do what they do. But I can say this in general on a biological level. Um, well, I know, okay, among the Abrahamic belief systems, the emphasis is on the man, the male.
Right, right. Patriarchy and the firstborn son too.
Yeah, and even in kingship, in many different cultures, it's the male. Like, I mean, I don't know. Oh, matter of fact, it's tomorrow. I don't know how many of you all watch Game of Thrones and those medieval type of shows and whatnot, where you have kingship and stuff and how it's passed down and so on and so forth. And it's same for ancient Egypt as well, where the eldest son or male would be the inheritor of the throne or the kingship and things like that. But the woman played a role in in that as well. It's just that the man actually held the title and performed the duties and whatnot. Um, so yeah, we had to do a case by case basis. I don't want to waffle on about something and not be specific. But biologically speaking, is that our inheritance. Now, none of these ancient people dealt with anything DNA wise, genetic wise. They didn't have those tools to deal with that at all. But today, we can answer some interesting questions about the inheritance of ancestors. Because remember what, like I just said, two full blooded siblings like me and my brother and my sister. We don't. You might have to mute yourself, American Dream. Um, or any full blooded siblings, you do not have the same biological or DNA ancestors. So, ideally, even though full blooded siblings share the same household, share the same parents, when you want to venerate ancestors in that sense, you're not going to be venerating the same ancestors. Um, American Dream, I think if you can hear me, you got to mute yourself. All right, I'm gonna have to mute him real quick. Okay, there we go. Um, yeah. So we don't inherit the same set of ancestors. The bits of ancestors that we inherit, we don't have the same set. So here's the thing. Now that we have the means to determine that, is the ancestral veneration practices and rituals going to change, and have they changed? And the answer is no, it hasn't changed. Will it change? That's left to be said, but it hasn't changed. And I just find that very, very interesting that these practices, and why we even call it a tradition, is because a tradition is usually a snapshot of any given moment in time of a culture, But the culture itself is living and breathing. It adapts and adjusts and it changes, whereas traditions don't. That's why we use the word tradition. We say traditionally we do blah blah blah. You want to stick to a moment in time versus a constantly in flux of adjusting and adapting and so on and so forth. So that's an example. Ancestral veneration is usually a tradition, and it's not a living um, institution where it changes with based on what we know. All right.
Yeah, because I think if we're not careful, we can fall into the same traps that got us here in the first place, as far as having a static culture, and someone else can come along with superior uh, tools, if you will, to kind of put us in a situation where we can't do anything for ourselves, you know?
Right. A lot of practices that we adopt, at least here in the United States, were not made for our circumstance, but we adopt them anyway. And so we whole we adopt traditions whole, and they're not as effective as they would be if they were actually made and designed for our current situations and scenarios. And they're not, but we adopt them anyway for other reasons. We adopt them for, I think we mentioned a little bit earlier, to have kind of solidify our identity and solving our identity crisis that we have as a result of the transatlantic slave trade. So we want to kind of trace back to the continent somewhere and adopt some kind of tradition from the continent to make us feel, that connection. And you said it earlier, where a person who doesn't know their one of their parents or whatnot, they still seek. They got to fill that void. And so this is what we do collectively. We convert to these systems, these spiritual systems or traditions that are not really made for us in today's time, but we adopt them anyway and we practice them. And that's that. I don't knock people for doing that, but what I do personally prefer is, if we're going to do that, that we look at them, examine them, analyze them, and then make them adapt to our current circumstances and situations and upgrade them based on what we know now. But usually, if you do that, you're going against the ancestors. It's a taboo to really do that in a lot of these traditions. And let alone the Abrahamic belief systems, where you're not even allowed to alter the Bible. The Bible is a static instrument. It is not going to change. You can't add to it. You can't take away from it, lest ye go to hell.
Yeah, and with the rise of the scientific revolution, and with the oncoming of the scientific method, I mean, we literally had to drag these Abrahamic traditions into the 21st century. You know what I'm saying? And there are people who they accept what science is, because you can't refute it. But they like with anything, they pick and choose what's science and what's so-called an agenda of a false agenda or whatever, or a wrong agenda or evil agenda or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I think that's what culture is about. Culture is about solving problems. And if your tradition doesn't allow you to solve problems, then your culture, you just put a timestamp on your culture, and it's eventually it's going to die out, just like any other culture did.
Okay, that's a good point. Let's go back to the very, very basic and most simplest meaning of culture. Culture is an environment in which a living organism can thrive. That's why the word culture is used in biology, in cell culture, where they put cells inside of a petri dish, and they call it a culture. They culturize certain things. So it's they're using it in that sense of the word. It's an environment in which living organisms can thrive. And so socially with human beings, our culture is supposed to be our environment that allows us to live life to the fullest, to thrive. And if we're living a culture or within an environment that does not do that, then that culture or that environment is not for us. Period. Because let's take it to the extreme. Would you jump into the ocean right now, the way you're dressed and with no extra equipment, would you jump into the ocean right now and go underwater and expect to live and thrive? The answer is no, because that environment is not conducive for you. You have to make some adjustments before you go into that environment. Now that's easy to see because I did an extreme example. But if we look at culture and how we deal with it today, socially, we're doing the same thing. We're jumping into environments that are not conducive or made for us. It wouldn't be as fatal as you jumping in the water and trying to breathe, but I'm saying it's the same. It's the same principle, underlying principle is what I'm saying. The point is still the same. We're adopting and converting into traditions and cultures that are not built and made for our current situations and circumstances. But we're doing it thinking that we're going to be better off and this and that. And that's just not the case. So
And
if
not
we're
only that, but I think we adopting these cultures and these paradigms and worldviews. Not only does it not address the current issues of our situation here in the present, but a lot of these cultures don't even address and they don't even address anticipated changes in the future. And I don't see, I don't, and I could be wrong, I could be, mistakenly speaking right now, but I don't see any talks among none of these circles about what is this country or the world is, what is it going to look like in the next 50 years, what is it going to look in the next 100 years, what do we have to do now to adjust to these possible changes. And as we can see right now with the social issues, the political issues, and the economic issues in this country, there are a lot of changes on the horizon, and there's nothing that I see that a culture is trying to address those anticipated changes. So not only are we behind in the present, but we're behind the eight ball when it comes to the future too.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. And that's why, so like I like to give like real examples, and it may be I said this before, and it's not a popular thing to say. It's one of those other things. It's not sexy. Like the title of this video, agreement is not sexy enough. But a lot of people here in the United States, like outside of the Abrahamic belief systems, what is the most converted to system? Based on your experience, I'm asking you. Based on the people and whatnot, outside of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, what do you see most people in terms of people identify racially as black or African American? What do you see the conversion to?
I would guess by just previewing my news feeds, but I would guess the nuns, that the rise of the nuns, the non-religiously affiliated.
Oh, non? You saying no religion?
Yeah, the NONEs, the nuns, the non-affiliated religions. There's a
Oh,
rise.
really?
Yeah, there's a rise in people who are disassociating themselves from organized religion, and they use that phrase that you mentioned earlier, I'm spirit. I'm spiritual, but not religious.
Oh, okay.
They like to use that, but the church attendance is in decline, like all over the country,
Hmm.
even among the African American community, which is what I find very interesting.
Okay, that's interesting. That's new to me. News to me. Um, on my observations, the most converted to system is Yoruba, Ifa, and Yoruba Isheshe,
Okay.
and things of that like.
Yeah. So
And
traditional African systems.
yeah, and out of the many Yoruba, the Isheshe is the most prominent one, at least that I observe and that I'm able to see and stuff like that. It could be different elsewhere, but even in that, right, that system in and of itself has its genesis and it operates in Nigeria. It operates and thrives in Nigeria. And Nigeria, although it's a geographical space and territory on the continent of Africa, it that system thrives under certain conditions. That spiritual system or what have you thrives under certain conditions. And so Nigeria has a certain government in place, has a certain structure in place. So it has all these outside influences and pressures that results in the environment in which Isheshe or Yoruba or Ifa and stuff can thrive. The United States is not Nigeria. Our government here, the pressures, the influences, and things like that are not the same as Nigeria. And we dwell here, we're domiciled here in this environment. So when people convert over to Isheshe, Yoruba, or whatever practices, um, they're converting over to, like I define culture, an environment that's not made to be conducive for our current circumstances and situations. And that's the example. So people will leave Judaism, Christianity, and Islam and declare to be woke and into the consciousness and so on and so forth. But then part of that they'll convert. And so what happens is they take um, one step forward and a half step backwards by doing so. Instead of taking a one step forward and then bringing that other foot up to that step by um, dealing with things in a more analytical way based upon what we know and not know today and how we can properly get the realities behind these traditions and things like that. So, for example, with Egypt, you got people who are walking around here today who think they're ancient Egyptians, Cometians, the Egyptomaniacs, as some people like to refer to them now as. Um, and you got people who will deny their current circumstances. And I know probably Ross about to jump back on for this one, or unmute himself for this one. when we talk about being American versus this ideal thing about being African versus being American. I don't want to get into that, so I only mentioned that just as in addition to what I'm saying. So we don't take advantage and leverage the here and now and what's useful and what can be made into utility. Instead, we want to go back to something static that was created years ago, a long time ago, in a totally different environment under different circumstances, all in the name of feeling good and lifting
Right.
up our self esteem collectively.
Right. And I think that, I mean, if you're gonna do it, I mean, at least update it. You know what I mean? Like an example would be because I'm from Louisiana, so I'm very familiar with Louisiana voodoo. Well,
Hmm.
Louisiana voodoo is very different from Benin, the voodoo that's practiced in Benin. So it's just another example of taking what you got and innovating on it adjusting it, updating it so it can kind of fit your current circumstance. But like you said, if you just take it wholesale and don't examine it to see where it fits, I mean, I think you're selling yourself short.
Right. And that's a question that these people in these institutions should ask, you know, and and whatnot. But like I said, this religious freedom is part of the protection that we have here in this country. So people are gonna believe what they want to believe, and because religion and belief is used synonymously in that sense. So they're gonna believe what they want to believe, and that's that. So, but it is 11:30, and I don't see anybody else jumping on the panel. Um, I was trying to keep up with some of the chat things. I was highlighting some of the things that I think should be highlighted in the chat and whatnot. But back to the title of this video, right? Agreement is not sexy enough, and what I see is that even when people agree, they find ways to disagree, because I think that the culture that has been created, and I'm using the word culture in the sense of the environment that we call a conscious community, is has been made to be fertile ground for the thriving of disagreements, the thriving of fighting, the thriving of you know fussing and opposing one another, to the point where people are disrespected. People don't cultivate their communication skills. People don't know how to get along, and all those kind of things. Everything that comes with that. And so, the outcome agreement is not sexy enough. It doesn't attract people. It doesn't attract viewers. It doesn't attract likes. It doesn't attract subscribers, and it doesn't make money. That's it. So people disagree at the expense of our progress. Uh-oh, American Dream, what's up?
Yeah, I was just wondering if it's the disagreement that you're against, or if it's the fighting that it leads to that you're against. Because I don't. I think disagreement is healthy.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that too, so I could clarify, because I had to clarify that earlier too. Yeah, disagreement is definitely healthy. Disagreement is definitely healthy, and disagreement, it lays the ground for the opportunity to advance when there's a disagreement, but only if the disagreement is properly leveraged and handled. But that's not the case. So often in the so-called conscious community, the disagreement is not handled properly. It grows into something else, and even if it doesn't get bad, it's not able to be resolved. We have to develop mechanisms of solutions when disagreements do arise. We have to have standards and procedures on how to solve a disagreement or the problems. And I don't think enough energy is put into that. You know, because I always like to start with the agreement and then walk until we get the fork in the road. Every key term or these polarized terms, if it comes up in the conversation, I always stop the conversation. Let's agree on a definition that we're going to use to govern the conversation. Anything that's potentially ambiguous, like the word God, spirit, religion, belief, soul, all these different words that are vague and ambiguous, because it depends on who you talk to, how they define it. You got to stop. Be like, oh, wait. God. Okay, we brought up God. Okay, let's define God for this conversation. Because your God and your idea of God and my idea of God could be completely different. So we got to start where we agree, where we're going to agree and set forth this agreement. Then we can continue. But that's not what happened. People be like, nah, God, I'm an anti-God. I'm an atheist, and this and that. Like, what God are you against? All gods. Well, did you study all gods? No. Then how can you be against gods you don't know? well, period. And it just keep on going. How can you be against something you don't even know? That's crazy to me. So that's really not the issue. The issue is they're not really against God. They're against what a particular God represents, which is something that's unfalsifiable, spooky, and blah blah blah. That's really they should say I'm a spooky instead of a theos. I am an a spooky.
Ooh, y'all got one more question, man. I'm gonna go ahead and bounce, man. I enjoyed the bill. I enjoyed everybody else on the panel. I'm going through your book right now, man. I'm taking your course, the Intro to Meta Netcher, and I'm gonna go through it. But do you have any books that you would recommend after this one?
Yes, I'm gonna do you one better. I'm getting ready to start a new beginners class group with live interaction. Weekly live interaction. So make sure you join that.
Okay, I'll keep an eye. That's going to be on the app, the Saber University app.
Yeah, I'm gonna announce it there. I'm gonna announce it on Facebook. I'm gonna have a open house video. I'm gonna go live and have an open house where I'm gonna just share a couple of things and set it up because this the whole back to school season, and so I'm gonna kick off another beginners class group where we can have that weekly interaction as you walk through the book.
All right, cool. All right, man. I'll be looking out for that, man. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you letting me come on your panel too. I'm gonna say peace, everybody. Shimmy Motel.
All right, Shalom Hotep, peace, appreciate it.
Yeah, man, I'm
So
gonna take my
American,
leave too as well, Wujawa.
okay, I was just checking, make sure you didn't have any other question. I know we still didn't settle that why they bury those material things, but I think that you do understand about the memory. The deceased person being remembered allows them to exist after their death. Not to them in their perspective the
Um,
same way. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, no doubt. I understand the aspect of the memory part. You know, the only thing in my head right now is that it sounds as if when you say, it's all about the living and that whatever we do is about the living, like it sounds as if it's all about just memory then. Because whatever we do for the living is just strictly about the memory and how we want to remember people and things of that nature. So it seems as if you're saying everything that um, everything about the afterlife is strictly memory. You know, and if it is, I guess you are right. The confusing part is labeling it as spirit and an aspect, because if it's not an aspect of the human anatomy that lives on after death, I think the idea of labeling it as spirit or soul can be confusing because most people's understanding of it is that part of you that lives on after death. So when you label an aspect of the human anatomy as spirit, we're gonna kind of assume that you mean it lives on after death. Um,
Yeah, but understand this. Understand this. In our modern vernacular, the way we talk in general, we only have like three constituents of the human anatomy. We say mind, body, and spirit, or mind, body, and soul, because spirit and soul is synonymous. So we have this like three, this instance of three, this triad component, whereas ancient Egyptian had seven to nine. And so our understanding is limited. So we have to really kind of brush up and get to know what these different aspects were if we're going to read their text and allow them to speak for themselves, the ancient Egyptians that is. So when they like for example, I ask people often, what is the Egyptian word for afterlife? And people be like, I don't know. And so these things become important because we can't um, anachronistically or retrofit our ideologies back on them and then force it. And so we have to really be careful and understand. So we see that they understood the human being as this seven seven entity thing, and each of those entities had form and function, or function of itself, and collectively it formed the living human being at any given time. The cot expires; it only lives but so long. And then, well, what about the kaibit? What about the ka, the ren, the ib? What happens while the person's alive? What do they do? And when the cot expires, does anything change? What happens? What is their understanding of all these different things? And so that takes time to get under our belt and study. So that's why I tell people to slow it down when it comes to understanding Egyptians' thoughts on the afterlife, the living, and all this other stuff. So now what makes it worse is when they translate all these different things as the same word, spirit or soul. Because like if you take Egypt out of your mind and you just look at your own mental inventory of your concept of spirit and soul, and then you're introduced to the whole Egyptian thing and you see all these words translated as spirit and soul, you're gonna be off. You're gonna be thrown way off. Way off. Because the average person, you ask them, what is a spirit? Well, it's the part of you that goes on after you die. That's like a very basic and typical answer. It's the part of us that lives on after we die. And it's the part of us that is connected to God, or they'll say something along those lines.
I
And
guess I
that's
just
and that's
don't.
mhm.
I guess I
Go
just
ahead.
don't feel like I'm personally any less thrown off by seeing the word spirit or soul than I am by hearing that it means breath. Like it's still just leaving a lot of questions for me in terms of exactly what it means and you know why it's considered to be and a part of the anatomy of being. It
Well,
just
it's
still
not the
leaves a
breath,
lot of
but
questions.
okay. Well, once again, the breath in terms of the anatomy of the being is not there. The breath is used in a figurative way to represent something that is there. No different than the heart. The ib on the screen, I have it on the screen now. The ib is the glyph to spell that word in the glyphs are is use of the heart. And people translate that as heart, but it's really the mind. So we know that the deceased person's heart is not functioning, but that's what the ib is. It's the heart, not meaning the literal heart, the organ, but the heart of being. Like when we say I want to get to the heart of the matter, we're talking about the essence of the matter, the nitty gritty, something that's at the axis, at the hub. And that's what the ib is in the center. It's that center organ. It's not, excuse me, it's not exactly in the center of our chest, but it's considered the center organ. So figuratively, the ib represents the mind. The mind is the central constituent to the human being anatomy, because all of our acts and actions, conscious and unconscious, stems from the mind. So the Egyptians believed.
We spoke early about the difference when we spoke about religion. We spoke about moving from a religion based in a belief system and moving more towards a religion based more in science. Um, and
Right.
and I was wondering if you feel that the Egyptian religion, as it was practiced, if it was more of a religion based on a belief system or on more on the scientific end.
Um, it was based on it was if I had to go with the preponderance or the majority of the components of what made what people call the Egyptian religion, I would have to put it under the umbrella of psychology. And psychology to this day is, some people don't consider that as a science. It's part of the humanities. It's a soft science, but it's a science of behavioral science, a study of the human mind and behavior. So, like I said, the majority, but aspects of it, people confuse the culture and the ideas of the people themselves versus an institutionalized religion. And the ancient Egyptians, to them, they don't separate stuff like that. They don't have a system that's separate than how they function, operate, and behave in their everyday life. Whereas us today, we separate church and state all day, every day. They didn't do that. The king was the high priest as well as the commander in chief in ancient Egypt. So to answer your question, there's a high level of psychology involved in the ancient Egyptians, um, you know, systems of information and stuff like that. It was heavily laced with psychological aspects that we would call psychology today. This is reflected in the vocabulary, their language itself, where ib is compounded with multiple words: minib, waib, wasek ib, awad
Like, I
ib.
don't know if that's a good thing. I'm trying to figure out if that's a good thing or a bad thing that you would classify it as psychology. Um,
Well, it's a good
not
thing.
belief. Right. I'm trying to figure out why that's a good thing. Um,
Well,
and I guess pretty much.
anytime. Okay, go ahead.
And also, exactly what do you mean by it's psychology?
Well, we know the definition of psychology roughly is the study of human mind, the mind and human behavior. And so a lot of aspects of Egyptian interests was in the mind and human behavior. Today, when somebody does something like anti-human or anti-life or prosperity of life and living, it's usually a crime. And they usually call in a psychologist to analyze and diagnose the person to see what led up to the behavior of them committing crimes, committing murders, especially with fatal crimes, crimes of that nature. Even thieves, people who are steal and stuff like that. They bring in a psychologist to examine and analyze the mind's state of mind and behavior of these people. So we still do it to this very day. I mean, we still have a high interest in the study of the mind and human behavior to this very day, to where we etched out a separate discipline called psychology for it. And we call upon the psychology, the experts, the psychologists in these different times when we need to analyze people's behavior and why this happened. In fact, marketing and advertising, even though they're not called psychology, we call them marketing and we call it advertising, but both of those fall up under psychology. How to influence people's behavior, what to do to trick and manipulate the mind, either to get people to buy something or do something. It's all of that is psychology. Propaganda, that's psychology. You know, so
What about what
it,
about um, what about Christianity? Would you say Christianity is also psychology? Because they are going to have this whole debate about whether Christianity comes from Egypt or was stolen from Egyptian religions. So we can look at Egyptian religion as a form of psychology. Can we say the same thing about Christianity, that it's not a belief system, it's a psychology?
No, it's a belief system. It's a belief system with psychology involved. So remember when I was asked about Egypt, I mentioned psychology as the dominant piece of the pie, whereas in Christianity, psychology is not the dominant piece. The dominant piece in Christianity the beliefs, is the beliefs there. It has psychological aspects like everything does. So psychology can't be avoided, or the psychological aspect of things can't be avoided because embedded, like with Christianity, let's deal with the psychology of Christianity. Christianity, from the psychological lens, the manipulative lens of the mind and how people think and behave, is the concept of the original sin, how everybody is born in sin. And so this is what happens. First, in order for that to have any effect on anybody, you have to define what sin is and the consequence of it. So you have to describe a place called heaven, and you have to describe a place called hell. And then you have to, once you establish that in the minds of people, then you have to say that in order to in order to get to hell, you have to sin, or sinners go to hell. And then you lay out what sinning is. Then, to cap it off and to secure the whole thing, you tell everybody that you're born in sin. So at birth, you're destined to go to hell based on their logic. You're everyone who is born, if you're born in sin, which is what they say, you're destined to go to hell. But you don't have to go to hell because we have a, a cure, a solution for that. We have Jesus Christ, the Messiah, who came to the earth, died as a sacrifice to wash away those sins so that you may live and go to heaven. And so psychologically and in a manipulative way, it sets up for people to have the need of Jesus. It puts Jesus in demand because I'm already convinced that I was born in sin and I'm going to hell. But I don't want to go to hell because you describe what hell is. So I'm going to accept Jesus Christ as my personal savior into my heart, therefore, and be baptized, and therefore I'm going to go to heaven. That's
Do
all
you think there was,
psychological manipulation right there.
what would you say to people who equate that with the Egyptians, who, like, a Christian's need for Jesus is the same as the Egyptians' need for the Pharaoh? Because the Pharaoh was also seen as a godlike figure who was kind of needed in a certain way as well. And, in that need of the Pharaoh and seeing him as, God, um, why doesn't that make it more of a belief system than just
No, that's
psychology?
well, that's because that's just not true. Because Egypt existed without kings at certain points, intermediate periods where local monarchs was the head of the game. That's just not true. And outside of the king, the Nisudbiti, and above the king, they had a multitude of Netcheru. So that's just not true. I
Well, I
mean,
don't
that's not a
know.
good question.
I do know that, from listening, I thought I heard someone say there could be no Ma'at without the Pharaoh. So, the people did have a need for the Pharaoh to be, you know, they had that need for the Pharaoh as well, and they did see him as a God figure. So I don't know which part of that is not true.
Well, I mean, you jumped like across a couple of bridges to say make that statement. One of the responsibilities of the king was to maintain order, and that word order is what you're being used, and you just said ma'at, but it's to maintain order because the king is the apex of the structure of the community. And so everything is trickles down from the king through the administrative branches down to the regular citizen. Like anything, if you disrupt, excuse me, a foundation to any structure, is going to collapse. So it's not in the sense of Christianity at all. It's just the nature of all things. If I destroy the foundation of your house is gonna fall. Period. So the king, it represents the apex of that structure. He's the highest of the priests, the highest person um, of the community, just right below the various different Netcheru. And actually, the king inherited the crown of Geb by way of Usir, by way of Heru. That's why every king is called a Heru. So it's the institution that matters. Because
Well, listen,
just like the
man.
United States, just like the president. I mean, think about this: if the president, why do we have? Because to say what you said and kind of equate that with the way you're saying it is as if we're saying that we need a president. And here in the United States, we need a president, and it's really the office of presidency that's needed
Well,
because
we
that's the
don't.
way that this our society functions.
Sure, but
Without the
we don't
office of
see our
presidency,
president.
we're go ahead.
We don't see our president as God
How do you? I mean, why not?
because we don't. Because we just don't. We vote in and we have the right to vote them out if we want to. I'm sure they didn't have that right to do that in Egypt, where they didn't like a pharaoh, they could just vote him out. Um,
If they didn't like a pharaoh, they killed him.
so I don't.
Now what? Now what? Pharaoh kings were killed. Now what?
Sure, but that doesn't take
Wait,
away
wait,
from the
wait. But
fact
how
that the
how you gonna kill
people
God?
that the
Wait,
people
hold
saw
up,
him as
hold up.
but the
How are
people
you gonna
still
kill
saw him
God?
as God. But
Yeah, but see, you're
they
wait, wait,
had their ways of
you're
explaining
working in
stuff away,
reverse.
Wujawu.
No, no, no,
They
no.
had their
Listen,
way
listen,
of
listen.
explaining everything away, Wujawu.
Okay, but here's the
The
thing. This,
people
this is
people
exactly
today
this is
do
exactly the
not. People
problem.
today.
Here's another example of a problem. You're operating in reverse because you're applying your okay. What is a god to you? Because you keep saying that the Egyptians saw the king as God, but yet I gave a very brief outline that he's the apex of the kingdoms, the whole structure of the society, but he's under the different Netcheru. Now we know the word Netcheru is translated as gods plural. The king is not one of them. The king is not considered the pantheon of these different Netcheru. The king could be killed, and there's instances where we could talk about the kings being assassinated and killed, and so on and so forth. So you telling me that people have the audacity to think that they can kill God in your sense of the word God? Because God in today's society cannot be killed. That's the life giver. The king is not giving anybody's life over there in Egypt. That's the ultimate
Listen,
sky daddy right there.
there are people even today. Selassie, for example, was exiled, and but that doesn't prevent people from thinking he was a god. So the fact that they were killed doesn't mean, people. Even though he's dead, people who believe he was a god don't think he died. They have a story about where he is living today. So the fact that they could kill like someone who wanted to take the throne could kill a pharaoh doesn't take away from the fact that people those considered them to be gods on earth, and that we just don't do that with our presidents today. And it's just not fair to say to equate the two.
Well, it's fair to equate the two because the function of the king in Egypt is very similar to the functions of the president of the United States. The president is the executive officer of the executive branch of government and the commander in chief of the military. And in ancient Egypt, the king was now over here today we separate church and state, but in Egypt they didn't have that separation. So the king was simultaneously the high priest of the priesthoods, and he was the commander in chief, and all that in a bag of chips. Now, when you say they worship him as a god, it goes back into another problem. It creates a problem on what is God to who and what people, because we put the word God. Now, we know the ancient Egyptians did not use that form of the word. They did not use any form God in the sound or in the spelling. So we're talking about concepts, and if we're going to equate and create an equation of concepts, then that's where everybody goes wrong, because the Egyptians' concept of a god does not match the Abrahamic concepts of a god. This is a Christian country, predominantly Christian country of the United States. They do not see a president of the United States as being Jesus or as their concept of God. You're absolutely right. But the Egyptians wouldn't see their king anything for the equivalent either. They didn't see the king as Amen itself. They didn't see the king as Keper or Jehuti or Geb. They didn't see the king as that, as those things. In fact, they say Sa-Ra, the son of Ra. The king is not Ra. They say live like Ra forever. Unk mi Ra. Live like Ra, Nahi forever. Jet Nahi. And eternally. They don't say he is Ra or anything like that. So we can't compare apples and oranges. But my point for saying that was to say that you saying that the Egyptians believe that the king was God or whatever the case is. I'm bringing it back down and creating the balanced comparison. Like the president, we cannot function without the office of presidency, and how we and what we do about that if the president should so happen to be assassinated, or something should happen to them naturally, where they can't function their duties. Guess what? We have a line of succession in place where the vice president takes over. And if that doesn't happen, I think what is the head of the house. It's been a long time since I studied my civics, but we have a succession of people that take over that office of presidency that is sworn in if something should happen to somebody else. Why? Because the office of presidency must remain in place. Just like the office of kingship in Egypt must remain in place to maintain order. On January 6th of last year, whatever that year was, when everybody stormed the Capitol, that was crazy. That put fear in those folks. That was like anarchy in the making. To wipe out the legislative branch of government and to prevent them from performing their duties, that was a big thing. We couldn't survive without our society. I'm saying would not survive its orderly structure without these offices in place. In the case of war and whatnot, they have things in place. They have contingencies in place for these reasons. So again, the king's responsibility was to maintain order. Like the president of the United States' responsibility is to uphold and maintain and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. So equate Constitution with the word Ma'at, and now you're good. The king is going to uphold Ma'at, yes. Like the president upholds the Constitution, yes. Guard against Isfet and promote Ma'at. Order, structure, interconnectedness, interrelationships. That's the king's job. That's it. To interpret the
Um,
Constitution, that's the job of the justice, the Supreme Court.
sure. Well. Listen, we're just gonna have to leave it at that tonight. It's just getting really late.
All right,
And
cool.
yeah, I'm gonna need to go get some rest up, brother.
All right, so yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
no,
I still want to round back to that baptism by fire and the slave trade though. Definitely, I wanna talk about that separately.
yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay, all right. So peace.
Yeah,
Appreciate
man.
you coming through. All right,
Yeah, man. Thanks for your patience.
all right. Hotep.
Peace.
So, I guess that leaves. Who's is still here? Rasan is still here. Okay, Rasan's probably asleep. I believe Rasan is asleep. If you're not asleep, Rasan, you have to leave and come back because I think I accidentally muted you. Okay, you might be awake then. So listen, shout out to everybody in the chat, boy. Y'all been hanging with me. I looked up at the clock ticker. I've been live for 7 hours. Can y'all believe that? That just tells you that my Saturday. Let me tell y'all here in Georgia, it was a cloudy, rainy day. I did took care of some things yesterday where I was basically just kind of lounging today. So I decided to go live and let you all inform me of what's been going on. Because as I said when I first started, I don't have the time I used to have to keep up with all of the conversations. And plus, the conversations grew because more people have platforms now. More people have created YouTube channels and whatnot. And you got multiple cross pollination of different channels and different people, different guests and stuff like that. So it's hard for me to keep up with it. So I want to hear from you all. What's the latest? I do know there is a debate that's supposed to come up between the brother Garfield and the brother Jabari, and I'm not quite clear. Can somebody type in the exact debate title? Like, what is the official debate topic? Somebody help me out with that because right as of right now, I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure if the word stolen is in the title, if influence is in the title, but those are that would matter in a debate like that. Stolen versus influence, because I don't think I don't think anybody really argues whether Christianity hasn't been influenced by Egypt and other things. So I don't think that would make for a good debate. So I think they're using the word stolen to kind of keep it funky, keep it sexy, to keep it, in a disagreement type of thing, to have the debate. So somebody help me out with that. What is the exact debate title? So we have that going on, and of course everything that leads up to it. But here's what's crazy to me. Not crazy, but interesting. Have you all, okay, was Christianity stolen from Kemet? Okay, so I guess that's the debate topic. Let me put that on the screen. And let me see if I can change my page here. All right, I think that's good enough. Yeah. Oh, it said Ross, wake up. I was trying to highlight this question right here. Mo, you could come on. She talking about Ross, wake up. Mo, you be having some good questions now. You had wanted me to talk about a few things. Now if you up, come on the panel. Like, yeah, would y'all? Yeah, I was wondering, if you could break down. See, that's Mo. She gonna come on and do just that. Watch she gonna come on. She gonna click it and come on and say she gonna sound just like that too. Yeah, would y'all No, but seriously, was Christianity stolen from Kemet? Yeah, that's gonna be an interesting conversation. And like I said, I'm reserving my commentary, you know, to any any elaborate commentary. I'm reserving it for after after that conversation takes place. You know, hopefully I'll get a chance to check it out. But I'm not gonna really speak on it at any length until it goes down and I'm able to see what the two brothers are arguing. But here's what's interesting. What I started to say. Here's what's interesting. Have you noticed that what we're calling the conscious community, that all of the conversations, like take a survey of all the conversation on all the channels that you associated with the conscious community. Just take a survey of all the channels that you may have subscribed to that you consider, part of the conscious community. And just take a survey of that and notice that all of the conversations spiral out of something that the conscious community dictates. Like, why is everybody talking about Christianity and Kemet, whether it's influenced or stolen? Why is that the dominant conversation? Why is it that when we were talking about the etymological meaning of the place name Kemet, why was that dominating the conversations and things like that? Have y'all noticed that whatever dominates the conversations is something that is almost prescribed from the conscious community? It's a very few that kind of dictate the conversations of the many. Do y'all find that to be true or not? Because that's what I see. Because everybody's preoccupied right now with this Christian was with this topic, Christianity stolen from Kemet. Cause see, I get the inboxes now. I don't have time to see, to watch these channels, but I get inbox and I get message and email, and people ask me questions, and I can tell based on the questions people ask what's being said. I can kind of deduce some of the things that are being said, and I can see the shift in the questions because nobody was asking me about this before. Now, all of a sudden, people asking me about Mary. Is the Virgin Mary's name really from the Egyptian word mer, which means to love? And somebody asked me not too long ago, today, I think right before I went live, so about 7 hours ago, somebody asked me, did what they asked me? They asked me, was Mary? Let me find it. Up, see here come Mo. Peaceful Joe. Watch. There it is. Go ahead.
Peaceful Joe.
Yep, see? Told you. There it is.
Oh man.
Hey, but before you say anything, let me say I'm happy that your surgery, you recovered. Because I saw a picture. You said you had removed the stitches from the surgery and it looked like it's healing up really, really good. So that's really good.
Yeah, it's a weird um deal for me, trying to I- I never really did that before, so I'm kind of it's healing. I had mixed up my physical therapy, so I haven't had physical therapy since the surgery. Doing
Oh,
well.
okay.
But I
All right, I
start
just
on
want
Monday,
to say that.
so
All right, now I'm
but
just saying that's good though, because you seem to be making progress with that. That's good.
I hope so. So, yeah, I hope it comes. I just kind of pay attention, follow them. Try to
Hmm.
follow the methodology, read up on it, watch videos. You know, so
All right, well that's good. I mean,
it's,
well, keep it up.
yeah.
So what you got for me? What you got for me? Cause I know you be keeping up with the conversation and stuff. What's the latest and greatest? What's the 411? What's the fuss about? What's everybody fussing? I know, like I said, I know about the upcoming debate. If that's still on, then I know about that. But what else people talking about?
Well, actually, just that they have been. Some people have been, you know, for you. So, um, the word
Are you breaking up a little bit?
I
I don't.
am. Oh man, let
Yeah, I don't know
me
what it
see.
is. It's like you your voice,
I need a new phone.
you sound like I can hear you loud and clear, but it's like your sound jaggedy a little bit.
Choppy.
Yeah, there you go, choppy. That's the word. You sound choppy.
Yeah, I probably came in on the laptop. Let me see if you can hear this though. The word. So I was watching Smash Rockwell's channel, and they had and someone had came on and they was asking the word Israel. Um, they had brought up us, and the guy was like, it said, well, this we're saying it said Israel. You familiar with that Stella? They
Well,
they was
you
trying to say that the vulture was a not instead of the vote. They was trying to read it. That Stella.
uh huh. Well, you
Oh
can't.
man.
You coming in a little bit choppy, but um, I think I can make out what you're saying.
Okay, let me
And let me just
see.
share this on the screen. You talking about the Myrna Stella?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just gonna share this on the screen, and let's see if we can just kind of talk about it real quick. Um, Let me get it up on the screen. Okay, so here's the Stella. I gotta take the chat away so we can see this better. Okay, let me make it big. Now this is Wikipedia. This is the fastest way I can talk about this real quick. So if you just read the Wikipedia article, it talks about the Merneptah stela. It gives citations on the different statements that are made in the article. And so I would recommend anybody that wants to know more about it, then obviously definitely read the article, the wiki article, but then definitely get the resources that are cited. These superscripted numbers, they point to something at the bottom of the page to get that. But repeat what you were asking, because you were breaking up, and I think that from what I hear, you're talking about the word Israel on the stela, whether it says Israel or not, and it's like these are the glyphs for it. Am I
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, um, so you asking me, does it say Israel?
Yes.
Okay. Well, all right. Here's the thing with that. Um, if you Well, first of all, it does not say Israel. Literally that. It does not say that. It does not spell that. The word form here is not the same as Israel. Those are two different word forms. Um so let's just quickly go over these glyphs right here. The double reed leaf at the beginning of this word is transliterated as a Y. The door bolt here, that's I hope y'all see my cursor. Can you hold up? Can y'all see my
Yes.
cursor? Okay. This next glyph
I can.
This next glyph is a door bolt. And by the way, just to give a quick little a quick lesson. When you're reading the glyphs, if you don't already know, you always read into the glyphs as if you're having a conversation with the different pictorial elements. So just like human beings, when we communicate with each other, we don't talk to each other's back of the heads. We talk to each other's face. So act as if you're facing the glyphs. So in this case, the way that these glyphs are pointed, they're facing to the left. So we're gonna act like we're having a conversation with them. So we're gonna read from the left towards the right. And because these glyphs are in a row and not a column, you're going to read from left to right while simultaneously going top down. Okay, so the order of these glyphs will be these double reed leaves, then the door bolt, then the two strokes, then the mouth, then the reed leaf, the vulture, etc., etc. All right, so now back to what I was saying. So these double reed leaves is transliterated as a Y. The door bolt is translated literated as a Z in ancient times phonology, but also an S. Okay, so keep that in mind, a Z or an S. The two strokes is usually transliterated as a Y as well. The mouth is transliterated as an R, the single reed leaf as an I, the vulture as a capital A if we're going to use the manual decodage system, or what I call a diacritic 3. It looks like the number 3. That's what the vulture would be. Now this mouth here, like I said, for this mouth, is usually translated as an R, transliterated with the Latin character R. But what people that I've seen talk about this, they missed the fact that this mouth has a logographic stroke beneath it. This immediately tells us that this set of glyphs is arranged in what's called group writing. So the logographic stroke changes the representation of this particular glyph. So it's not exact. And a logographic stroke, by the way, is a single stroke that indicates that the glyph that it accompanies is to be read as a word, which is why we say logographic. The word logo comes from logos, which means word. So it's a glyph, graphic, a grapheme or a glyph that represents a word. So this this open mouth with its logographic stroke represents a word, not just a single character of a word. And this is what I don't see people point that out. They just skip over this thing. They just read, Y, S or Z, Y, R, I, A, and then say R. And then C, the throw stick determinative, and the man and woman and the plural strokes, the plural determinative. That's what they do. They miss this logographic stroke. So anyway, so I'm just informing everybody who's watching that this logographic stroke is there for a reason. And logographic strokes indicate that the glyph company is a whole word. So what we have here is Y, Z or S, Y, R, I, capital A, or diacritic 3, and then we have a whole word. This whole word is usually Ra for the word mouth. But in group writing, if it's writing something foreign, this could actually be a whole word, which is foreign in nature, a foreign word. And so by all of this is why people say yis ri. They say yis, yesi, ri r l. And so they put that all together and say Israel, Israel, and they get all of that and they come away with that must be Israel. Isi ria el. Isi ria el. Isi ria el. That's how they do it. That's how people have been doing it. That's how the scholars have been doing it from Petrie all the way down to today. And we got to remember that Flinders Petrie is the person who's responsible as part of the team who discovered the Myrna Stella, and he's the one that first started this whole issue with the name of Israel being on the stela, and that completely went viral in that day and time. I think it even says it in this article somewhere. Let's see if I can find it real quick. It's somewhere. Petrie. Where's Petrie? Let me search for Petrie's name. Yeah, here it is. Oh, it's at the beginning. It says the stela represents the earliest textual reference to Israel and the only reference from ancient Egypt. And the book for that was Hassel, 1998. It was one of four known inscriptions from the Iron Age that date to a time of and mention ancient Israel by name, with others being the Mesha stela, the Tel Dan stela, and the Kirk monoliths. Consequently, some consider Murderpatah stela to be Petrie's most famous discovery, an opinion with which Petrie himself concurred. Hold on, let's see where else is his name mentioned, because they go into um, they go into where he made the statement. I'm trying to find it real quick. Here we go. Oh, I was right here already. So it says, line 27. Petrie called upon Wilhelm Spielberg, or Spiegelberg, a German philologist, in his archaeological team, to translate the inscription. Spiegelberg was puzzled by one of the symbols towards the end, that of a people or tribe whom Murderpatah, also written Merenpatah, had victoriously smitten. Isi Ri'ar. Petrie quickly suggested that it read Israel. So you see that? So that's the beginning of this whole entire controversy. Petrie, this guy, Wilhelm, was puzzled. Petrie came in and fixed the puzzle by saying, hey, Wilhelm, that's Israel. So the guy that he called upon to translate wasn't so bold to say that, but Petrie himself was like, hey, man, that's Israel. So Petrie quickly suggested that it read Israel. Spiegelberg agreed that this translation must be correct. And what book is that? Okay, that's Drower. So you all should get the references. So Spiegelberg agreed that must be correct. So they agree with each other. Won't the reverends be pleased, remarked Petrie. At dinner that evening, Petrie, who realized the importance of the find, said, quote, this stela would be better known in the world. Excuse me, this stele will be better known in the world than anything else I have found. The news of its discovery made headlines when it reached the English papers. So, like I said, it went viral. And there you have it. So when you ask me, does it read Israel? It doesn't read Israel literally in the form that we know Israel, the way we spell it and all that kind of stuff. But what it does read is, and transliterate as, is Isi-L. It could be L here. Now, what's interesting though is when I say L, I'm not talking about the letter L, because like I said, this R represents a full word. So I'm not talking about the letter L. I'm talking about the word L, which we know is a Semitic word for source or God or whatever the case is. Somewhere else in this description, let me see if I can blow it up. Can y'all still see the screen? Okay, let me see. Can I make this bigger? Oh no, it's not gonna allow me to make it bigger.
Make it bigger. Ooh, it's locked.
No, it's not gonna allow me to make it bigger, so I can't
Won't
do
let
that. Huh?
Won't let you stretch it.
No, it won't. I'll probably download it first and then make it. But what I was gonna point out is, oh yeah, here we go. So what I was gonna point out. So let's get down to line 27. All right. So, here's the word that's in question. And can y'all still see my cursor on the screen? Can y'all see that? Okay. Right here. Okay, right here. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh man, I can even make it bigger. Dang, I didn't mean to make it that big.
There you go.
Hold up, let me go back down. Okay, here's the word that's in question right here. So we have the reed leaf, if y'all can see my cursor, the double reed leaf, the door bolt, the double stroke, the mouth, the reed leaf, the vulture, the mouth with the single stroke, the throw stick, the man woman, and the triple stroke determinative. So isi ria el. This R, excuse me, this open mouth, and I'm not talking about the letter L, okay, represents a word. But now the reason why what I wanted to point out and show you all is this glyph here is what's used as an L as well, and you see the single stroke beneath it. So we have the recumbent lion that's usually substituted for the lateral approximate. I think that's what an L is called, as opposed to the trill, which is what an R is. Okay, so the Egyptian language really didn't have this lateral approximate. They only used it in when they wanted to discuss and make mention of foreign words, and they used the recumbent lion for that. So to have this in the same line raises the question of what these two things represent or differ in. Because if this is an L, the letter L in the name Israel, then why didn't they use the recumbent lion as we see in the same line? All right, so let me quit out of this and go. Dang, it won't even let me do any of that. I gotta go back like that. All right. So let's see what this thing said. Oh, it didn't even go as far as that. It just says uh Isuria El, and then we have the word Faket Ben Peret F.
Yeah,
So now
yeah,
the
they
word,
definitely.
okay, I'm sorry, you said it again?
Oh no, I was gonna say they definitely didn't identify a word.
Right. So we have Eshkelon in not in this portion, but in what I showed earlier. We have Ashkelon, Gezer, Yonam, and they're given with the determinative for city. But what this the point that's being made here as a determinative, these places, Ashkelon, Gezer, and Yanoam, are determined by a glyph, a determinative that denotes location, a toponym, a place, in this case, a city. And but here for so-called Israel, there's no such determinative. Instead, we have a man and a woman and the plural stroke, excuse me, the three-stroke determinative here. And so the reasoning behind that is that okay, well, Israel at that particular point wasn't established as a polity. It was a group of people calling themselves Israel. So it'd be like something like Israelites as opposed to Israel as a place, like Ashkelon and these other places, Canaan and all of that. So I say all of that to say to answer your question about Israel. In order to really understand if it's talking about Israel, the biblical Israelites or Israel, I'm not sure if the verdict is complete on that. I think that's still open and still being debated to this very day, because you have to do much more than what I just did to really make that determination. Because you have to deal with chronology, time periods, and stuff like that. And so, what makes it hard is that if this is the first time in chronology in terms of attested mention of Israel, then you don't really have much to compare it with. Because the
Right.
question is always asked, like when this comes up, when I see it come up, people ask, well, show me somewhere else where Israel is mentioned before this. And that's kind of crazy to ask that, because if this is the first time that is attested, then why are you going to ask, show me this before it? You know, and stuff like that. So I don't really I don't really definitively answer yes or no on that question. I could just
Mm.
discuss what's there in the stela. I could translate the glyphs. This particular whoever they are, these are a people though. Now, whoever this word is pointing to or referring to, the referent of this is a group of people though.
Mhm. So
Okay, so to that extent, I could say,
so commentary was that how could it when this Israel didn't exist at that time or something like that. So it couldn't have been.
yeah, but see, in order to say Israel didn't exist at that time, let's say this did say Israel.
Hmm.
So if somebody say Israel didn't exist at that time, then what are they going off of?
Uh,
So
time,
when
um, uh, um, um, when I think they were going, if I remember, I think they were going off of when the Bible came together, nature, or when they,
well,
I guess
mhm.
the conversation of or something. They they were going off of time periods, because they made um
Okay, but check
something
this
like
out
that.
though. Okay, check this out. The when you look at the entire stele, most of the stele is about Merneptah and his victory. They call it the victory stela for that reason, because it's the bragging and the propaganda rights of the victory over the Chemehu and the Chehinu, the Libyans. Okay, and
Mm-hmm.
all of that. So the bulk of the whole stele is really focused on that. Then when you get to the end, there's a mention. I believe it said it down here somewhere. Israel. Yeah, right here. See, it says the bulk of the inscription deals with Merneptah's victory over the Libyans, but the last three of 28 lines shift to Canaan. Now you have people that will argue that the Israelites were really Canaanites. Have you heard that before?
Yes.
Okay, so the Stella admittedly shifts the focus as a blip in the whole Stella at the last three lines. It shifts the attention from the victory over the Libyans to Canaan, and so and then this is the sources that sparks 1998. It says the princess. Just reading here. The princes are prostrate, saying peace, and it's this word right here is in the Egyptian language is the word shalom with an R, shalom. And in Hebrew they say shalom for peace.
Well,
All right? So that's one thing that needs to be pointed out. So we got the word shalom or shalom here. And it says Shin Lemet Mim, shalom. It says is a triconsonantal root of many Semitic words, of many words it uses names. The root meaning translate whole, safe, intact, unharmed, to go free without blemish. See, they say you're begging for mercy or you're begging for peace. Anyway, that's the word. It says not one is raising his head among the nine bows. Now that the Chehinu, Libya, have come to ruin, Hatti is pacified. The Canaan has been plundered into every sort of woe. So we're all in that area of the land of Canaan, right? Then it says
mhm.
Ashkelon has become overcome. Gezer has been captured. Yanoam is made non existent. Israel is laid waste, and his seed is not. Huru is become a widow because of Egypt. So we're in that vicinity of an Israel,
Hmm.
if such an Israel existed.
Hmm.
So to me, people arguing over whether it was Israel or not, or the Israelites themselves or not. To me, I don't think that that really is an important you know deal. Only for bragging
It
rights, maybe
right.
for bragging rights of maybe Hebrew Israelites to validate the existence of Israelites and the 12 tribes and the 12 tribe chart and the Hebrew Israelites of today and stuff like that. Maybe they can run with it and whatnot. But yeah, that's why I mean I don't find myself involved with the arguments about this, because to me, I just know looking at the glyphs that it's talking about a people, whether those people are the biblical Israelites, Jacob and his children. I don't know. I don't know. Jacob changed his name to Israel because he wrestled with an angel and all that stuff. He had 12 sons and one daughter, and they became the 12 tribes of Israel.
The daughter
I,
just
yeah, what's her name? Diana, I think.
I don't
But anyway,
talk
so
about
what else? What else? Well, so what was I mean, what was the outcome of the conversation you talking about?
that it didn't say Israel. It did not.
Okay,
They didn't
yeah. Well,
agree.
technically, whoever said that is correct. It
Yeah.
doesn't say
Um,
Israel, but it does point to a group of
for
people.
people, yeah, they did agree with that. Um, okay, so the other was Isis a virgin?
Wait. Before we jump to that, let's read this alternative translations, because this is like being debated among scholars, a
Okay,
few scholars, not many. It says
okay.
alternatives to the reading Israel have been put forward since the stella's discovery. The two primary candidates being as follows: uh, Yisrael, which is Jezreel, a city and valley in northern Canaan, which my Siri daggone activated. But Jezreel is a city and valley in northern Canaan, and we could see why this will be a proponent or an alternative, because we're in the area of Canaan, right? And
Right.
Jezreel is a bona fide um was considered to be a bona fide actual place that people don't really disagree with. And then number two, a continuation of the description of Libya being referred to as wearers of the sidelock, and that's coming from Nibi. And that's interesting because there's also people who say that the Israel Stella is a forgery. I mean, not the Stella itself, but it was altered. And there's a website, I have it bookmarked somewhere, but they analyze the glyphs themselves and say that the vulture is really an owl, and
Yeah,
that
that's
it's
what I was
that
saying.
it says something totally different.
Yeah, that was the discussion too. About the vote, they was trying to pull a better copy to read. Or they was trying to pull the primary.
Hmm.
Really uh uh, break it down to see culture and the owl and how could it be, but they couldn't get a really good picture of it. Primary.
What is it? There's a whole website. Um,
Hmm.
I wish I can find it very fast, but maybe if you keep talking, we can move to the next thing. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up. But there's a whole website dedicated to the alteration of the Myrna Patah Stella in the case of Israel. Like a conspiracy. Um,
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
and that
So
that 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 the vulture should really be either a quail chick or an owl.
yeah, and that and I think mentioned about the letter uh J not being used by the Hebrew. So how could at that time period?
Okay, I'm sorry. Say that again. You broke up.
I said I said that even I think the letter J not being used at that time
Mm-hmm.
in the Hebrew. So
Up, you
throwing
broke
that
up.
in.
The letter J
Yeah.
not being used in Hebrew. What?
Yes. At that time.
No, I'm saying, but for what? Like the J.
Oh,
Just repeat what you were saying.
I
You
think
broke up.
yeah. Um, translation. Something you just let me get on
Oh, Jezreel.
my
You talking about
laptop.
Jezreel?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. If you get
Hmm.
on your laptop, it's probably better.
Yeah. I'm gonna open it up in a second.
Oh, nah. When they say, well, if this is what you mean, Jezreel, they're not saying Jezreel. It's Yezreel. It's with a Y. But we like Yeshua. They say Jesus or Yahshua.
Right.
They say Joshua. For Job, they say Job. We say Job. So that's understood. That's not a thing. The J is just
Okay.
arbitrary. That's what people say today. But it's yes real. That's why it's important to read the citations, because these citations, they go into it. Yes real. I'm gonna see if I can find
I'm
that thing.
almost
Was it Nibby?
done.
Yeah. If you come on Nibby, okay, Nibby and Israel Stella. All right, let me try to find this. I don't think it was Nibby though.
Um, okay.
Let's see.
Let me
Let's
log
see.
on.
But what were you saying?
I'm just trying to log on. Hold on. Got everything tangled up. I got everything in my bed. Put this in for me. This right here. All right. Let me get something. You want some? Yeah. But get a. Well, look here. Just put some in my water bottle. I'm almost. Let me get to your live. I'm gonna go out.
Okay, I don't know. I think we lost Mo. Let's pull this article up. Make this big. If y'all could read this, can y'all see that? Y'all should be able to see this. Okay, this is Israel in the Murder Patah Stella by Michael Hassel. All right, I believe this is one of the citations on the wiki article. I think here comes Mo on the laptop now.
Murder Patah Stella by Michael Hassel.
I think Mo, if you can hear me, you'll probably have to mute your YouTube.
Mute. Okay.
No, I'm saying mute your YouTube. Yeah, your YouTube side. You can talk here.
Oh, I turned it off. Can you hear it now?
Okay, yeah, no, I'm good. I can hear you
Okay.
loud and clear. So yeah, there you
Okay.
go.
Good.
Okay, so no, I had just quickly pulled up this article on Israel and the Murder Patah Stella by Michael Hassel, and let's just read this little portion because I'm not logged in to grab the whole thing. I just did this real quick just to give somebody, if somebody people could check this out. It says introduction. Every reconstruction of the origin of ancient Israel is inevitably faced with the widely discussed single mention of the entity Israel in the Egyptian literature found on the Murder Patah Stela, dated to approximately 1207 BC. This entity Israel appears in a short line within the context of a military campaign account. Quote, Israel is laid waste, its seed is not, end quote. questions surrounding the nature and meaning of the entity Israel have entered a new phase of interpretation, discussion, and debate during the last decade as scholarly attempts have focused on understanding the origins of ancient Israel as a local indigenous development within Palestine. Key aspects of current historical and archaeological reconstructions involve innovative interpretations of the Merneptah stela, particularly the designation and meaning of Israel. The term Israel itself has been translated as Israel by these people. So we have Lechem, Fetch, Hornung, Kaploni, Hekel, Godik, and probably butchering their names, Yurko, etc., right? But it also been translated as Jezreel by these people, Margalith and Esfilt. All right, and we could look at the dates on these, right? These are older scholarly works, 1976, 83, 83, 85, 86, with the latest being 92 and 90. These two is 1990 and 75. Or it's something unrelated to the name Israel in 1989 by Nibby. Geographical interpretations have posited that the Israel of the Merneptah stela was a socio-ethnic entity in canon that has been interpreted as Proto-Israel. And then these are the people who advanced that idea. And these are all in the early and middle 90s. That Israel was a social ethnic entity located in Egypt by Nibby and Rendensburg. That Israel consisted of a territory within Canaan by these people, or that Israel refers to both a people and a territory within Canaan by these scholars. Socioeconomic interpretations have maintained that Israel was a nomadic tribal entity, and then those are the scholars responsible for that, or that Israel was a sedentary entity. There's the scholars. So as you can see, just from this opening two paragraphs of this work here, Israel and the Merneptah stela, they actually outline the differences among scholars in their interpretation of that line in the Merneptah stela. So what that means to me is, one, literature review must happen on all of these scholars' works as it relates to Merneptah stela. Once you survey the scholar, the what the scholars have said already, then you have to put in the work yourself by examining the Merneptah stela yourself and cross-referencing that to other historical documents of the same time period and so on and so forth, and see, if you could make heads or tails with these particular claims by these scholars, and then just work from there. That's what has to be done. So I don't think anybody really has done that to add to this, because these are the going controversial conclusions that people are or claims that people are making, and I haven't seen anything different. Now, from my point of view, language-wise, I've covered the Merneptah stela. We could translate the whole thing, translate it, and translate the whole thing. And I've already done part of it live. But when you get down to that portion, we can see the names of these different places, and we can see this different word that people are saying is Israel. But one thing we can know is that it's referring to a people. It's referring to people. Now, who those people are, like I said, these scholars are saying what they're saying. So anyway, what else are you saying, Mo? Hopefully that covers everybody. If you're still there.
I'm here.
Not sure. Oh, okay. So yeah, so that's that. And what's interesting, if you read the next line, it says the seed lays waste. So that means Israel has no offspring. If it means descendants, then Israel made a grand closing and a grand exit
Yeah, like yeah.
in history. if the seed is no more, then that means Israel's not gonna have any offspring. Israel came and went.
Yeah, the exile.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
That would be their. So that would be their only mention in
yeah, it's the only single solitary mention in Egyptian literature that could be argued and claimed to be Israel or not. That's it. So if Israel was all that in a bag of chips, the Egyptians would have mentioned them way more than one single solitary time. That's just kind of common sense, logical deduction, because they mention Canaan a whole lot. Assyria, Babylon, all these other places and people, the Egyptians mentioned them a lot. But Israel, this is the only spot.
right.
And for Israel to be so important to the Semitic speaking cultures and the Abrahamic institutions, Israel father Abraham is the father of many nations, and out of that came Israel, and Israel is the pinnacle of Judaism.
So and so Abraham is never mentioned, but Israel gets a little blur, and nobody else is. That's a wrap.
Right, right. Nobody, let alone the different tribes like Judah. Like Judah separated from Israel, even though Judah is a son of Jacob, but as a kingdom or as a place, it kind of separated itself. So you had Israel and Judah, or north and south. Um, David was over one, and I think what um, Reuben or somebody else was over the other at some point. And
Right.
Jesus come out of the tribe of Judah, and that's where we get the word Judahite or Jew. It could be a person who descended from Judah or a person who dwelt in the land of Judah. Anyway, so what else? What else is going on?
Um, Isis being a virgin birth.
Oh, that's
We
that's being that's being
yes,
whether to connect it with Mary.
yes.
Okay, hold on, let me
This
drink this.
has she, did was she really a virgin? Was married? Were they married? Were they um sexually involved? Is it really? Is it mythology? Is it real? Is it fair to compare it to the to real people? Um, yeah, that little part right there. But um, so so Nepal and Zion Lex had a conversation. Reggie did the presentation. There's a whole bunch of discussions. That's like the number one thing that comes up with the debate. Is the virgin birth piece.
Oh wow. Well, I really don't think that the Christians, people who subscribe to Christianity, are all on the same page with that. Let alone, want to compare that to, because virgin, they argue over virgin, like, because you have two things going on: virgin and then immaculate conception.
Yes, that's the two conversations.
Yeah, and I think that gets blurry though, because virgin and then immaculate conception. So Osset giving birth to Heru. All right. So first, let me say this then, because I hear everything you just said. Um, in Egypt, I Osset, Heru, Osir, Jehudi, and Satuk, all the people, Nebuchadnezzar, etc. They're not sentient human beings. They're not said to live, breathe, and walk the earth and stuff like that. So that's a lot different than the Christians take on Mary, the Virgin Mary. They say that she's an actual person, flesh and blood, sentient human being that was married to a guy named Joseph, or engaged, betrothed to some guy named Joseph, even though they live together and travel together. She's supposedly been a virgin, and then one day, this angel comes to her. Gabriel comes to her and tells her she's about to have a child, and he comes in unto her, or hail Mary, thou full of grace, or however the story goes, and all of a sudden she pops up pregnant, and then Joseph, he went to Joseph to so he won't get mad and say, hey, your wife is special, and she about to have a child. So anyway, I'm just saying that to say that that's a lot different than Isis and Heru and all that, because they're not said to be sentient human beings. But if we understand the story as the story goes, um, in order to understand the Egyptian side of that, the Isis story and Heru's birth and Usir, people really need to brush up and study on the birth, death, and regeneration of the sun, because the idea of an ithyphallic mummy and a bird hovering over it.
Yes, I was going to say that. I'm glad you brought it up.
Yeah, that's doing X, Y, and Z is a common theme in the underworld text. But it's talking about the sun in its Osirian form, which is this dead or deceased form, being regenerated. So the sun unites with Usir, and then it's enlivened. It's enlivened, and usually the object that enlivens this whole process has wings. So it's in the form of a bird. It's in the form of a serpent with wings at certain points in time, and it's talking about all of that, and then eventually the rebirth of the sun. But in this
So,
case, the outcome was the institution of kingship, which was Heru. But go ahead.
right. So the part of the bird hovering over, so the Paul was referring to that, I mean, as the same thing as the Holy Spirit hovering over Mary. But, yeah, um, that was one of her big
Oh,
points of comparison. That it was the same that the bird represent the ba or the ka,
okay. Mm-hmm.
and that it was the same thing as the spirit hovering over Mary. That was the comparison. That's it, right? The ka, the ba. Okay. You were just going
Yeah,
over
the Ba.
the ba. Yes, she's saying
Mm-hmm.
the ba in that story is the same as the spirit in the Mary story.
Oh, okay. Um. Well, I mean, that's like I'm saying. If people want to make that correlation, then you can't argue against somebody squeezing that together. But here's some differences, right? If if the Holy Spirit is hovering over Mary to get her pregnant, then the correlation is not a one for one. Like, it doesn't match up, because the Holy Spirit, if the bird or the Ba represents the Holy Spirit, in the Egyptian sense, it didn't hover over Mary. It didn't hover over Aset. It is Aset,
Mm.
and it hovers over Usir.
Mm.
So that's not the same. That's not the same thing at all. I mean, that doesn't match up. Now, just because it has wings, and we know angels are symbolically depicted with wings and stuff like that, so we want to say the ultimate angel, the holy angel or spirit, um, visited Mary and stuff like that. I mean, people can make that correlation, and there's no way really to falsify that. If they want to make the Holy Spirit has wings and a point, the real question, see, I think better questions should be asked about all of this, because I think, and this gonna go into my, I'm gonna reserve my commentary for after the debate if it goes down. But one thing I can say right now, I really think that an opportunity is being missed, because with all this interest in Kemet in relationship to Christianity, I think the wrong questions are being asked, and discussions are being had, because people should really get into what is the realities behind all of these expressions, be it in the Bible or be it in Egyptian text. So, for example, how is it that a deceased person, by whatever name, excuse me, in this case, Osiris or Osir, how can a dead body be erect when we know an erection is achieved by blood flow? An erect phallus is only erect because of blood. And we know deceased people do not have blood pumping or circulating. So how can the deceased person be erect, number one, to give give birth or whatever? And then how can a deceased person be aroused enough to ejaculate to give birth? So that would be all the literal questions, like, so we get out of the realm of all of that stuff by asking those kind of questions. Same thing on the biblical side. How can a woman give birth to a male child, and women have the sexual chromosomes of an X and X, and a male child have an X and a Y? A woman does not have the Y chromosome. So for Mary to have a male child, where did she get the Y chromosome from? There had to be a physical male involved. Did the Holy Spirit come deliver that Y chromosome? Did Gabriel have sex with Mary? Is Jesus' real father the angel Gabriel? Those are the type of questions that needs to be asked to get that stuff out of the way, so that people could start exploring the reality behind all that stuff and stop taking these things literally. Because the Osset, Heru, and that whole drama story is not literal. It's not literal. These are variations of the birth, death, and regeneration of the sun, and how the sun is analogous to humanity, the humans, in the cycle of life. And so that I'm saying, people are missing the opportunity to really get into, dive into all of that good stuff. But instead, people are arguing over whether Christianity is stolen from Egypt and whether Mary is a virgin. But anyway, to answer your question, Osset being a virgin or not, well, in the sense that, okay, virgin meaning, not having sexual intercourse, I don't think that that's ever even an issue in Egyptian text. No, it's really not. It's really not. Now, the Immaculate Conception part, if Osset is immaculately, conceiving, or the Immaculate Conception is a clean or holy birth and whatnot, that could be argued in terms of how the story unfolds. She gives birth to how because the question is, well, it must be a miracle. How she give birth to a living male child, but the father of the child was dead at conception? That seems impossible. But the virgin thing, I don't think it's really addressed.
And another part is the running away. Oh, let me see how that go. Fleeing. Um, oh gosh, I don't think I remember exactly how that go. Has something to do with Moses fleeing with the baby from them trying to kill him.
From Herod.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Yeah,
comparing that story as well. Putting
yeah, but see, there's books on that. Like there's a book that points out all this stuff. Like Herod is likened unto Satuk or Set, and how Mary had to run and hide Jesus in Egypt for 13 years of his life, and then at 13 he became of age, and then he started his mission at the age of 30, 33 or whatever, died at the age of 33 or something like that. But he had to run from Herod, King Herod, or
Right.
whatever. And King Herod's supposed to represent Satuk, and Satuk trying to find Heru, and Aset had to hide him in the marshes of the Delta area, and that's the whole story of the magical part of Heru being poisoned and passing out, going into coma, and Jehudi coming uttering some things to help him, with Aset being the mistress of magic,
Right.
and all that kind of stuff. That whole story, yeah. I mean, people have compared that a lot,
Oh, here's
and
one different. Here's one different, a little different from those. Um, that so they play a video of Dr. Clark saying that the council that the first concept of Jesus was at the Council of Nicaea, and
the first
just
concept of Jesus. No. Oh,
yeah,
say it again.
yeah, I think I said it right. The first mention. So they played a clip. Dr. Clark stated that the first mention of that the Council of Nicaea, the discussion of physical Jesus was at the Council of Nicaea in 325 BC. So Pastor
Um.
Bennett and Jabari
mhm.
and we ended up going wild over that.
Well, that's interesting because the Nicene Council was convened to debate the nature of Jesus, his divinity and all of that good stuff. So I don't think that was the first time Jesus was mentioned. No,
Right.
it can't be.
And so the question stand was that, are you saying that the elder was wrong, and did he misspoke, and people don't want to say that people the elders.
Well, okay, no, no, no. Okay, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, no, no. Okay, Dr. Clark. Well, there's a video with Dr. Clark that mentions this. He's being interviewed. One is with Wesley Snipes, and then there's another one by, I believe, a minister. So there's two videos at least that I know of that touch on this, where Dr. Clark touch on this, right? And in both videos, Dr. Clark, he goes into more with the minister interviewing him as opposed to Wesley Snipes, though. But Dr. Clark is talking about two different things, though. He's talking about a an initial concept of Jesus and then a made up one. So he's separating two different things. He's talking about a mythological Jesus, but then at the same time he's talking about an historical one. Like that's what you get from listen to, at least that's what I get when I listen to those videos. It's been a minute, but I had to go back and listen to them. But that was my take from Dr. Clark, because remember, see, a lot of people in Dr. Clark's time, like all these elders that we look up to, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, who else? George G.M. James, and all these other people, they often spoke about a how a person was then mythologicized, or whatever, however you want to say it. They were kind of, stories were made around an actual person, and the person was eventually called Jesus, but it was a person that these stories were made to fit to, but the stories themselves were myths. And I think Dr. Clark is of that group of elders that kind of went with that. So he separated the two, as far as I remember. But like I said, I'll have to watch the video again. But he's talking about two different, to me, he's talking about two different Jesuses. He's talking about a historical person where these other stories were built around. And maybe that's what he's talking about when he says the Nicene Council, because they argued over the nature of Jesus, who he was, his divinity, and this and that. And then what came out of that was 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 the static doctrine that the rest is history. You know, so maybe that's it. So I don't think that Dr. Clark is contradicting himself on that because he's separating it. He even separates Christianity as an institution from the early church though, as well. I noticed that he does that too.
So,
So you know what I'm saying. So hopefully,
so you think
I don't know. So
the debate being um so like Thunder, he asked, he said, the contentions of Christianity, I guess the main points of Christianity, meaning believing in Jesus, die for your sins and all that extra stuff. That it sounds like they. It sounds like on one hand they want to do the comparison of the scriptures or wording from the Bible being in the glyphs versus Christianity as it's known to be um, the actual belief system or religion being in Kemet. So it seems like those who for it being stolen or using the fact that wording or phrases or things of that nature being in the glyphs versus Christianity. What is Christianity? And is that belief system come from Kemet and how their belief system is set up?
yeah, like I said, I think this entire debate, so-called debate, is a missed opportunity though, because in the Old Testament, there's literally mention of Egypt, and the main characters of the Bible go to Egypt. Abraham goes to Egypt. Moses goes to Egypt. Jesus goes to Egypt. Even in the biblical accounts, right? These Semitic, biblical, one nation under God type people, for some reason or another, they go to Egypt to get blessings, actually protection. Abraham's a famine, so he goes down there. Moses is found himself down there. His mother left him, abandoned him, just put him in the river, and hopefully somebody pick him up, and the Egyptian household, somebody in the royal family picked him up and adopted him in. Jesus specifically goes to Egypt to hide from Herod, to prevent himself from being killed. So just in Judaism, and I know Jesus comes later, but who's the other one? Daniel, the interpreter of the dreams or whatever. Same thing. Or Joseph. I said Daniel. I think Joseph. One of them goes into Egypt and stuff. So Egypt is right there front and center in Judaism. So by the time you get to Christianity, I think Christianity is influenced by many different avenues, to create its doctrine, and to solidify that, and it was solidified, at these different councils, the Nicene being the main one, to promote this whole ideology called Christianity as we know it today. But whether it was stolen and stuff, I don't know if people can make that claim. Influence indirectly, there's a whole bunch of that. There's
Right.
books that show the influence in the at least in the Old Testament, Proverbs, Book of Psalms, certain songs of Solomon or whatever. People could see the direct influence. At least that some people point out even verses that come from papyri. In some cases. So that's what I'm saying. I think it's a missed opportunity because I think those are obvious. We can get books on that already. The real questions is to move the needle forward and try to find out the realities behind all of this stuff, to figure this stuff. If people still walking around thinking Jesus walked on water and stuff, then We live in a terrible day and time.
Well,
We're wasting
you know they do.
time. Yeah, we're wasting our time. If people think that marry a woman is going to have a male child without the help of another man, then we're wasting time on that. We're wasting time. If people think that a man can be swallowed by a fish and spat out on an island 3 days later, we're wasting time. If we're going to think that God comes as himself, as the son of himself, only to sacrifice himself to erase sins that he gave and all of that, then we're definitely wasting time on that. I think like I said, I think we're missing the opportunity. You know, and see, in Egypt they didn't have that part. They didn't have all that stuff. So was that stolen too?
That's
You know what I mean? Was that stolen too? Where's all that at? You know. Um. So nah, I don't think I don't think it's a worthwhile thing to have. I mean, and I'm not gonna say it. Like, let me say it like I've been saying it. I think it's a missed opportunity. I really think it's a missed opportunity. At least some people maybe become more familiar with Egypt, and some people may be familiar with Christianity when it's all said and done, and that's cool. But um, they're gonna have to. We got to take advantage of these opportunities. All set. I don't. The whole virgin question. Mary. Now somebody asked me today about Mary being a no, Osset being a star, and if Mary is also a star, and that's the connection or something like that. They said they mentioned a star, and I was trying to get clarity from the person, so I'm gonna have to wait on that. Um, but evidently that must be said on the channel. Are you familiar with that?
I I think I heard that. Um, I'm not sure how far
How Mary is
that part.
really a star, like almost like the wise men follow the star in the sky. Mary is a star for fishermen or something.
Right. I have to go back and look because the person that's making, well, the new person on the block that's coming up with the claims is Nepal
Oh, okay.
because she's studying, she's supposedly studying Kemet and Hebrew and doing the comparison. So I have to go back and listen to her and Zion Lex. They're the new Hebrews that's making the connections to Kemet that has.
Well, but here's the issue with that. Like it's good that a person like Nepal or anybody will study. Period. Like
Mhm.
I applaud studying, but I think people prematurely open their mouth though,
Right.
because while you're studying, or if you're beginning a journey of studies, if you should open your mouth, all you're going to be doing is regurgitating and parroting what it is that you studied. It doesn't speak to the accuracy of whatever it is that you're studying, because you're not at the level yet of checking the scholars themselves, checking their work, and being able to discern and compare and put in the work yourself and all this other kind of stuff. So all you can do is take the scholar's word on face value and then just parrot it, just repeat it. So people are going to cite all day every day. Well, according to Gerald Massey, blah 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 blah, or according to this, blah 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 blah, and that's what we see. And so I don't advocate for that. I think people who are just starting out and studying stuff should really just spend time doing that and be quiet. I really think, just sit it out, sit it out.
So
I don't know Nepal. I don't. I haven't heard her arguments or anything like that. But if, and I do applaud anybody studying. But I think people who study should know, be mindful of just kind of chilling out until they, get some things up under their belt to be able to make these discernments. Because they're gonna just compare stuff that everybody pretty much already know. Because I'll listen. I'm like, man, ain't nothing you saying is something I don't already know, and stuff like that. Like there's literally books that do the comparisons for you already.
right.
I got some of them. I'll probably pull them up. I'm sure Garfield probably um, share them with people.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Um, or Jabari. So all that stuff is out there, and that's common. It's the common comparison. Jesus is Horus, Mary is Isis, and God the Father is Osiris. And then you got another group of people that would say Jesus is really Osiris because he was the one that died and resurrected. Osiris ain't resurrect.
From
Osiris
the
remains in the land of the dead. But go ahead.
from the um, but to say Christianity stolen, wouldn't it be more of the belief or the theology or what they stand on? It to say it's
Boy,
stolen,
you
it
breaking
would
up
have
real
to be.
bad.
I know. Dang it.
No, go ahead, get it out though. I could probably make it out. Go
First
ahead.
decipher. I was so I'm trying to say, wouldn't it be more of the actual religion or the belief or how they go about it? That's what you would actually be looking to see. They came in today, practice that the same way.
Well, that would be part of it. 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 Like I said, the whole thing about it stolen, it gives a different feel to the argument. If you say influenced, then it kind of see stolen is more sexy. That's more controversial. But if you say influenced, then it's like just having a conversation, comparing notes. But if you say stolen, that's a fight. Say Garfield and Jabari are gonna fight over
Because you would,
something being stolen versus Garfield and Jabari having a same teamish type of conversation comparing notes. See, one is more sexy than the other. One draws more of a crowd, is more attractive than the other. And that's just the bottom line.
someone else has
Because I
joined.
guarantee you that both of them both oh, we got Rasan in the building. Came back in the building. I guarantee that
I took
both
a
of them are
nap. He
gonna
came
cross
back.
are gonna overlap. Yeah.
Nah, I had to talk to somebody. Y'all, I had to let y'all go for a while.
Yeah, I bet you Jabari and Garfield are gonna there's gonna be a lot of overlapping in the things that they mention.
I don't think Garfield's coming. I don't think Garfield's
Watch.
pointing out. I don't think Garfield's pointing out the whole scripture comparison. That can you find this word? Can you find that phrase? I think he's coming from more of the actual religion I came about it being in Kemet. I think they're gonna have two different conversations.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. I started to hit Garfield up and ask him to come on this channel and just give a summary breakdown of one the topic of the debate and then his stance. And that could be a quick 5 minute, I mean not a 5 minute, a quick no longer than 30-minute video. And I may hit him up to do that. Just to see his take on the stance, without getting into any details, but just his argument, like just a summary of his side, his stance. Because I'm still confused right now. I'm confused. Like, what is the argument? What's the actual argument? Because in Christianity, you can find different elements from a lot of different places, not just Egypt.
That's what Garfield's saying. He said it
Yeah.
didn't come from Egypt. Period. That there, I know what talked about it. They talked about it coming from Palestine, and that a lot of it, the information is almost verbatim from other places. But they'll say, well, no, we just said you can't say that Egypt didn't, they didn't get it from Egypt, and they only doing they doing what Shaka did. Remember Shaka did the book. and he pointed
Yeah.
out the different phrases. That's more the angle that Jabari them are coming from. But but I think that Garfield took the debate based on what Christianity is and how and then what Kemet is and saying how can Christianity come from or be stolen from Kemet based on what Christianity is. So I
Well,
told him,
see,
I said, you're gonna have to define Christianity because the audience is not seeing it that way.
yep, that's very true, and 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 I believe that they agree on the topic title, the debate topic title that I think somebody posted earlier, which is "Was Christianity Stolen from Kemet?" I believe that's the title, and I think that that's a read. I mean a miss that's a mislabeling. I don't think the title is a good title because I think Jabari is going to argue for a remix, Egyptian ideology remixed to create some of the Christian ideals. And then Garfield is going to argue that, of course, Egypt influenced the Bible and whatnot, but not Christianity as it's known today and stuff and blah, blah, blah. So I think you're right. They're going to have two different conversations. I think they're going to argue two different things and not really meet it head on with whether it's stolen or not. So I think the title is just like a third thing just lingering out there just to draw, draw people in. I really and again, my stance is that I think the whole thing is a missed opportunity though. I really do. I think in the future people need to do better to take advantage of these opportunities because once you get the masses of people in the so-called conscious community talking about a topic, you're supposed to leverage. You're supposed to take advantage of that opportunity. Use it as an opportunity to move the needle forward because all this stuff is something that's going to be repeated. Everything that's going to be said is stuff that you could probably find in the book already that people are already familiar with and whatnot. There's literally books that do the comparisons for you. They point these things out already. You know, um, so
Wow.
so that's it. But we're gonna miss the opportunity to show the transition between the Greco-Roman period and their conquest of these different areas and how they Hellenized things. And then by the time you get to the Roman Empire and how the polity or the government administration created the religion to control the population and made Christianity the official state religion. And this and that. Then you go into the Nicene council with the Catholic Church and all that other stuff or whatever the case is. So kind of filling those gaps, man, and see these things unfold. But we got too many Christians in the in the fold for them to really look into that like that. Cause it's all about Jesus Christ, your personal Savior, boy. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Jesus is real, boy. Jesus is real. And I just can't with people who believe that stuff literally. I can't do it. That's
Yeah,
like
one
that's
minute
like me. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna say 1 minute they're making a literal argument and next minute they be, oh it's mythology and then they come back, oh but it's real. I'm like, okay, make up your mind.
Yeah, they pick and choose. See, in Egypt, it's consistent. I'm very consistent. The Netcheru are not human sentient human beings. I stand on that. I'm very consistent. Bam, there you go.
Say it
ISIS was
again.
never
They're
not a
not
real
what?
person.
Human beings.
The
Oh,
Netcheru are not sentient human beings. They weren't flesh and blood walking around Egypt human beings.
oh, that's the conversation that came out too. That how could they come up with
What about
the?
Alicia?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm
What
sorry.
Oh,
about what?
I was
Hey,
gonna
you
say
sound real
they
low, Rasan. Oh, go ahead, Mo.
yeah, our son is real. Is it how can they come up with that with the idea of the naturals if it wasn't reflected in the human sense first.
Huh?
Basically, they was trying to say that what you know, basically you write about what you've seen or known. So how can the concept of a natural not be something to be reflected on the ground? So like if you write about a concept, it's something that you've experienced. So if
Yeah.
they
Well,
try,
they answer the question. They answer the question in the question. The natural. See, this is the thing. People gotta approach this thing with an empty cup. And I find that a lot of people who talk about Egypt, but they don't study it. They're not really interested in it. The Netcheru are mnemonic, um, categorical and ontological mnemonic devices on how to organize existence. And so these are categories. This is one of the aspects of the various different Netcheru. They serve as categorical labels for the ontological and taxonomic organization of existence. Ontology meaning the vertical columnar categories, and taxonomic meaning the horizontal rows. So, for example, Heru is not a real person. Heru is a god that governs various different things that connect together to be labeled under one umbrella term, Heru. And I'm gonna give you a couple examples. Heru is the deity that governs or is over or presides over the institution of kingship, the ability of human beings to make choices called the will, the faculty of the will. Heru governs and presides over the concept of leadership, entrepreneurialism, um, coordination. All these are faculty or functions of a king, of a person in leadership, responsible for other moving parts of a whole. So those institutions and things are real. They're just organizing it and deifying the top label of these different spheres or things. Sekhmet is the female deity that governs over sicknesses and healing. Um, Viruses, or I should say pathogens as a whole, and the healing of those pathogens and sicknesses and disease. Therefore, she's also the govern or the deity over medical physicians, the people who heal the sick. I mean, that's easy. That's real easy.
And now, when
Amen
you say
is a deity. Okay, go ahead. Go
when you
ahead.
say that about Heru, all of which I agree with. So, um, how does that how does that reflect on the way in which the Nisu, the individual, the human beings who were in that position,
Mhm.
were viewed? I'm
Well,
saying
they're the
how.
man. Mhm.
Go ahead.
Now I was gonna say the Nisud Biti, or the king, was the embodiment of these principles. So the king is the Heru. That's why he had a Heru name.
Right.
Heru so and so, so and so, so and so.
And
So
so you
he was the Heru, or the representation of Heru.
right. So are you saying that he was not viewed as an injure?
Um,
In other words,
no, he.
if he's the embodiment of that, then he's the. In fact, I mean, there, when you look through some of the old texts, they'll say things like, "Not there's not a part of me that is not an injure." And it's just kind of associating them and almost saying this is why I have this is why I'm able to walk among them,
Mm-hmm.
so to speak.
Yeah, let me show you
So
something.
yeah, okay, okay,
Just no, wow, no, you keep talking. I'm just trying to pull up something I can find real quick.
okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean that really was I'm trying because I'm trying to what you just said, all of which I agree with, but the earlier sentiment, that no human was viewed as an injure. The problem with that raised that kind of reared in my head was, what about the Nisu? That's what I asked when I interrupted the system earlier, unfortunately. So that's why I tried to say, so, okay, so if no human, I mean, the Pharaoh, I'm sorry, did I say Pharaoh? The Nisu um, was viewed as not simply an injured, but but every part of his body was associated therewith.
Okay, well, I said it the other way around. I was saying that the different Netcheru were not sentient human beings. So the deity Isis was never walking around Egypt anywhere. The deity
But I agree.
Heru, yeah, the deity Heru, there was no falcon man. There was no falcon headed man walking around. There was no scarab headed man walking around. There was no frog headed or snake headed people
Yeah, these things didn't
um
exist.
walking exactly.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so now, but in terms of something that you did say, um here is a scene from the tomb of Hard Heb, right? And you see his name above his head. I know you can't see the cursor, my cursor, but let me see. This is for everybody else who may not be able to make out. Okay, so this person right here is Hard Heb, and we know this because we could read his name here. We have Har Heb Mirni Amun. That's his full name, his family name. That's his Sarah name because you see here Sarah. His throne name is Jessa Keperu Ra Setepen Ra. But this individual is standing next to Heru. So this individual cannot be Heru while standing next to Heru in terms of the deity Heru. But he is called a Heru because of how the deities and how they understood all these things to function. So this is where people, got to be careful not to take any of this stuff literally. They have a figurative expression with a reality behind it, and it's our job to find that reality behind it. So Horemheb is not Heru himself, but he is an Heru because he functions for for what Heru represents, which is the institution of kingship and all the other things I said. And there's more that I didn't say, but that's what's embodied within Horemheb as a king. And so we just got to have that understanding. Because if Horemheb was Heru himself, then there's no way you could put them side by side, um, in the same instance. You can't be something and then that something be standing next to you, and all of that good stuff. So that's not the way that this is supposed to be interpreted or taken. But Horemheb is a Heru,
Yeah, yeah.
son
I
of
mean,
Ra.
yeah. I've always, I understand that. I agree with it. But once they
Yeah.
take that position, um, you know, they they are viewed as the embodiment, as you said, of that injury. So when you say embodiment, I don't know if you have that, you know, um, on one of your things, one of your, that you have definitions of, that you kind of, those for embodiment. But to me means basically that although this is a position that's passed from person to person to person, that person fills that position. That person is the embodiment of that injury. You see that person is to see the injury. Now, when I say that, it's like you say, you know, ultimately that person's going to pass away. They're going to become the Messiah. Now they're feeling a different position. But while they're in that position, they are. And again, I understand this is what it's kind of odd thing that I'm kind of dealing with right now in terms of what you said tonight as opposed to what you said, and not necessarily opposed to what you said, but along with some of the things you said in the past regarding I don't know what is that thinking about here. You said you once said that the injury were not principles. And tonight you said you kind of added to that by saying that they are categories. And for me, my
Oh, wait,
understanding is
no,
all
no, they do reflect principles now. I don't
okay,
say that they're not
okay,
principles.
okay,
Yeah,
okay. I misunderstood that. Okay,
yeah.
all
I
right.
don't, no, I don't say that they're not principles. No, no.
So then that person becomes an embodiment of that particular principle. That goes to something I was trying to say earlier about how the individuals, are, uh, in the tomb, so to speak. Uh, when you read the text according that been written for them, or at least customized for them, they are becoming they are really kind of trying to idealize themselves. They become, particularly that they're optimized self. You know, and for me that
Whatever
reinforces
you did,
principle.
we can hear you better. Whatever you did, just remember
I
that. Just
sat up,
remember that position. Just remember that position next time.
brother. Yeah, I'm sorry, brother, and I ain't gonna lie, but I'm getting sleepy. I'll get out. Instead of talking my
Okay, yeah,
head off
I'm about to end this.
earlier.
I've been on for
Yeah,
eight daggone hours, man.
yeah,
9 hours.
yeah. I know you tired. Yeah. So anyway, what
But
I'm trying to basically, people become this idealized version of themselves, and that's what they're kind of addressing in the tune. You know, um, um, but the pharaoh, they become supposedly the idealized form of the society itself, kind of. You know, the conceptual persona, what Deleuze would say. You know, they become the very representation of the principle itself, such that Um, anyway, I think I said enough. Let's be. I don't know what.
no, no, yeah, no. You're right, and that's the thing. I think people need to understand. That and that's why I say that the Egyptians saw the different aspects, like the Netcher is translated as God or gods, and Heru would be a god, and all the different Netcheru by themselves would be considered a god or goddess if they're female. But then we overlay the Abrahamic ideal of God within there because we share the same word form, God, God. We're saying God for both things when they're not the same.
Yeah,
They're different. You know, the closest thing I would say a Christian has is the very word Christian, because Christian is supposed to be defined as someone who is Christ-like, or Christians strive to be Christ-like or like Christ, and um, and deal with it that way. But you don't find people, and then you have people today who are claiming to be the Messiah, or the return one, the Savior, the South, and all this and that and stuff like that. But in their book, they say beware of people who come in His name claiming to be Christ and whatnot. Whereas in ancient Egypt, the king was a Heru. The mourners during funerary services was Osset and Nebuchadnezzar, the professional mourners.
yeah,
The mortician was Enpu in the divine booth, or in the embalming chamber, the mummification chamber, and things like that. So they embody, like how you said, I'll use your word, embody these particular principles or deities. but the deities themselves were not meant to be taken as literal human beings. That just doesn't pan out.
Okay. All
And
right.
see, and once we understand that, I think a lot of people will gain a better understanding of the Egyptian philosophies and how they organized their worldview, the world, and we'll kind of take a peek into why they were so successful for so long, and why they had problems. So we won't
Okay.
repeat it, but we're not looking at it like that. We're trying to argue whether Mary is ISIS. Whether Mary was ISIS and stuff like that. But yeah, somebody asked me about ISIS being a star, and I asked for clarity and wait for the person to respond back to me. But if anybody's familiar with that, the only the not only but the star that's associated with Osset is the star Sapdet, which is Sirius, and then Sa or Sahu is associated, which is Orion, is associated with Wasir, and those two star systems or whatever stars are associated with those two deities. Now, whether Mary is associated with Sirius, I've never heard that. Maybe somebody else can enlighten me on that, but I've never heard Mary to be associated with
Yeah.
the star Sirius. Now, I do know Mary to be associated with the North Star, but not Sirius. Mary, at some point in time, I don't know when, but she was associated with the North Star. Um, but that was later on, in this folk way of trying to justify, worshiping or adoring, Mary. She was associated as a star, similar to the three wise men. How this star in the east guided them to the Messiah. Well, Mary was later associated with the North Star that guided people in their travels. You know, guided people in their travels or whatever the case is. So anyway, I'm gonna wait for the person to because they asked me, was Mary? I mean, excuse me, was Isis ever a star like how Mary was? And I'm like, huh?
Yeah, I ain't never heard of that one.
Yeah, exactly. Um. Anyway, but yeah, Mary is Mary. So Mo, she put in the chat, Stella of Israel, or was Isis a virgin? Yeah, on that question, was Isis a virgin? The Egyptians didn't address that like that. Like that wasn't a thing. Whether she's a virgin or not, like whether she was chilling and giving it up to her husband occasionally and all that kind of stuff. I don't think they don't. I don't remember reading they getting into that. The only times that comes into an issue is with the birth of Heru. Is with the birth of Heru. But the question is, how can a dead person, number one, be erect? Number two, give seed and be dead? If it wasn't through, some kind of artificial insemination means and whatnot, or whatever. And yeah, do that quick. Remember, Osir was dead for a long time. They had to search. They had to search high and low to get all his body parts. Like, I mean, can people understand that? I mean, I mean, I'm listening to myself say this, and it's crazy that we have to say this. Like, it should be obvious that the story is not literal. Like, why are we asking questions as if it's literal? Like, why are we asking the right questions? That's crazy to me. That's crazy.
It's one of the reasons why it just seems to me at some point we got to move away from these historical debates, and start if we're serious about this stuff to kind of move into the actual cultural philosophical aspect of it, and hammer that away. Go with the ancient texts and learn stuff about that. Let's get some clarity on that. Let's hammer that away. Because all this we done beat this history stuff. We done beat that to death. you know,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not really, and I'm not trying to diss it all, you know, because it's important. It has its place, you know. But you know, at some point, you know, I don't give a damn whether or not the Christians, you know, got this stuff from 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 ancient Egypt. You know, ultimately, you know, if it comes up in discussion, we go, okay, we can address that. But I don't spend my life, spend my time, you know, thinking about that. You know, if I'm thinking about it, you know, anything regarding Kemet, I'm thinking about the philosophy of it. What was meant here? You know, what does this mean? What how can I apply this to today's life? You know, how can this thing work in a functional manner today? You know, in which way are they still working in a functional manner today? You know, and that's, you know, at some point that other stuff, it's really just a bunch of shit shows kind of stuff. You know, they just want to make a show. You know, it gets tiring. You know, try to stay away from it. But at any
Mm-hmm.
rate, maybe I'm saying too much. But I do think some of this at some point it becomes fruitless. It gets people involved because people get kind of they get used to just dealing with that crap and not moving on and asking other questions. You know, there's other things, you know, dealing, you know, that deal with these subjects other than whether or not, you know, they have some historical relationship. Of course, those are important questions to ask, but we've asked those questions for decades now. We pretty much got the answers. You know,
Mm-hmm.
let's get this more deeper discussion. You know, and having said that, man, I better get some rest.
Okay, yeah, man. I'm gonna shut this down. I appreciate you coming through. I think Mo did ask this question. I'm gonna address this. It's probably be the last thing. She says, "What did the Egyptians consider marriage?" In the very short and most simplest answer I can give, the Egyptians did not have an elaborate marriage system, but the Egyptians considered two people married when they lived together. When a man and woman chose to live together, that was marriage. That's it in a nutshell. And very soon after the man and woman lived together, they basically how they did it was um, a man and woman that found interest in one another. They would tell their family and friends, and then they would decide to live together. And then upon them living together, they were considered married. And then soon after that, the ideal um, thing for the woman was to get pregnant, was to have a child. And along with that, another aspect of marriage um, was a financial contract between the two in terms of transfer of property and things like that. So those are the main elements of marriage in ancient Egypt. One, obviously, you had to, fancy each other. Two, you told your family and friends about it. Three, you lived together, and that was pretty much the trigger to consider the couple married. And then lastly, um, conceiving a child. And I'm just being brief and summary, but that's pretty much it. And then divorce also was also did happen in Egypt. People got divorced, and that's where the contract came into play in terms of the transfer of properties and stuff like that came into play. But that's it. You just chose to live together. Now, if we take that concept and we overlay it with Christianity, here's the question. Mary, as they say, was betrothed to Joseph, but did they live together? I don't know. Any Bible person still tuned in? Was Mary and Joseph ever living together? Did they live together? I mean, I know when they traveled, the whole nativity scene and stuff like that. I know they traveled together, but I'm saying, did they Did they live together prior to that though? Like when she was engaged, when during the engagement, did they live together? Because if they lived together, according to Egyptian ways, they were married. They were married. Maybe that's the etymology of her name, Mary, because they were married. You see how I can make up anything. They were married and they were of age. Therefore, it becomes marry age. Hence, marriage. See, marriage, marry and age. Uh-oh, there it is. Y'all was on the roll, boy. Y'all don't want me to turn pseudo, boy. I'm telling you, I can start a cult, boy. And pseudoism makes the most money. If I'm ever hurting that bad for money and get desperate, I am starting a cult. And I'm going to be good at it too. I'm going to be good at it. Yep. I'm going to be good at it. I'll break some stuff down like that. Marriage. You got Mary. See, the Y changed to an I because they added the A. Whenever you have a Y and an A next to each other, the Y loses its value and becomes an I. So you have Mary and then age because they were of age to get it on. And so marriage is the marrying of age. And marrying of age become Mary because it was all about Mary who carried the child for 9 months. As a matter of fact, God being who God is, she didn't have to carry the child for 9 months. She really carried the child for just 1 day, because why would Mary need to carry a child for 9 months? Why is it that God creates this miracle situation called the Immaculate Conception, but yet everything after that is a normal human process? Why is that? Why aren't people asking that question? Why aren't people asking these types of questions? Why would Mary, first of all, why would God even need a woman to bring Jesus into existence? Why go through all that? Why put Joseph through so much stress where he doubts the integrity of his own engaged young wife? Where she's supposed to be a virgin, he struck gold by seeing this lovely young lady he took a liking to, was engaged to her, and then next thing you know, she pops up pregnant. Do you know what kind of stress that is on him? What's Mary gonna say? Joseph, what had happened was, I was a virgin, but yeah, that's it. God sent his angel to me, and I swear now I didn't have sex with nobody, but this angel appeared to me, and he told me I was going to have a child, and then I found myself pregnant. And guess what, Joseph? He even named the child. He even named the child. So we don't have no part in naming the child. The child was named by this angel, and I was a virgin. Angel came to me. By the way, angels do come as well-made men, because the angels in the Old Testament were human men. When the angel came to visit Abraham, and along with Melchizedek and all that stuff, those were human people, because Abraham offered them food, and they did eat. They ate that food. And then in Lot, when the angels came to Sodom and the Lot, and the men in that city wanted to have sex with them, they must have been human. So we know that angels come as humans, but this angel Gabriel, nope, Joseph, I'm going to tell you right now, nope, he didn't come as a human. He didn't come as a man, because I didn't have sex with him. That angel came as a spirit. I just felt some wind blowing on me, and I got pregnant. I'm telling y'all, I don't understand how anybody can believe that story in 2022. I really don't. A grown adults believing that story to be literal, to me is no different than a grown adult believing in Santa Claus, literally, Peter Pan, literally, Humpty Dumpty, literally, Jack Frost, literally, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, literally, Spider-Man, literally, Superman, all of this stuff. Think about it. We have grown, functioning adults in society who believe these things literally, and we engage in these adults for their goods and services. We trust these people to get behind a moving vehicle, a motor vehicle, and drive, but yet they believe that a man, that God, that or a woman who was a virgin, never had sex in her life, gets visited by a Holy Spirit and becomes pregnant while being engaged to a man. That's crazy. If I was a woman, if I was a woman and I was a cheating woman, I'm telling you, I would use that story all day, every day. If I was a woman and I was caught cheating or whatever, I'm be like, or you slip up or whatever, I'm I'm referencing a story. Hey, the Holy Spirit did it. The Holy Spirit did it. See, I wonder if they had DNA. I bet you if they had DNA genome mapping and DNA testing back then, that whole story wouldn't even exist because they would get Gabriel's DNA and they would check it against Jesus and then put him on Maury Povich and be like, "You are the Father." The angel Gabriel be on Maury Povich, boy. You are the Father. Yeshua bar Miriam. Wa Jibrail or Gabriel. I'm telling y'all, Gabriel is Jesus' father. I'm telling y'all that right now. Gabriel is Jesus' father. Yep. Yes, indeed. That's what happened. Nobody can tell me otherwise. If y'all want to run with that story, then Gabriel is Jesus' father. All day, every day. Yes, indeed. And guess what, y'all? Not only is Gabriel Jesus' father, but when Jesus had to run and when he came back and started his mission, remember this, y'all. When John the Baptist, prior to Jesus coming on the scene, John the Baptist was the man. He was all that in a bag of chips. John the Baptist, remember that. Why do I say that? Because John the Baptist baptized all of Judea. Man, don't make me pull out this Bible, y'all. John the Baptist, or the baptizer, he was all that in a bag of chips. Everybody, it was all about John. Everybody in Judea came to him to be baptized. In what, the River Jordan? Everybody. The Bible says so. It says he baptized all of Judea. And then from among them came one whose sandals he was unworthy to tie. Jesus Christ. But why I brought this up is because Gabriel came to Mary. Now check this out. This is funny too. Gabriel came to Mary, knocked her up, and then rolled out. Gabriel is a deadbeat dad. Gabriel rolled out on Mary. But guess what though? When Jesus started to get into a profession, you know how this happens in real life, y'all. Where your son, your oops children, your accidents, they make a name for themselves. Now all of a sudden the parent wants to come around and be a part of their life. Well, guess what? Jesus' situation is no different because Gabriel came to Mary, knocked her up, left Mary to deal with the child and Joseph to be stressed out over it. And then she had to run, hide Jesus for a while. Then he comes back and now he starts his mission. But he has to be passed the baton from John the Baptist. So he goes to John the Baptist to be baptized. And guess who appears? Guess who checks up on Jesus? The Holy Spirit descends upon him like a dove. So Gabriel waited 30 years and he come back and check on his son. Like, what's up, son? Oh, I see you doing good, boy. You about to be popular, boy. You about to be an influencer. You about to get all the Instagram likes now. Let me check on you, man. All right, you doing good. All right, that's cool, man. Do your thing. Do your thing. Do your thing. Seriously, that's how the story go. And you know what else is crazy? As I say this, and this will be the last thing I'm gonna say. I got 7 minutes actually, but check this out. This is for the Bible people, and whoever's in the audience, whoever's in the chat still hanging with me. And I know it's late, and I appreciate y'all still hanging in. Most of y'all probably sleep, but Mo, I see you still in there. What is the purpose of baptism? Yep. What is the purpose of baptism? So I'm not going to sit here and wait for the answer because I know it's a delay. But the purpose of baptism was for the remission of sins. That is the purpose of baptism, for the remission of sins. Here's a big question, right? Why in God's name, pun intended, did Jesus get baptized if he didn't have any sins? Uh-oh. Why was Jesus baptized if he did not have any sins? And the purpose of baptism was for the remission of sins. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Now you know Christians have an excuse for that. So they have an excuse for that. No more. They say Jesus was sinless. They had an unblemished sacrifice. Oh, that's what they say? They say Jesus was born in sin? Wait a minute. How can Jesus be born in sin when there was not even a sex act involved? As they say. It was an immaculate. What's the point of saying immaculate conception if he's born in sin? What's the point of that? So they can't say that. They have to make up something else. Now, what I've heard Christians say, they make up something that's not biblical at all, but they will say, well, he had to be baptized to fulfill blah, 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 blah. I'm like, nope. It says baptism was for the remission of sins. That's why people were being baptized. And John the Baptist did that. And no longer will you be baptized with water, but by fire. Y'all remember that? Boy, I'm telling you, boy, Christianity is crazy, y'all. I don't know how anybody can do that. I don't know how anybody can get stuck in that belief system and take that stuff literally. Now, if one day the Christian folks wake up and just come to understand that all that stuff is figurative, I could rock with everybody, but until then, nope. Not the kid, not me. Nope. I grew up as a Christian. I was on a holy roller, but I grew up as a Christian. Only by default because my family members, and it wasn't even my mother. It was my aunt, grand aunt. She brought me to the church, and I used to ask these questions then. I remember. I listen. I remember the per. I remember. Um. I remember the preacher talking about baptism, right? And I remember I asked them as a private talk, private consultation and things we used to have. And I asked, I said, if baptism means you're gonna go to heaven, and I was real little at this, mind you. I said, if baptism is necessary to go to heaven, and once you get baptized, your sins are washed away, and you basically get a brand new start, and a direct line to get to heaven, guaranteed to get to heaven, because your sins are washed away. Then I asked, I said, why don't people wait till right before they die to be baptized? Then everybody get to heaven. And boy, man, that preacher had a tough time answering me because one, I was a little kid, I was young, so he didn't know how to kind of formulate the answer, and then whether I was a kid or not, that's just something that's really a rough thing to address. And I think he ended up saying, probably the default is like people don't want to take a chance because you're risking. You don't know when your time to go is going to be, so you can't really wait till you almost going to die and then get baptized. So once people become aware of the doctrine of Jesus, Christian, and accept Jesus Christ as personal Savior, then next step is to get baptized, and this, that, and the third. I think that's what he ended up saying. And I was like, okay, okay. Me being little, I just said, okay, sounds good. Sounds good. I'm ready to be baptized. Oh man. Jesus said he needed to be obedient to the commandments. Yeah. Anyway, y'all, it is I got a minute left, but it's been good. It's been doozy. It's been a good conversation. Appreciate everybody coming through. I doubt if nobody's gonna watch this full video, so I'm gonna probably try to highlight, make some timestamps in the description if people are interested in certain topics that we went through, and that's pretty much it. But I'm gonna keep doing these kind of things because I get behind on the conversations. I don't have time to listen to everybody's live, and plus a lot of people are going live now. I remember when it was like just maybe 3 channels. It was Garfield's channel, Dagger Squad. It was the Amon Ra Squad. It was Sonetter. And that was pretty much like the cycle that people went through. But now, boy, we got everybody and their mother has channels up. Everybody cross-pollinating. Everybody's visiting other channels. Get on the panel, continuing conversations, going from one channel. A couple days later, continue conversation on a different channel. It's hard to keep up. It's almost like the movie The Avengers series with Thanos, and then that storyline, went through a different movies. Like it went through the Avengers, it went through Spider-Man, it went through what other movie? It went through a couple of movies where you had that storyline that went through, and you had to follow in chronological order. That's what YouTube is like now. You gotta follow the conversation. All right, but with that, I'm gonna say Shem Hotep. Appreciate everybody tuning in and all that good stuff. And like I said, I'm gonna keep this up. But I'll see y'all next time. Shem M Hotep.